What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, April 29th, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours live from Ricky Williams' Celebrity Golf Scramble at Barton Creek Country Club, the Fazio Canyons course, supporting the Texas One Fund. We are out here this morning. Registration just opened up at 8 o'clock. The Scramble tournament begins at 11 o'clock, and over the next couple of hours, we're hoping to have a number of conversations with Longhorn legends, and there are some big-name lifetime Longhorns who will be participating in this tournament today. Should be a fun show and should be a perfect day out here this morning, Buck.
It really is. It's beautiful out. You know, we've had some rain over the weekend, which I predicted. I gave that to you people. Hopefully your gardens look good, but it is now past. You know, we had a foggy morning this morning, but the humidity will be up, and we'll be in the 80s today, so it will be nasty out here. There's not much wind going on, BK. You know, we've had these windy days,
Yep.
And everybody's wondering, where all this wind come from? Well, there's none out here this morning. It is sticky, but it is going to be a great day for a scramble. Good day to see some of the great celebrities that will be here. So we're excited about being here at the Fazio Canyons Golf Club, and it is something special. It really, really is. Barton Creek itself, you know, the Barton Creek Resort and the Omni Hotel have been a part of my life for over 30 years. When I coached football at the University of Texas, I belonged to the club at Barton Creek.
Oh, you're one of those guys.
I was one of those guys for a while. So it's always great to be out here.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the newest of the Barton Creek extensions here. And this one is special. It really, really is. And should be an awful lot of fun, as I said, to see some of the celebrities here today. But let's open up by saying good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for the job that you do. It is appreciated, and do be safe out there.
Hey, man, if you're tuned in on YouTube, we've got a different backdrop today. We are right in front of the driving range where you might see Steve Sarkisian taking some hacks here in a few moments. Ricky Williams will be here. Derek Johnson will be here. Roger Clemens, Houston Street. Casey Studdard is scheduled to show up as well. Might have to get Big Case on the air at some point. You talk about unfiltered.
Talk about unfiltered is right.
My God, that'll be the most unfiltered conversation we've ever had if that guy pops on this morning. But, the who's who of lifetime Longhorns will be out here today benefiting the Texas One Fund. Of course, you can always support the Texas One Fund. But this is going to be fun. Hopefully we get the chance to speak with Ricky as well. He's the face of this event. This is a tournament that's gone on for a few years now. He always does a great job, and can't wait to get this thing rolling again today.
Yeah, I'll get on the phone here soon to wake him up and make sure that he's here on
Is
time.
He in Austin?
He's in Austin,
Knowing him, I figured he'd wake up in California and then take a jet to Austin.
No. He's in Austin. I think what I'll do here is in a few minutes just ring him. I think he's staying at the hotel right here at the Omni. Yep. So we'll see if we can rouse him and get him over here. Yeah, I'm going to get him beforehand because he'll get busy. He'll have a lot of folks to talk to, so we want to get him as quick as we can this morning.
A phone call might not be enough. You might have to go walk over there.
Whatever it takes.
Like you did back when you were coaching Ricky back in the day. Whatever it took to get him out of bed to show up for a game.
Yeah, whatever we have to do. You're right. But we'll get an opportunity to talk to some great folks today. Mm-hmm. And once again, thanks to the folks here for having us out here. We'll be here, another event in May. They have the member guests and guests out here. We will be over at the main course at the main Fazio.
A lot of golf tournaments coming up.
Yeah, man. The Mullet Open next week from this Friday.
Yep.
Which will be Mother's Day weekend as we get ready on that Friday. Mother's Day's that Sunday. We'd like to let our young intern Brock know that next week we'll be getting into May. Today is not May.
Yes. Yeah, Brock thought today was May 3rd. Today is April 29th. Not even close.
No.
That's all right.
It's all right to be a day off, but
the whole month?
Oh, yeah, really.
What's going on here? So before we get to speak to some of those guests who will be showing up here shortly, we've got plenty of sports to talk about. And it was a great weekend for the University of Texas Athletic Department. Of course, we'll talk a lot about the historic NFL draft, about Texas. 11 players selected in the first 6 rounds of the NFL draft over the weekend. It's a modern-day school record. Texas baseball winning a series on the road against Oklahoma. That's huge, keeping the Longhorns' hopes of winning a Big 12 regular season title alive. Texas softball, another sweep. The number 1 team in the country continues to roll right there. We'll discuss some NBA playoffs. We might get into a little hockey as well.
Two Cabo Bob gift cards.
We got some Cabo Bob's
Nice.
gift cards to give away this week because of the Diamond Sports getting the job done. So plenty to discuss, but we've got to open up with the NFL draft, Buck.
No doubt.
And an incredible weekend for the Texas football program. Once again, 11 players selected in the draft. That's the most for Texas in the modern era. Second most of any school this year. So the national cheating Michigan Wolverines,
of course,
had 13 players drafted. Texas right behind them with 11. All 11 players went in the first 6 rounds. And I just think about how far this program has come, Buck. In Steve Sarkisian's first year, of course, on the field, the team stunk. They were 5-7. The University of Texas had 0 players drafted after Steve Sarkisian's first year. And then after his third season, of course, the Longhorns are reigning Big 12 champs. They played in a college football playoff last year, and they had a modern-day school record, 11 players selected. It's night and day, a total 180, and Steve Sarkisian and his coaching staff deserve a ton of credit for that.
Yeah, I had reconstructive surgery on my knee. This program has been reconstructed. It really has. When it comes to, this is a school that no matter what the outcome of the schedule, wins and losses, people got drafted from this program. And then there was such a lull. And then, of course, when Sark got here, it started to pick up. Things changed, the culture changed, and now they're back to where they should be. It really should be. They're in any given year at the University of Texas, there should be no less than 5 or 6 guys drafted ever.
Sure feels that way.
You know what I mean? 5. It should be almost automatic. There's at least 5 to 6 players that'll be drafted, no matter what your wins and losses are.
Mm-hmm.
And we hadn't been there, but now, as you said, since Sark has got here, things have changed an awful lot. But I think the change is the entire program. It's not just the head coach. It's just the way the players view the program. I think it's the way the fans view the program. I think it's the way opponents view this program now. This is a truly a program now that, on any given Saturday, nobody wants to play. This used to be like, oh, we'll take on Texas. Oh, we've heard about the big name. We'd love to get them on our schedule because we can beat them. I don't think it's that way any longer. This is not one of those that you want on your schedule. Unless you want to get paid.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Yeah, this is more evidence that Texas is back.
Sure.
Right? And I know that kind of became a joke of a line for a number of years. But look, you could have argued that when Texas beat Alabama on the road in Tuscaloosa, they were back. My argument was they needed to win a conference championship before they were officially back. They got that done. Obviously, they made it to a college football playoff. That's more reason to believe that this program is officially back. And then you see what happened over the weekend happen. And it's like, okay, this is where Texas football should be.
Yeah.
And development. It's the D word, Buck. That's the thing that was lacking around here. The end of the Mac Brown era, the entirety of the Charlie Strong era, the entirety of the Tom Herman era. Like, don't put 0 players drafted in 2022 on Steve Sarkisian.
No.
I know he was the coach the year before that draft, but those were Tom Herman's players, and they were not getting developed by that previous staff. Like, development has been a huge problem here in Austin for a long time, and now that problem feels like a thing of the past.
Yeah, it is. It is a thing of the past, because I think this is now, you'll see, and once again, folks, it's just as we were talking about what month it is, we're slowly coming into May, and we know what Steve Sarkisian does in June. June is just around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
And his Junes have been quite the swoon, to say the least, at University of Texas when it comes to recruiting. He does a magnificent job in the month of June. So that's my next step for him. I'm looking forward to seeing what happens in June, the type of players that are from the high school level that decide that they're going to come to University of Texas. But isn't the door still open for portal? Isn't that still quite open right now?
It is.
So I look for the big things to happen possibly this week for the Longhorns.
Yeah, Texas has already brought in a phenomenal transfer class, and there's a chance they add another piece or two before this thing is all said and done. The really good news, though, because I saw a lot of Texas haters take to social media, and boy, they'll hate on you for anything, right?
Or would they ever?
You don't get anybody drafted, you suck. Oh, you got too many players drafted, that means you're going to suck. You just lost all your talent, and you guys couldn't even win a national championship with all of those NFL caliber players on your roster. I'm doing a little share screen right now, and I'll explain this to you, Buck, because it's a little tough to see when we're in person. In terms of returning production, despite losing 11 players in the first 6 rounds of the draft, Texas is second in the SEC in terms of returning production from a year ago. So, yeah, it'll be tough to replace those 3 receivers. It'll be tough to replace Jonathan Brooks and Jatavion Sanders and Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. But Texas has so much coming back to where you feel like, okay, last year wasn't a one-off. Like they've got the horses in the barn, and you've seen enough from the coaching staff to make you believe that the guys who are here are going to get developed. This thing should just be the beginning of what Steve Sarkisian said is going to be an epic run.
Yeah, I believe so, because you're going to see a lot of players that will return that played a lot of football last year. I mean, the ones that were drafted, that's just the foundation of this football team. There are other players on this football team that return that played an awful lot of football during the course of the season last year, a championship season. So I've got to be. I believe the experience will come to the forefront here. It's going to be a little different. Yeah, the stars may not be there, but let me tell you, the guys that did play significant roles last year for this football team.
Yeah, according to the S&P Plus rankings, 70% of Texas's production from 2023 will be back in 2024. Once again, that's second in the SEC.
Wow.
That's number 25 in all of college football. A lot of the schools ranked ahead of Texas are G5 programs. The only SEC team ranked ahead of Texas, oddly enough, Texas A&M. But
what does that mean?
How much production do you want back from that garbage last year? I'm not sure.
What does that mean?
I'm not sure if there have been years where Texas has had a bunch of starters back after like a 5-7 season. It's like, I kind of wish these dudes were gone. Like, I know it's a good thing to have guys coming back, but if the guys can't play, I don't know if you really want him. So out of all the contending teams in the SEC, Texas has more returning than anybody else. And that's why, look, Texas is one of the favorites to win the SEC and to win the national championship.
Absolutely.
Despite losing what they just lost.
Yeah, and there's some talented players coming back, and it all starts with the quarterback, obviously.
It does.
Or should I say the quarterbacks, because they have a number of quarterbacks in the stable right now, which they'll need, because this is Texas, and quarterbacks don't last for a full season at Texas.
No.
Or at most schools.
At most schools. But you're right. With Quinn Ewers, he's missed games, plural, in each of his 2 years as the starter at UT. And yeah, that's been a problem for Texas for a while now, so it's good that there is some depth
Absolutely
in this quarterback room. But back to the draft, we talked about the first round on Friday, right? Byron Murphy going to Seattle, the Chiefs trading up to get Xavier Worthy. Oh, my God. I still can't get over the fact that the other 31 teams in the NFL let that happen, Buck. Like, a lot of teams had the chance to draft Xavier Worthy. They didn't do it. And then Buffalo, who has never been able to get over the Kansas City hump, they could have taken Xavier Worthy. Instead, they trade their pick to Kansas City and allow the Chiefs to come up and draft the fastest player in the draft. I know we touched on it on Friday, but I
Buffalo, you're
wait.
trying to get past the Chiefs, by the way.
Apparently not, because they're drafting Keon Coleman after trading down twice when they had the chance to take X or Adonai Mitchell, and they chose not to do so.
Yeah, I mean, the 14 offensive players that went that was incredible. And you haven't seen a draft like that. When you're looking, you said there's got to be a cornerback or a defensive end that, doesn't that have to happen? I mean, it's supposed to happen. It's the NFL draft. Aren't those positions of real need?
Yeah.
Your cornerback, you're the guy to rush the quarterback. It didn't happen in this particular draft. This was an amazing draft.
It was. Yeah, the first 14 players selected, all offensive players. The Colts picking 15th. They got their choice of defensive player in the draft. They took Latu out of UCLA. They also ended up with Adonai Mitchell in the second round. But yeah, we can go to the day 2 selections for Texas. How about Devondre Sweat?
Well, I thought he would get drafted on Friday. I told you, I thought, despite all the rumors that you hear, and there were a lot of rumors out, which always happen. It happened to Adonai Mitchell. I mean, it happens to a lot of players. People get something that they want to run with, and whether it depends on what city it is, and they run with it, and they swear it's true. They start saying things about players, individual players. People build you up so they can break you down.
Sure.
So, and then when it's your time to pick, you've said all these nice things for weeks and weeks in the paper about this is a possibility that we'll take this kid. All they try to do is find ways to break you down, and they did it I think they did it to Adonai Mitchell for sure. Now, Sweat had some things in his past that were –
those weren't rumors. Like for Adonai Mitchell, it was all hearsay.
Yeah.
Devondre Sweat got a DWI 3 weeks ago.
That's right. We know that. We know that for sure. And
yeah.
I thought it would hurt him, but I thought a big man with an Outland trophy at his house, somebody's going to take that chance. We're not talking about murder, and we are talking about the NFL.
We are talking about the NFL.
And even if it was murder, we're still talking about the NFL.
Look, I said it last week. I was more worried about the weight issues and just the pre-draft process for Devondre Sweat than the DWI. Now, I guess the DWI was a part of that process, but like you're right. Like the NFL and all professional sports leagues, they overlook off-the-field issues all the time. if you can play. I was just worried people were going to be worried about the weight stuff and how that would impact T'Vondre Sweat's play. I don't know if Tennessee was the only team that liked T-Sweat that much. Maybe a bunch of teams liked T-Sweat enough to take him early in the second round, but we talked about it. It only takes one team to fall in love with you, and the Titans clearly fell in love with T'Vondre Sweat, and they didn't care about any of the other stuff.
Once again, he didn't win that trophy. They didn't just give him that trophy because the guy beside him could have won that trophy. So it just got to be to the point of we can't let this big guy pass by. I remember on Friday I kept saying, I don't want the Eagles to find a way to have that guy on their defensive line. They got enough defensive linemen.
Mm-hmm.
So for the Titans to get him, I just thought that was – I think I'm still going to say hopefully he'll understand about how he has to lose that weight. But I'm going to say that was one of the steals of the draft.
It's got a chance to be, and I'm just thinking of that defensive line in Nashville with Jeffrey Simmons and T'Vondre Sweat. Like, Cowboys fans might be happy that he's not going to the NFC East, but the Texans are going to have to deal with T'Vondre Sweat twice a year, every year. Boy, that's a mammoth 1-2 combo up the middle on defense.
Boy, that's hard to run against.
It is. So T'Vondre Sweat goes 38th overall. I'm excited for him, man. Like, that's always been what we've talked about, right? Who cares what the weight is if he can produce the way he produced this past season when he was the Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year and the Outland Trophy winner? I'm sure the Titans are going to want him to, keep it closer to 360 than the 380 that he was reported to be playing at last year.
I think there are two players that pay me now or pay me later. It's going to be Adonai Mitchell and Sweat. You may not pay me now, but guess what? You're going to have to pay me later.
Yeah.
With both of those guys. I felt the same way about Adonai Mitchell. I don't know if I was as disappointed as the look on his face being the 11th guy wide receiver pick, because that was just talking about a steal. Good job for the Colts.
No kidding. Yeah, I can't call that the biggest surprise of the NFL draft, because Michael Penix Jr. going to Atlanta in the top 10 was without question the biggest shock of the draft. But maybe the second biggest shock was Adonai Mitchell falling all the way to 52. I mean, that guy was mocked in the first round. Most people thought he was going to go ahead of Xavier Worthy.
They did, yes.
On Thursday. And he ends up going 24 picks behind Xavier Worthy. Like you said, he was the 11th wide receiver off the board. And, you talk about these pre-draft rumors. It feels like there's one or two guys every year that just gets crushed by some random tweet. And that's what happened. There was some report about Adonai Mitchell dealing with diabetes and the way he handles his diabetes and saying it kind of affected his work ethic at times. I don't know if that was enough to knock him down a few pegs, but it sure feels like something came up that turned Adonai Mitchell from a first rounder to a kind of mid to late second round.
I think what bothered me more than anything is you and I, we had talked last week about the on and off field, what was going on at the University of Texas and how good it was to see everything was going so smoothly on and off the field. We didn't have to pick up my hard copy of Austin American Statesman and read about kids in trouble and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Well, during the course of the draft, it just made me think, I kept hearing things about immaturity. We hear about immaturity with Sweat. And then, the word got out that Adonai Mitchell, what on and when I kept hearing on and off the field things, I'm like, what the hell is that all about?
On the field? But did anyone turn on the TV last year?
Well, I saw him on the field.
He was great.
But when they started talking about off the field, I'm hearing about him, and then these rumors about Sweat. You start to think, is there something going on that we're missing right underneath our nose right here at the university? I know they're winning games. I'm not seeing anything in the papers about the players and how they're acting. You're not hearing anything on campus about them. So it just was a surprise how that. But once again, that kind of stuff gets out, and it only takes a couple rumors to get going just before the draft because people want to have things to talk about.
Man, there might be more people who cover the University of Texas than any other college football program in the country.
That in Alabama, yes.
None of the insiders that we have had anything about Adonai Mitchell. Like, he was here for a full year, and I don't remember reading anything at Georgia when he was a part of those two national
all I heard about is he
teams.
couldn't wait to get closer to his daughter.
Right. That's a character issue?
Yeah.
The guy transferred to Texas to get closer to his daughter because he's from Missouri City?
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I know where that came from, but, boy, the Colts GM was pissed about it. He was kind of livid about what went on,
We've got the audio of Colts GM.
He was not happy.
Chris Ballard, who by all accounts is a good dude. I've worked in Houston for a couple of years with Lance Zierlein, who works for the NFL Network as well, and he always speaks very highly of Chris Ballard. And Chris Ballard, I think every Texas fan will now hold a special place in their heart for Chris Ballard because of what he said. This comes from Friday, his press conference he did after day 2 of the NFL draft up there in Indy. Chris Ballard was asked about the Adonai Mitchell pick, but also kind of why he thought Mitchell fell as far as he did in the draft. Take a listen.
Your name on it. I'm tired of, we tear these young men down. These are 21, 22 young men. And if people out there can tell me they're perfect in their lives, it's crap. It's crap. This is a good kid. And, for those reports to come out, like, I said it last year. It's bull. I'm sorry. I apologize for the language. I don't, but I do.
So there was some of Chris Ballard. I mean, he ranted for almost a minute.
Oh, yeah, he was going off.
Just saying it was BS, the reports that had come out about Adonai Mitchell, and, put your name on it. Don't just anonymously tweet something because you're impacting the livelihood of a young kid. And credit Chris Ballard, man. He went to bat for Adonai Mitchell. And, hey, the Colts are the beneficiaries because they get a really, really talented receiver that there's no way they thought was going to be available for them at pick 52.
It was a great pick. It was a great move. I mean, it sounds like they're getting a great person. As you said, here's a young man that left a national championship program to get closer to his daughter, not just to come to the University of Texas, but be closer to his family. And I'm thinking, what's wrong with that guy? That guy can't be a bad guy, can he?
I don't think so.
And it just, like I said, rumors, this happens every year. Somebody gets a hold of something where, as I said, if you build somebody up enough, there's always going to be somebody that wants to bring them down. And they tried to find a way, but GM for the Colts, he wasn't having any of that.
Yep.
He just said, hey, you know what? Then we're getting a great pick. If you want to make him the 12th receiver in this draft, then go ahead, because he's probably in that top 4 or 5 receivers in the draft, and some great receivers went. But that was a total surprise to me. When Sweat went before he did, I was like, that's not possible.
There is no way that there are 11 wide receivers who are going to be better than Adonai Mitchell out of this draft class. There's no way. I mean, I go back to what he did at the Combine, right? There are 2 wide receivers who were at least 6'2" and weighed at least 205 pounds who have run 4.35 or less in the 40 since 2015. One of them is DK Metcalf, a perennial Pro Bowler in this league.
Yes.
The other one's Adonai Mitchell. Like the combination of size and speed and strength that this guy possesses. And it's not all potential with AD. Like we saw, he led the team in touchdowns last year, was a huge part of those national championship winning teams at Georgia. Like sometimes the NFL draft is like, oh, the guy's got measurables, but he didn't really put it together on Saturdays. We just hope he can be productive on Sundays. No, Mitchell is that combination of proven skill and also potential that NFL teams generally covet. I have a tough time thinking this dude's not going to be a stud in the league.
Oh, no, I think he's going to be there for years. I mean, and he's, he's just he looks like a guy who's, last week I was calling him a self-made wide receiver. I know Chris Jackson has helped him out an awful lot, but I think he came to the University of Texas kind of self-made and ready to go from Georgia. He just seemed to be that kind of guy. And the way he carried himself, I mean, this guy wasn't over, celebratory when he scored touchdowns. I mean, any indication that this guy had a problem, I'm like, where did this come from? How do you get to this? But we should know by now. I've been around football long enough. I've been around enough drafts to know there's always something that's going to come up about somebody, that it just says, and people will run with that. But they ran really far with this.
Yeah. And now for Adonai Mitchell, look, it sucks. The rumors cost him some money.
Yes.
But okay, use it as
motivation.
Motivation.
Pay me now, pay me later.
Yeah, use it as fuel, right? Like there are a lot of guys who have been drafted relatively later than they expected in the draft who just like they keep all the names of the players that their position selected ahead of them. And they're like, oh, I'm going to be better than that guy. I'm going to be better than that guy. Like just use it. Use it as a grudge. Use it as fuel to your fire to motivate you to be even
By the way,
better.
there were some very talented wide receivers that did go in front of him. There are some good players.
Sure. No, it was a great wide receiver class. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we knew Marvin Harrison Jr. and Malik Neighbors and Roma Dunze were all going to go in front of Adonai Mitchell, but there was a thought that he was going to be
the rest of these guys.
Yeah, there was a thought that was going to be the 4th receiver taken, and instead he's the 11th, right? Yeah, you had Jalen Polk from Washington go, Keon Coleman from Florida State. You had a couple of white guys.
You had a couple guys from South Carolina. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, Xavier Legette from South Carolina went. You had Ladd McConkey from Georgia, Ricky Pearsall from Florida go to San Francisco. So a lot of teams had the chance to pass on AD Mitchell. And look, I'll eat my words if I'm wrong, but I think there's going to be a lot of teams who have buyer's remorse with the receivers that they took instead of this.
It's just an opportunity. It's a great opportunity for him being the dad. And, I saw him with his daughter. I'm like, just another opportunity to help yourself there.
He looked pissed too.
Oh, dude, he was mad.
Yeah.
He was mad when his name got announced and he had to talk to reporters from Indianapolis. He was not happy. He even said, I'm just a little pissed right now.
One more.
In my mind, of course, he's young, but There was a way to handle that where he could have just said something different, but he didn't. He let his true feeling. He let his feelings just come out, and you can see it on his face.
Yeah.
But he was not happy.
He was not happy. And there was one more Longhorn drafted on day 2 of the NFL draft. That was Jonathan Brooks, first running back off the board, as we expected. The Carolina Panthers traded up a few spots in the second round.
Very surprising.
To get Jonathan Brooks, 46th overall. I think it's a great pick. Like, I was hoping he was going to fall to the Cowboys at 56, but I made the prediction on Friday. I thought he was going to be off the board by the time the Cowboys had their second selection, and sure enough, he was. Happy for Jonathan Brooks, but I also feel kind of bad for him that he's going to Carolina.
I thought the when you started talking about how the Cowboys were really interested in him, I thought they'd move up to get him. I thought they were going to make that move. I was just waiting. That I saw the Cowboys the war room, and I'm thinking, oh, they're going to move up. They're going to get this kid now because this is a great time to get him. They didn't do it.
Those reports might have been wrong, right? Like, we had heard from folks before the draft that said if Jonathan Brooks was there at 56,
they have had any interest in him.
I mean, the Cowboys didn't draft a running back. They had 8 picks. They didn't take a running back, right? Like, even though Brooks was off the board, they could have taken just about anybody else in the second round. There were plenty of guys in the third round where they had 2 picks.
I'm thinking for sure they'll take the kid from Florida State then.
Well, you know what they did this morning?
Who did they go pick up?
Zeke.
Don't say that. Please don't say that. Don't wreck my Monday. It's a beautiful sunny day out here now.
It is hot.
It is hot. Yeah,
I can feel bad day to wear black for me.
It is steaming out right now.
Oh, no, it's official. It happened this morning. Zeke Elliott has agreed to terms with the Dallas Cowboys pending a physical. So Zeke is back in Dallas.
Jerry, that's not the fans' fault again. That's your fault now again.
The good news is, well, does Jerry have to pay him twice?
Is this
from the last contract?
Is this for free? Is he coming for free now?
I don't think he's coming for free. I assume it's a 1-year deal for very low amounts of money. $3 million is what intern Brock is showing us right now. So, I guess that explains why it happened last week where Zeke and his people were in Dallas meeting with the Cowboys. I kind of thought that was a smokescreen, right? The Cowboys actually plan on drafting Jonathan Brooks, or maybe they're going to trade up to draft Jonathan Brooks, but they want to signal to the rest of the league that now they actually don't have any interest in Jonathan
Zeke.
Brooks. Turned out, no, they didn't. They wanted Zeke. Zeke was their guy all along because, once again, 8 picks in 7 rounds, 0 running backs taken.
But, that's fine because it still plays into everything that I said on Friday. They're just ready to implode. That's all they want. They are looking for the blame guy. Now, they can't blame Zeke. He's just old.
Now, Jake on the comments says Zeke is actually coming back to play center. Remember his last snap during his first stint as a Dallas Cowboy was as a center.
Yeah, they're just ready to implode. They want the blame game, and the blame game is to blame their head coach. Yeah. So this just adds to the blame game. You know what? We knew that this guy couldn't coach. It took us 2 years to figure out he really, really couldn't coach. This is all his fault. This is what Jerry's going to do at the end of this football season. To bring Zeke back. Now they got even more of a reason because they're going to say McCarthy wanted him, right? They're going to say the big man wanted him back.
The Cowboys are the greatest, man. What a fun team to root for.
They are awful.
Oh, my God. Why not double down on the same mistake? Just bring Zeke back after he wrecked your franchise and that contract set you back for a few years. Just go ahead and bring him back with open arms.
What's going to be cool is the guy's never going to touch the field.
What do you mean? Who else it's Rico Dowdle and Deuce Vaughn. Zeke might be the starter. He might be the starter.
Guy's not going to start for the Cowboys again. There's no chance.
Oh my gosh.
They did try to fortify the line a little bit.
They did.
They have to do that. Yeah. So, with that guy, they're really going to have to do that. But they're not going to make anybody.
Should I go crop top for the rest of the show?
Sure, man.
Should I go the Zeke Elliott? You think the people want to see that this morning? My buddy Tanner already said that people need to see your golf swing, and look, there are a lot of people around. That could be a hazard. Okay, for folks, if I get on the driving range and start taking some hacks. So we don't need that at all.
No, we don't need that.
Yeah, you could just look at my swing.
We need that
like
fine. The Cowboys need to bring back Zeke.
My swing is fine. You can film me just the swing, but don't film where the ball goes.
They could have given Texas Sports Unfiltered that $3 million, and we could have done something better than what they're going to get out of that dude.
More productive.
For sure.
For sure. I can jump into a Salvation Army.
My goodness.
Kettle. It's good. I could do that.
It's a waste of money.
Yeah. So we'll get more into the Cowboys draft and the Texans draft here momentarily and more about the Longhorns. But Jonathan Brooks, congrats to him.
Absolutely.
Look, it's a good news, bad news situation, right? Like I kind of hate that he's going to Carolina because Carolina is the worst run franchise in football right now. They should have had the number one pick. Obviously, they traded it to Chicago in the Bryce Young trade. That's why they didn't. But they were the worst team in the NFL last year. So that's the bad news. It's like a dysfunctional franchise with a first-year, first-time head coach and a quarterback that we just don't know if he's any good or not in the NFL. But the good news is he could get some playing time. Now, the Panthers have Miles Sanders. They brought him in. They've got Chuba Hubbard, the former Oklahoma State Cowboy, on the roster as well. But I mean, you don't draft somebody in the second round. You don't trade up to draft somebody in the second round if you don't think he's going to get significant playing time.
Yes.
Maybe not week one. The good news is the Panthers do have other running backs, so Brooks can slowly get brought back from that ACL rehab. But, man, I think the plan is for Jonathan Brooks to get some significant PT even as a rookie.
Yeah, well, that's very surprising to me that, you know, I told you Friday, to get him in as a second round pick, I just think you just don't know how he's going to come back after a knee.
Yep.
Man, wish him well. A lot of guys have come back just fine, but you don't know. You don't know how their legs react, how their running styles react to having a reconstructed knee. So I thought that was very, very soon for them to do. But I just was so into the Cowboys being the group that would do it because I had a feeling they would let that dude sit all year if they had to before they played him. I don't know if he can sit with Carolina because of the struggles of their quarterback. They need to get him back. They need to get Jonathan Brooks on the field as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think they will.
With a quarterback like that, like Bryce Young, who, you know, year number one was not very good for him, so he needs some help. So they're not going to wait. They're not going to be as patient. Well, the Cowboys shouldn't be as patient either. It's not like they've got a long time to wait on anybody.
In. They're bringing in Zeke.
I forgot about that.
He's a two-time All-Pro.
I did forget about the whole all-in thing.
Yeah, all in my ass.
Yeah.
No,
they're not. They're not all in. That was not an all-in move. But
like
you know, wishing Jonathan Brooks well, but I just thought that was early still for him to go.
Yeah, that's about where I thought he was going to go. Once again, I didn't think he'd be on the board for Dallas at 56, and he ends up going 10 picks earlier than that at 46. Carolina traded up, I think, 6 spots to get him. So before we get to the rest of the Longhorns who were picked and the Cowboys and the Texans and all the other stuff we have planned, once again, one more quick shout out to Barton Creek Country Club, the Fazio Canyons course.
They brought out the sun, didn't they?
Oh, my gosh. The sun is out. It feels like we're in Houston today with this humidity.
We're going to work a nice YouTube sweat this morning.
Oh, my gosh. I'm going to have to shower after this show for sure. But we are live at the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble supporting the Texas One Fund. We should be having some great conversations with some great guests during the 9 o'clock hour. It's going to be the who's who of lifetime Longhorns out here today. So shout out to Barton Creek Country Club for having us out here this morning. And shout out to Ricky Williams, of course, for putting on this great event.
Absolutely.
And some other shout outs to some other sponsors, Buck.
Yeah, good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're seeking that specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact our friends and the non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology. Dr. Christopher Danny, that played football at the University of Texas, and Christopher Stockton. They are both dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you right back into good health and the great quality of life that you deserve. Folks, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
You know what can get me back into the good spirits that I need to be in?
What's that?
A Slurpee. I'm stopping by 7-Eleven right after the show to get me
down
a
one
Slurpee. I'm going to need one after this. Love 7-Eleven, the greatest convenience store in the world. Shout out to our guy Ashish. Shout out to our gal Wendy. They own and operate a few different 7-Elevens all across the Austin area. The best convenience store in the world. They got the coffee if you're on your way to work today, and they've got iced coffee too. So if you don't need that hot stuff this morning, they've got you covered. The energy drinks, the pizza, the rollers, the wings, all the great prepackaged snacks that you know and love. It's all there at 7-Eleven. Love having them on board as a great sponsor here with us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I might give me an Olipop too.
You're going to need some liquids. You know, this is the show of the liquids.
We are the show of the people.
I see the big hat sponsor over there.
Yep. Talk to our guy Matt out of Big Hat Spirits.
Yes, we are the show of liquids. So we're going to need some. We're going to need some refreshments sitting out here today.
We might. We absolutely might. Yep. Love the Olipop. They've got it at 7-Eleven. Olipop, a great tasting soda that's actually good for you. You can get it at H-E-B, Costco, Whole Foods, Walmart, Target, wherever you buy your groceries, you can find the greatness of Olipop. 9 grams of fiber in every can, hardly any sugar, very few calories, and it tastes just like soda. Tons of great flavors as well.
Grape.
You like the grape?
I'm into the grape.
Yeah, I think grape. root beer, cream
Oh,
soda.
yeah, the cream soda, too.
Cherry cola. I think that's my Mount Rushmore. We got 4 on Mount Rushmore. How many presidents are on that thing?
I don't know, 12?
12? Who's on there? Clinton.
Jefferson.
Jefferson.
There's got to be a Jackson.
I think Polk and Taft.
Polk and Taft, yeah, for
I
sure.
think that's the Fantastic Four. That's boy, history was not good to us, was it? But love the Olipop. Get you some today, any day.
Let me show you a little something here.
What do we have?
This is supposed to be for you right here. This is from our friend Jay.
You want me to put this on?
At Sue Patrick. Yeah, I need to put mine on too.
I'm going to sweat right through this thing today.
That's all right.
Yeah, we've got is this a Sue Patrick exclusive?
Yeah, this is from.
Your headset's off, so no one can hear you.
Here we go.
There we go. We've got new hats from our friends over at Sue Patrick, 5222 Burnett Road, the best selection of Longhorn gear that you can find. And they've got.
Jay said, "Would you think BK would wear it?" And I'm like, probably not, but he's going to play around with it, put it up in front of the camera. But he may put it on. He may sport it today.
You know what? To support our man Jay over there at Sue Patrick, I will make the quick switch.
Can't
here.
wait till Sark gets one of these on.
There's no way Steve Sarkisian putting one of these on. I mean, I hope he does. That'd be fantastic marketing for Sue Patrick and our great friends over there. But could you imagine? What if Sark wears this on the sideline?
That'd be
for
great.
A game? Forget just here playing golf today. What if he wears this on the sideline up in Ann Arbor?
That's even better for the cheaters, just to keep the antenna up right here.
Dude, this is a great hat. Like it's a little loud for my style, but like I think of this on the road. You're playing a road game or you're up in Dallas for Texas OU and you want to show everybody who you're rooting for.
There you go.
Dude, that's the hat
Absolutely.
right there. SuePatrick.com. Are these available now?
They're available.
Okay. These must be brand new. SuePatrick.com, or you could go see them, 5222 Burnett Road. They've got free parking. That's awesome.
Yeah, Jay, I don't know how long I need to do this, but I probably need to not do it anymore.
Oh, my gosh. What if Ricky sees you in that lid? What's he going to say?
That dude would wear it out there.
Yeah, I bet he would. I bet we can get Ricky Don in the Sue Patrick hat this morning. Love our friends over there. Fantastic sponsors of Texas Sports Unfiltered. All right. Back to the Longhorns or back to the Cowboys here?
Go to Longhorns. Let's get away from the Cowboys.
All right. So we talked about the day 1 and day 2 draft picks for the University of Texas. But, of course, that wasn't it for the Longhorns. How about 5 day 3 selections for the University of Texas? Excuse me, 6. Did my math wrong. 6 day 3 selections, including the first pick of day 3. The first pick of the 4th round was made by the Carolina Panthers. We already talked about Jonathan Brooks ending up out there. Jatavion Sanders, the first pick of round 4, he goes to Carolina as well.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't surprised. I mean, I was surprised at that particular pick with him going there, but I thought that was probably getting towards the time where he should be picked. You know, I didn't think anything sooner than that.
Yeah, I was thinking late 3rd, early 4th.
Right.
You know, we talked about Devondre Sweat having a pretty tough pre-draft process. Same thing for Jatavion Sanders, right? I mean, at the start of this thing, really at the end of the college football season, I think most people just expected him to be the second tight end off the board, and that wasn't the case, right?
No.
Everyone knew he wasn't Brock Bowers. Nobody's Brock Bowers. That guy's a generation.
Hell, he went late
at tight end. Yeah, he fell outside of the top 10, which was a little bit of a surprise to some folks. But, there ended up being a few tight ends selected before Jatavion Sanders. Didn't have a great combine, right? The 40 time wasn't quite as fast as NFL teams would have wanted. Didn't have a great pro day as well. So he ends up sliding a little bit. But it's the same conversation we just had about Jonathan Brooks, right? Like, it's not ideal to go to a bad team. You'd love to go to a team that has an established quarterback, especially if you're a tight end or a wide receiver. But Jatavion Sanders, I mean, I'm looking at the Panthers depth chart right now. Got Tommy Tremble. You've got Ian Thomas, and you've got Stephon Sullivan.
No, that dude's about to play a lot.
Yeah, you would think. I don't know if JT's going to be a week 1 starter, but you would think he's got an opportunity to crack the rotation early on.
There's no doubt about it. I mean, and to have a young quarterback that maybe he then can hone in on you as his main kind of his security blanket. That's good for JT. I think he's in the right place. I think this worked out pretty well for him.
Yeah, I do too.
Because there are a lot of young established tight ends all around this league. And he's at a place where there's not. And he gets an opportunity. This gives him a great opportunity, I believe.
Well, yeah, that's a great point. Like last year, we saw so many rookie tight ends just come in.
And had good year.
They looked like they were playing in high school, right? I mean, and not all of those guys were first-round selections either. So I'm not saying Jatavion Sanders is going to have a Sam Laporta type of season, but He should get the chance to play early. And I compare him a lot to Gerald Everett. I've seen that comparison before.
Sure.
Maybe if things go really well, it's more of a David Njoku type. I don't think he's quite as big or strong as Njoku, but you talk about a couple of tight ends who have never been amongst the best in the league, but guys who have had long, productive careers and made some money over the course of their time playing. So if things work out for JT Sanders because of his size, because
and
of
it won't
strength,
matter if his 40 time, if he runs in the way he runs in his pads.
You're right. He's a faster play speed guy than underwear guy, and he's great after the catch too. Like we saw that at Texas, right? He's a tough dude to tackle once he gets the ball in his hands. So
it'll depend on. I mean, I don't see him as an online blocker in the NFL. I just don't see him that way.
Yeah.
I mean, he was not always a willing participant when it came to that. So I don't expect all of a sudden he becomes the next level.
Yep.
That's what he's going to do. So they'll probably flank him out a little bit, almost as a slot guy that can do some things. He'll block at times, but he's not an every down. I want to block at that position to take on tackles and big defensive ends. That's not his game.
Now he got better at that.
He did
during his Texas career.
He did.
You're right. I mean, he was never an elite blocker here.
No.
He's got to become a more reliable blocker at the next level if he really wants to get the playing time that we're talking about. Like he's never going to be George Kittle where he's just mauling dudes all the time. But if he can turn into just an average to slightly above average blocker, we know the pass catching ability is there for JT. So he was the 4th round selection for the Longhorns. How about 3 5th round picks? Christian Jones going to Arizona. This one I think was the biggest surprise. Like, look, 11 Longhorns were invited to the combine, so you figured there was at least a decent chance that all 11 would get picked. But I thought the guy who had maybe the smallest percentage chance to get selected was Keenan Robinson. He ends up going in the 5th round to Jacksonville.
Yeah, that was a big surprise.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great special teams guy. Ran a 4.3 something.
Yeah, that ought to tell you what special teams can do for you right there.
Yep. Yeah, and the Jags, it feels like they draft a running back every year. That's just kind of been Trent Baalke's bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know how much Keenan Robinson plays on offense, but he was a weapon when he got on the field for Texas offensively. But, yeah, as a special teams ace, we know how good he is, and teams value that.
Yeah, they'll find a way to get him in games.
Absolutely.
They'll try to scheme him in games. And, of course, he can always get back there with the club on his hand and return kickoff.
Okay, no more clubs on the hand of Keenan Robinson. If that's the only game the Jags watched, then they were not taking Keenan in the 5th round.
Well, you have to remember the new kickoff rule.
Yep,
right?
new kickoff rule that kickoffs will actually be relevant again in the NFL. And, Keenan Robinson was one of the better return men in college football last year. It's a great point, Brock.
Well, and that was the pick that I was most happy about was Keenan Robinson getting drafted because it shows all these, we're getting the number 1 running back every single recruiting cycle. It shows you that, like, being a team player, even if you're not the starter, right, you can still get drafted. You can still go to the league, right?
Well, it tells you what you can do if you're a special teams guy. That if you really stand out on special teams, that gives you a lot of hope as you said, as the 4th team running back. Hey, I got to get on the field. I got to be doing something special in special teams. Right. I need to block punts, block kickoffs, kickoff return, go down there and make tackles. I can make an NFL team as a special teamer.
Yeah, you don't get to just be good at something for 2 years and lay claim to a big time title. But with what Texas has done at the running back position over the last 2 years, it's 5 running backs taken in the last 2 drafts.
For sure,
guys.
You're right.
I mean, with Bijan going in the top 10 last year, Rojo going on day 2, and then to see Brooks and Keenan Robinson go. 4 running backs taken in the last 2. Excuse me. To see Brooks and Keenan Robinson go this year. I'm getting ahead of myself. Like, I think Jaden Blue and CJ Baxter, have a chance to be off the board within the next couple of years as well. Like, I saw some Longhorn fans saying that Texas is RBU. I don't know if we can lay claim to that right now, but with the way Texas has recruited that position.
They've always been RBU,
well,
sir.
Texas was crap U for about 12 years. They weren't anything good U from 2010 to 2000. Yeah. They did with Deontay Foreman in a 5-7 season, putting together 2,000 plus yards. You're right. No, Texas has always had great running backs, but for a while there were other schools who were laying claim to being RBU.
Sure.
Now, Ricky Williams might hear that and say, "What are you talking about, BK?" But it feels like with what Texas is building at that spot, and give Tashard Choice all the credit in the world for developing those guys, this is something that's going to last, and that might be a fair conversation.
Well, between the running back coach and the head coach, because they're getting those players on the field. They're letting them show their skills and what kind of athletes they are. Whether they're the 3rd running back or the 4th running back, they have spots for them on this team that make a difference.
Yep.
And it doesn't matter if they're running the screen game or whatever.
Got a bug on me or something?
I don't want that spider to bite you.
No, right? Yeah, you can't mess with my face. Like, there's nothing you can do that's going to fix that?
Well, no. If he takes a big chunk out of the side of your neck, I don't want you to bleed out on me.
Try to be Spider-Man. You just robbed me of the opportunity to be Peter Parker.
No,
what are you doing,
Peter?
Isn't that based on a true story?
It kind of.
Yeah, well, it could have been me. Not anymore.
Not anymore. It's done.
Thanks for that one, guy. Ruined my life there. So congrats to Keelan Robinson. Yeah, great point, Brock, with the kickoff rules. The Jags getting a good returner, and we'll see if they use him as a part of their offense as well. The third and final fifth-round pick for the Longhorns, Jalen Ford, the linebacker, going 175 overall to the New Orleans Saints. And then 2 sixth-rounders as well. Ryan Watts going to Pittsburgh, and Jordan Whittington, a fan favorite, going to the Rams. You know, Keelan Robinson and Jay Witt were kind of the two guys that I was most worried about in terms of getting drafted. Now, look, we touched on it last week. Sometimes it's good to get undrafted, right?
Because you get to go to where you want to go.
You get to pick where you want to go. Hell, sometimes UDFAs get bigger signing bonuses than late round draft picks.
Sure.
But it's a big time accomplishment for these guys to say that they were drafted, and neither of them went in the 7th round. Like Jay Witt was in the 6th round. Keelan Robinson, as we mentioned, was in the 5th round. So all 11 Longhorns who got invited to the Combine were selected in the first 6 rounds. And, man, for Jay Witt to go to the Rams, Sean McVay, Matt Stafford,
yeah, they'll find
Cooper
a way
Kupp,
to use him.
It's good offensive minds right there and good guys to learn from too.
Yeah, and they'll find a way to use him. They'll find a way to scheme him in the games. I mean, he's not going just to make the team. I think he's going to play.
That's the hope.
Yes.
Right? I mean, he's such a high character guy. There's no question about that. He'll do whatever it takes to make the team. There's no question about the work ethic for Jordan Whittington. We saw that on campus these last few years. Can he stay healthy? Number one. That was obviously something that marred Jay Witt's career here in Austin. But, does he have enough speed and strength and skill?
Yeah, for some reason, I think the best is yet to be seen of him.
I hope you're right.
As a football player.
I hope you're right.
I think he's going to be a really big contribution to special teams.
Oh, no, he's going to be all over that. That's, once again.
Kickoff return, punt.
By the way,
he's going to be all over the place.
When I say that about your 4th-string running back and your 5th wide receiver, that's how you build depth on your football team. That's how your program is built, with guys like that to make things happen, to make real life contributions, whether it's find out where the ball is, make a big tackle, make a big play. We've seen Jordan Whittington do that to help this Texas football team win games.
Yeah, I go back to that
TCU. Yeah,
game,
I mean,
right?
These are things that win games for you. So this is what you need. This is what NFL teams look for, because they need a bunch of guys like that, because they have certain individuals that do so many different individual things, but they don't have a lot of that hard hat guy. You know what I'm saying? They have a bunch of stars. But when you can get those guys that are wide receivers that can come in and do a little bit of everything, I don't care, hold for the snap, go down, make plays on the kickoff team, cover guys on punts, gunner on punts. That's what makes part of your football team.
Is Jordan Whittington going to be the next Cade McCrary? Remember Cade McCrary at Texas was the holder for the Justin Tucker game winner against A&M. He was a wide receiver as well. That's what Jordan Whittington's going to do. Going to be the placeholder for the Rams.
If you need to make the team and make that money,
he'll do it. Hell yeah, he'll do it. And it shouldn't surprise anybody that an NFL team could fall in love with Jordan Whittington just because of what he does off the field and also just the type of determination that he showed on the field. So happy for him, man. And once again, the recap: 2 players selected in the 1st out of Texas, 3 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 3 in the 5th, 2 more in the 6th. It's 11 Longhorns selected, just 2 years removed from having 0 players drafted in all 7 rounds of the NFL draft.
Yeah, I mean, the 11 guys were very deserving of getting that opportunity. Now they just got to go make the best of it.
Let me ask you this, Buck. How are you going to negatively recruit Texas now? I mean,
it's going to be hard.
There's a lot of things you could use against Texas on the recruiting front for a long time. I mean, you could just look at the records in the fall. You could look at the lack of draft picks. You could look at the lack of conference championships. I mean, you could point to a bunch of different things and say, you really want to go there? Like, why don't you just come to Alabama instead? Look what we're doing here. Why don't you just go to Ohio State, LSU? Why don't you just come here instead of going there? It was so easy to talk bad about Texas, and it was almost a miracle that Texas was able to recruit as well as it was because of the on-field struggles and the problems with development that this program has had for over a decade. But now I just wonder, coming off the year Texas had and with what just happened in this draft, how are you going to negatively recruit this school right now?
It's going to be awful hard to do that. You just got to keep winning. Your program has to keep going in that same direction. The trajectory of your team has to continue to rise. It can't take a step back, And as you look at those players, there'll be someone who will say they can't lose that many guys and still be that good. That's going to be the thing that you have to see next in the development of your program. Are you going to stay level? Going to continue to rise? Or are you going to take a step back? So That's to be seen.
You're right. Yeah, if Texas goes out there and is 7-5 next year, then it will be easier to negatively recruit Texas again. But if the Longhorns compete in the SEC in year one, the SEC. Kids love playing in the SEC.
And that's another one of the positives.
Yep, more draft picks out of the SEC than any other conference again, and that's without including Texas and Oklahoma, who are technically Big 12 schools for this year's draft. If Texas goes out there and competes in the toughest league in the sport, and they're right there in the college football playoff discussion again, then I just don't know what teams are going to do.
It'll be hard to do that. It'll be hard. I mean, you're talking about helping the ships rise, the tide rises. We're just helping Texas A&M, as a matter of fact. Now the rest of the SEC is going to be looking at them going, wow, so you guys aren't as bad as we think. Yeah, you are. You are as bad as we think. But that other group down there in Austin is pretty dadgum good.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a big deal. 11 guys being drafted is huge. It's just and I didn't think that. I thought maybe 7 at the most.
I was thinking 9. If you asked me before the draft to guess how many Longhorns get selected, I would have said 9. I would have said Jay Witt's going to be a UDFA, and I would have said Keelan Robinson is going to be a UDFA. But once again, Keelan goes in the 5th, Jay Witt goes in the 6th. None of those guys were even close to being UDFAs.
No.
Right? Like Michigan had 13 players drafted, but 3 of their guys were picked in the 7th round. So Texas had more players picked in the first 6 rounds than any other school out there this year. So people trust Sark. Obviously, he's got a bunch of NFL ties from his time in the NFL. And I guess people just loved what they saw from this Texas football team last year to feel like all of these dudes are worthy of spending a pick on.
Yeah, I mean, they're talented guys. As I said, they have some specialties about them that it's just hard to find. You go ahead and say, well, I want to take this tackle, or I want to take this, and for Christian Jones, I mean, you know about a guy who's worked his rear end off to get to where he has to. That's a good pick. That's a young man that's really, really worked hard. He stuck around this place. He could have gone off, got a job, done something else, but he wanted to be an NFL player. He wanted to see it as far as he could go, and then,
could have worked for Enterprise.
Could have worked for Enterprise. That's right, because, they do hire an awful lot of college athletes.
The Christian Jones pick, like if you're Steve Sarkisian, when you bring a recruit in, you need to show them.
Absolutely.
2 years ago, we could not have gotten this kid out of Texas fast enough.
Yeah.
Right? He was terrible.
Yep.
Objectively awful. Last year he was really good, and then this year he's a draft pick. It's the development, and props to Kyle Flood because
dude, they can say the same for
incredible.
Jordan Whittington. For Jordan Whittington to even be drafted, that was a free agent. He was looking at a free agency. That's what he was looking at. This is about development. This is totally about development and the trust that the NFL has in the head coach here and his staff. That's what that's about. Like you just said, that's all about development.
Kyle Flood might be the best offensive line coach in the country, right? So to have him here at Texas, I mean, he's done a tremendous job with recruiting and with development. And I agree, Christian Jones is a great piece of evidence that this coaching staff can point to. Like, hey, man, just trust the process. Like, come here. You might not be the most talented kid. You might have some ups and downs, but we will find a way to get the most out of you.
Absolutely.
And let you reach your potential. So, happy for all of those guys. Steve Sarkisian released a pretty lengthy statement after the draft was over. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'll read just the very end of it. He said, quote, "They left their mark in the proud and storied history of Texas football once again and set one heck of a standard in our program going forward. I couldn't be prouder and can't wait to follow all of them as they take their talents to the NFL," end quote. They're talking about the 11 Texas draft picks. So an awesome, awesome weekend for the Texas football program, and more reason for you and everybody else to believe that Texas is truly back, and this thing is going to stay back for a long while.
Yes, as I said, I can't wait till June now.
Can't wait till June.
Can't wait till June and see what happens in June.
I can't wait till August. I mean, I'm excited for June too.
Sure.
Just August 31st, man. Week 1, game 1 against Colorado State. I can't get here soon.
Absolutely. Are we here now? I mean, it feels like it out here.
It does feel like a late August day here in Austin, Texas right now.
It is hot.
It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
I know.
I'm going to need a change of shirts. I got to go Gary Patterson on this thing.
There you go.
Have a change of clothes out here. Man. All right, before we get into the Cowboys and the Texans and what the 2 Texas NFL teams did in the draft, we also have some Longhorn baseball to talk about, some Texas softball to get into, and hopefully some fun conversations as more and more folks start to show up here at Barton Creek Country Club. Let's give a few more shout-outs to a few more sponsors.
How about our good friends over at Relax the Back? For years I've been trying to get the comfort for surgery that I had. I had a reconstructive thoracic back, and I've looked everywhere, and then I discovered Relax the Back. folks, Relax the Back embraces a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Now, I'm not in my road chair. Why did I bring? This is a perfect place. I live right down the street here.
You don't have a road chair.
I do have a road chair.
No, you're lying.
Jason got me a road chair. Maybe I was just worried about it because of the wheels. I may roll off the back of here, so I didn't bring my road chair.
Yep.
Plus, I'm going to give you the road chair. But, folks, I've got a chair in my office that I just love from Relax the Back that I got about 15 years ago, and I haven't changed the chair. I love the way it gives me support in my thoracic, my lumbar area, my shoulders, my forearms, the whole works. And you can find the same thing at Relax the Back. Human scale office chairs, of course, they got the zero gravity recliners just for you, massage chairs, the whole works. And they've got 2 wonderful locations right around the corner here at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free folks like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to RTB. My folks just bought a chair from Relax
Yes,
the Back.
they did.
Should be showing up in the mail here in the not-too-distant future. They are stoked about it. Super easy buying process as well. Speaking of super easy buying process, how about SendTexTickets.com?
Oh, for sure.
If you're looking for tickets to anything, Texas baseball, Texas softball, any concert coming to town, any comedy show coming to town, they've got them for you. SendTexTickets.com. It's so easy. Log on your phone or your computer. You can get all of the tickets right there, and the tickets will be sent right to your phone.
Love it.
So easy to use. Love our friends at SendTexTickets.com. And, of course, you're supporting local every time you buy SendTex. I get there's plenty of ticket brokers out there, but you're getting great prices, and you're supporting great people with SendTexTickets.com.
Now, if you look around here and you see, if you walk around this building and see the gardens that are done here, our good friends at Leaf Landscape Supply Services, of course. I was out. I said I wouldn't go out this weekend into the garden. Yes, but I did. And after the rains, my gardens look wonderful, and so do my roses and all the flowers that I have in my garden. And yours can look the same. If you're thinking about doing some, speaking of reconstructing, how about reconstructing your yard and landscape? Well, Leaf Landscape and Supply Services, Monterey Oaks 290 South, of course, in Pond Springs Road up north. Go see the experts at Leaf Landscaping and Supplies. Find out about the fertilizers. No, and it's too late now to put in the roses. I'll just tell you that right now. We're almost coming up on May in a few days, but you don't want to put them in now. It's too late.
It's too hot?
It's too hot.
Okay.
It's too hot for the roses, but there are other shrubs and trees that you can still plant. And after the way we've had this rain, your garden can look fantastic, whether you want to do the landscaping yourself or talk to the experts, of course, at Leaf Landscape Supply Services. How's your plant doing? How's the one on the back porch?
I think it's still alive.
Looks good, I bet.
Yeah, it's blooming.
Yeah, with this rain, it's actually have a little flower on it.
Is that the word? Blooming?
Blooming, yeah. There's a little flower that comes up, isn't it?
A couple little flowers.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
I can keep the plant alive.
I'm talking about not just a plant with a couple of leaves. You have flowers blooming on yours?
I think that's what they're called.
That's the
little red things.
Those little red things, little pink things. Yes, good job.
Yeah, that's not part of the stem or anything.
No. That's part of the flowering.
Now, can I smoke that?
No, you cannot.
It is Ricky Williams' golf tournament after all. Can I smoke the desert rose that I have growing on my balcony right now?
It's not the same kind of plant. Do not try to smoke the desert rose.
I'll ask Rick for some of that stuff later.
Yeah.
You should be okay.
Yeah, he'll have something for you.
Absolutely. Hey, it is toasty out here. Cool down with a nice cold Altstat beer.
There you go.
Speaking of Altstat beer, the best beer that you can find. We also have some TSU koozies.
Oh yeah, please.
Out here. I think Brock's going to put a couple in the carts and basically just force our way into these golf carts. So
there you go.
Players on the
Smart
course
move.
will be rocking the TSU koozies today. But Altstat beer is perfect for your TSU koozie, perfect for any koozie because it's the perfect beer. Brewed locally in Fredericksburg, available wherever you get your beer, all throughout the state of Texas. HEB. You can go to the liquor store as well. 34 Wine and Spirits, Specs, Twin Liquors, any of those places. They've got Altstat beer. And whatever you have going on, maybe you just have a case of the Mondays today and you need a little something
after the draft
to get you through after the draft, after the busy sports weekend that we just had. It doesn't matter what the reason is. There's always a good reason to drink Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets.
If you need a non-alcoholic drink, you can go to our friends over there at Big Hat. I see their Flop Shot. They got the All-Stars. I mean, the Big Hat ladies out there. We met Matt again today, promotions director at Big Hat. And boy, it is something. Let me tell you, I had a couple of those mocktails, the margarita over the weekend, over ice, while watching the draft. Delicious for me. All the ingredients that I need for my digestive system without the alcohol. I said, I'll let you do the alcohol.
I don't do the alcohol. I drink the alcohol.
You drink the alcohol up.
I do indeed. But the mocktails, I've had the mocktails. They taste good.
Yes,
The
mojito
don't
and the
need
margaritas.
The
Oh no, you don't. That it's a great drink, and the ginger in them are delicious, man. Really, really good stuff.
Absolutely.
From our good friends at Big Hat.
BigHatSpirits.com, the website for more information about the products and about where you can purchase them as well. But they're trying to go statewide here in the not too distant future. So right now, Big Hat's only in Austin, but they've got big plans here in 2024. They've got fantastic drinks without a doubt. Want to hear from Jerry Jones?
Yes, please. We heard from him last week, and what a circus that was.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's as bad as some of what we heard last week. Remember, Jerry Jones told us that the Cowboys were picking 24th overall because they were the 24th best team in the NFL last year, which might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard anyone say in my life, and I've heard a lot of dumb things in my life. I have to listen to myself talk after all. Here's Jerry Jones. The Cowboys spent 3 draft picks on offensive linemen, right? They had 8 picks. 3 of them went on O-linemen, including their first-round pick, which was Tyler Guyton out of Oklahoma.
And we're happy about that.
Here is Jerry Jones talking about going O-line heavy, no pun intended, in this year's draft.
But this is a year where a lot of offensive linemen are. Why do you rob banks? Because that's where the money is. That's the old deal. But seriously, just a comment to get us started here. This was a good year for us to zero in on that offensive line, and it was a good conceptual thought, but it fell to where we could do that as well. So that's reflected in our group.
What is he, the head of the James gang or something? Robbing banks?
Dude, the guy has a metaphor for everything. He cannot get through.
How does he use these things that don't make any sense?
He can't get through a single press conference answer without a metaphor or simile or anecdote.
Basically without some bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. That's the right word to use here. I'm trying to give him
really,
credit.
Jerry?
But, you got to rob banks because that's where the money is.
Oh, my goodness.
And I guess O-linemen were the bank.
See Jesse James now?
I don't even know what he is, man.
Jesse Jerry?
See Jerry Jones in the Departed sequel.
My goodness.
The next Goodfellas. Jerry Jones is going to be acting. He's about as old as those actors.
You know what?
Now.
That's my good laugh. That's a great way to start out a Monday, too. There's my Cowboys laugh for the week already. He was terrible last week. This one right here, I don't know if it's – no, you're right. It's not as bad as last week.
Let's hear him from last week talking about how the Cowboys were all in. Don't forget Zeke Elliott back on the Cowboys. That signing went down this morning. So Dallas, despite having 8 picks, did not spend a single one on a running back, even though that was maybe their biggest need going into the weekend. They did get Zeke, which means they are all in.
We feel about where we've been in this free agency. We feel great about what we've been in free agency. All in. All in. All in. We're all in with these young guys coming on. And we're all in with this draft. You have to have rookies contribute, or you aren't getting the value that you need to have. These are your lesser paid as far as the other relative to veterans. They're going to the good ones are going to get paid to have other days of more pay. But that's got to meld in with the overall management or it doesn't work because you've got 10 players getting 70% of the money.
Oh, so eventually at 68 going on 70 years old, going on 69 years old, I'm going to sound like that in a couple of years. Will you make sure that I don't have a headset on by that time? Can you make me a salesperson?
We're going to force you out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, really.
We'll call it a mutual parting of the ways, but everyone will know what it is.
I mean, what in the hell just went on there?
We're not going to let you turn into Lee Corso here.
My goodness, Jerry.
Yeah. I mean, the guy just rambles on and on and on like Led Zeppelin. It's crazy. It is crazy. That should be a new bit on our show. Like once a week, I just go back and find an old Jerry Jones clip where he has no idea what he's talking about, and we just go back and play it.
I told you they're all in. They're all in on Mike McCarthy, them blaming him for everything that's happened that's coming up this season.
They're all in on going 7-10 this year.
They're all in on that, but they're going to have a scapegoat. They're going to have everything all lined up so that they get a whole new staff. Mm-hmm. Everything is going to be new with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Except for they're still going to have to pay Micah Parsons and the quarterback. Sorry. You're not going to get away with that.
And CeeDee Lamb, too.
Oh, let's not forget that, too. Those checks have yet to be cashed or paid yet too, so you're gonna have to do that.
What'd you think of the Cowboys draft overall? Once again, 8 picks, 3 offensive linemen.
I'm fine with the offensive linemen.
Yeah.
They had to. I'm fine with the kid from Oklahoma. I think that's a good pick. There's some things that he'll get better at, but when it comes to offensive line play, I'm not going to be upset that the Cowboys took an offensive lineman because I think they do a good job. They haven't done a bad job in picking offensive linemen over the last 10 years. 15 years. They've done a great job. They picked some really, whether they're first-round picks, second, third-round picks, they've done a good job in the offensive line.
Especially with the first-rounders, right?
Yes.
The last 4 first-round
Hall of
offensive
Famers,
linemen the
possibly.
Cowboys have picked. They're all Pro Bowl players. 2 of them are surefire Hall of Famers with Tyron Smith and Zach Martin. Travis Frederick was on his way to a Hall of Fame career.
Absolutely.
May have retired a little bit too early to get to Canton, but that guy was maybe the best center in football for a few years. And then Tyler Smith, much maligned a couple of years ago. He's turned into a Pro Bowl caliber player for the Cowboys. So, yeah, you give them the benefit of the doubt. I'll tell you what, I love the 3rd-round pick. Cooper Beebe, the interior O-lineman out of K-State.
Absolutely.
And that guy was one of my favorite prospects in this draft
I
class.
thought he went late.
I did too. I expected him to go late round 2, maybe early round 3. I didn't think he'd be on the board when the Cowboys selected, but they got the pick from Detroit. So that was part of the first-round trade down, right? When Dallas moved from 24 to 29, still ended up with the offensive lineman that they wanted. They picked up that extra 3rd from the Lions, and they turned that in to a guy who might be this team's starting center this year. And Cooper Beebe played guard at K-State, but I think the Cowboys drafted him with every anticipation that he is going to compete for that starting center spot this year. So I think that guy's a sure thing. I really do. I love Midwest offensive linemen. I feel like those guys pan out more than offensive linemen drafted from anywhere else in the country. Love Cooper Beebe's game. He's a great kid as well. That might have been my favorite pick the Cowboys made all weekend.
Yeah, I wasn't down at any of those 3 offensive linemen they took on. I just said they need this. They got to start rebuilding the offensive line. I don't care who's running the ball, whether it's Zeke, which that still makes me laugh.
Come on, Zeke Elliott next season, 340 yards, 8 touchdowns, 3 fumbles lost.
Wow.
He's just going to be the goal line back.
Well, and that's fine. Once again, it's like, why would you do that? Why would you spend $3 million on a goal line back? Just because that's what you're doing. He's going to be their short yardage guy. One thing he does have, he has a nose for the goal line.
Sure.
But somebody said, but you don't have to pay that much, and you can go find a nose for the goal line. That's not paying much.
$3 million is about as cheap as you could be.
But why would you bring that back? Why would you rerun that?
Because that's Jerry. He loves his guys. He is loyal to the guys that he loves. And remember, he spent a top 5 draft pick on that guy.
Yeah, but that's not his fault. That's your fault. That's the fans' fault. No, it's the contract. The second contract is the one that's the fans' fault.
You're right.
Jerry did sign him and get that done the first time around. And everybody was excited about it, and rightfully so. But the second time around, that was the fans' fault.
I didn't like the pick when it happened. I wanted Jalen Ramsey. The Cowboys could have had, I think it was the 2016 NFL draft. They picked 4th overall.
Right.
They could have had Jalen Ramsey in the 1st round and Derrick Henry in the 2nd round.
And you'd have been just fine with that.
They ended up with Zeke and Jalen Smith. Jalen Smith was very good. Like, no one was really complaining about Zeke and Jalen for a while.
Right.
But then Jalen Smith, all the medical issues caught up to him, and his career fell off hard. And then Zeke, obviously, he's a running back. Like, you don't take running backs that high, especially if they're not weapons out of the backfield, like a Bijan Robinson type. So, the Cowboys, it's not like they totally flopped with those picks, but knowing that they could have had Jalen Ramsey and Derrick Henry instead, that's a tough pill to swallow.
Yeah, it is. It still is. You're right.
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. Marshawn Kneeland, the 2nd-round pick for the Cowboys, lesser-known player from Western Michigan. He's the edge rusher they took, 6'3", about 270. The good news for Cowboys fans, this guy's a very good run defender. He is more polished as a run stopper than he is as a pass rusher. And I don't know if you watched the Cowboys play last year, especially if you watched that game against Green Bay in the playoffs, they need help stopping the run.
Yes, they do.
So Marshawn Kneeland will hopefully come in and be a part of that D-end rotation. Now, they've got Micah. They've got DeMarcus Lawrence. Those are the starting edges. DeMarcus Lawrence's contract does expire after this year, so maybe this is the future plan for the Cowboys there. But Dallas also did lose Dorrance Armstrong and Dante Fowler in free agency who play at that edge spot.
Well, I thought they got
Hey, everybody, it's Double R there. I was actually getting ready for Chaos Theory coming up here in just a little bit, and I saw the guys drop, so I think I'd pop in right here for just a second while Bucky and BK work. Brock is out with them. They are, of course, out there at the Ricky Williams event out at Barton Creek, so hopefully we'll get those guys right back on here in just a matter of time. That's the beauty of doing some of these things remotely. When you start doing stuff like that, you're always at the mercy of Wi-Fi and hotspots. That's how you talk about. Wi-Fi and hotspots are great. Yeah, they're great till they don't fucking work. That is kind of the thought with that right there. But just great conversation that we've been watching throughout the morning. Yeah, Loper, great call right there. Great call right there. Where I think it is about that time, because there's definitely an issue there at first base. It's just been one that's been going on and on and on and on, and it's not getting any better. But hey, mark my words, and I'll do it on Bucky and BK show. That way you can't hold me to it on Chaos Theory. But after winning two in the last 2 days right there, you get a day off for the Astros, and then they're going to be back at it once again. So hopefully this is the turnaround, Gabe. This is the turnaround. What's going to happen? What's going on, Rue? What's going on, y'all? You guys, Steven, Rob. Something just kind of went awry over at Barton Creek. So I know that they're working to get all that back in order, and they've got a stacked 9 o'clock hour. So hopefully they'll be able to get all of that put together. But just with the conversation right there, and of course, you heard the breaking news earlier, something that I was going to go into a little bit of detail with Wags here coming up at 10 a.m. The massive signing of Zeke Elliott back to the Dallas Cowboys on a 1-year, $3 million deal, $2 million of that guaranteed. So I guess we can think about that whatever we want to think about. I know on our show that I've been talking about that a lot, but I was half-assed kidding when I talked about it being a really good move. So I guess we'll find out what happens right there. But coming out of the NFL draft with the 11 Texas players that were drafted there in the first 6 rounds, what the morning show's been talking about this morning, and that's just been unbelievable to see. When you want to talk about progress and when you want to talk about programs going in the right direction, and that's been the problem here, in the recent history of the University of Texas, is that you don't see any progress. You don't see anything going in the right direction. But when and I heard Bucky and BK talking this morning with the productivity that's coming back. I mean, obviously you're going to miss everything that is gone. You're going to miss all of those guys that are no longer going to be a part of this program anymore. But the whole thing is, when you look at what's coming back, and it's, the running back room with Jonathan Brooks. And yes, thank you all for the tweets. My poor wife, when Brooks goes to Carolina, I threw an all-out shit fit when that went, because, again, what have I been talking about? The Cowboys and Jerry Jones. But all of that productivity that now you are thinking that you're going to be missing, you've got a lot of productivity that's still sitting there. So again, a very good haul for the Longhorns that go early on, and I think even though it's at Carolina with JB and with Jonathan Brooks and Jatavion Sanders about to be teammates in the NFL with Carolina, that is great. Good for those guys. I do wish it was with a different franchise. Got a lot of friends. I got a lot of folks that work in the racing industry over in Carolina that are Carolina Panthers fans and followers. And yeah, so I don't know. CB. Yeah, that's kind of my whole point right here is you've got running backs sitting there. I talked on Friday about all the different ones. If you're not going to get John Brooks, there are other running backs. For crying out loud, how long did it take for a running back to get drafted? There were plenty of running backs for you to take. And no, you're going to go with the proven commodity. You're going to go back to Zeke Elliott. And that's, hey, you know, maybe it's a genius move. Maybe there's something there with Zeke. Maybe I will say with Zeke Elliott, the times that we saw him with the Patriots last year, I mean, it was very sporadic. It was a running back by committee, what we saw there, what he was doing in New England, and it was okay. It was better than what we saw, you know, in his final years here with his final year with the Cowboys, where he was sharing that duty there with Tony Pollard. But, I mean, I don't know. You know, the dude's, 28, 29 years old. So there's still some legs left in there. I can tell you that probably, I think the last year that he was with the Cowboys, I've had an acquaintance that knows him well, that knows Zeke extremely well, actually spent a lot of time with Zeke Elliott. And he said, this dude is, he's on his last legs. The dude's tired. The dude's wore out. The dude's been ridden hard and put up wet, as they say. Maybe that little bit of time, that I don't know. That's about all you can hang your hat on, I think, at this point for Zeke Elliott. If that's really the plan moving forward on what your running back is going to be, or what your running back situation is going to be. Double D, glad I'm not rooting for the Cowboys after 39 years. Yeah, you know, I got to tell you. And talking about, let me get back to that. I'm sorry about that. What team should I root for other than the Texans? Hey, do like everybody else and root for the Chiefs. You know, I've got lifetime friends that now swear to me that they have been lifelong Kansas City Chiefs fans. And I'm like, well, what about that year Atlanta was good? You were a lifelong Atlanta Falcon fan. And what about all those years you were a lifelong Buffalo Bills fan? What about that? So, yeah, I mean, root on the Chiefs. I mean, that's the easy win right there. I mean, you're not going to go wrong with that. You've got Double D, you got plenty. You got plenty to go with right there. And here, yeah, Rob, this is kind of another thought there with Elliott. Maybe there is something that he learned in his time there with Bill Belichick that he can bring back to Coach McCarthy. I don't know. I don't know if that's really what's going to be the case right there. I mean, this really stems on how much are you going to be able to get out of the guy. That really is going to be the question. And quite frankly, the other question is going to be who's going to do this with him, because it's very clear that Zeke is not going to be your every down back. I mean, that can't happen. That's not going to happen anymore. So with that being said, I mean, Rico Dowdle, Deuce Vaughn's a friend of mine. I called a lot of Deuce Vaughn games, but I don't think that that trio of running backs is what's going to propel you moving forward with that running back situation. I don't know. Could be wrong. I hope I am. And I think probably Cowboy fans do as well. Want to hit a quick spot? Want to talk about our friends at Covert BK? Of course, we talk about them all the time. Since 1909, the Covert family of dealerships just doing amazing work. How about a word from our friends over at Covert BK and covertbk.com?
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Absolutely. Nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now and not ever. And of course, how about a word from our man, Tom McKay? This is the best time, especially with NHL playoffs, NBA playoffs. You got NASCAR going on. We're going into the month of May. I'm super fired up as it'll be the month of the Indianapolis 500. There's not a better way to watch the Indianapolis 500 and that entire month of May with the Grand Prix there in the middle of the month. And then the 500 coming up at the end. And on Tom McKay audio-visual consultations set up. How about a word from our man, Tom?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audio-Visual Consultations. Today's home electronics can be a bit daunting. My company has spent the last 36 years making sure they are not. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all your home electronics needs. We carry all the major brands of televisions and stereo equipment at prices you can't find in stores. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. We believe in having some fun and dreaming big. You have a dream for your home entertainment? Let us know. We can make it come true. And we are always there to help after the job is done. We cultivate clients for a lifetime by treating everyone like their family. No, not those family members. I'm talking about the ones you actually like. So relax, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and smile. Then, when you have a moment, give us a call at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Absolutely. Tom McKay, avconsultations.com. So, yeah, we really can turn this segment into who's going to be your new team if you are swearing off the Dallas Cowboys. I don't think I'm going to quite go Skip Bayless and burn all my stuff, but I think this year, if you're going to be a Cowboys fan, it's a matter of setting those expectations a little bit better. And maybe this is the time because, last year, if you think about this time last year, you probably, it was like Super Bowl or bust. It was more a matter of how is this team not going to get to the NFC Championship game and, get past that second round. I think that was more of the question. How is that not going to happen more than so much as it has been in the past? How the hell are they going to screw this up? Which I think a lot of us probably were still thinking, how in the hell are they going to screw this up? And I'm totally with you, Jake. I mean, 7-10, I think is totally, I mean, I think that's totally realistic. You look at the frustrating part, I think, and let's just look at the NFC East. And this is, we can get into other conversations about other contenders, but I'm just looking at the division because as we all know, you always have a division where somebody is going to get a playoff spot. Somebody's going to get, it can be a bad division, whatever the case can be. For several years, it's been the NFC East where you had, 500 or a sub 500 to just under sub 500 team that went into the playoffs and hosted a playoff game. But the Commanders have gotten better. The Eagles have gotten better. The Giants, well, I don't really know. Have the Giants gotten better? I don't really know. I think the Giants and the Cowboys both are just kind of head scratchers right there where you go back and forth with what the hell are they doing? But it's you haven't done anything to improve your football team, and you've lost more than you've gained. Very much an understatement that I'll make this morning because and you've lost pivotal pieces when you've got holes in the offensive line. We've been talking this morning about the running back situation. We don't know what's going to happen there. And then you've got a coach that is probably, I don't want to say it's a lame duck coach, but you've got a coach that the fire under his seat is so hot. I bet he doesn't even, he can hover over that thing and he feels the heat coming up on him, how hot that seat is right now. And you've got a quarterback that is doing a quarterback in the final year of his contract that his status remains unknown. And I will say, for the folks that are not fans of Dak Prescott, Dak Prescott is handling this in a very professional manner, in my opinion, because you've got folks that aren't in camp because or not in camp, that are not at, OTAs, that are not at these team functions right now because of uncertain contracts and different situations, whatever those nuances may be. But Dak Prescott has gone in and he's doing his job. He's doing his job. I mean, he signed a contract paying him X amount for X amount of time, and he is fulfilling what he is supposed to be doing with that. So while we can complain about not being able to get this team over the playoff hump, about not the things that Dak Prescott has not done, showed up in prime time, won playoff games. The one question that you have never had about Dak Prescott, well, I guess maybe we did, but those charges seem to have gone away that had popped up there in Dallas with the female and the incident. Y'all catch that? That was a couple of weeks ago. That case just kind of fizzled, gone. I think that that female said, no, not worth the trouble. Dak Prescott is gone, and he's always done the right thing. He's always done the right thing, and that's what he's doing right now, and good for him. you will definitely give him that. Daryl G, the last running back drafted was Tony Pollard in 2019. Yeah, and Deuce, Deuce was a later, with Deuce, a later draft pick right there. But I don't know if I want to call that nepotism, but I will call that a flyer. They took a flyer right there. It just happened to be that Chris Vaughn was a part of the staff. Back out to Barton Creek. Let's take a look, see if we got the guys back.
Thanks, Double R.
Hey, there we go.
We must have been gone.
We were on the app. I know that for sure.
That's
but,
important.
We went off on YouTube. So thank you for that, Double R. Yeah, I think it's just so hot out here. I think my computer overheated, which caused StreamYard to maybe crap out on us. So literally, I'm putting the laptop under our table drink that we have here.
You got to be careful with that, BK, because I can tell you at that event a few years ago where Bucky's still waiting for his refund, I fried up all kinds of stuff out there trying to do remote stuff. So y'all be careful out there.
About my refund that I didn't get? Do you know people that I can talk to about that refund?
I know nothing. Hey, call the fours. Call the fours. Quinn Ewers. Call the fours. I'll get you hooked up. All right, guys. Y'all have a great rest of the show. I'll be hanging out if you need me.
You're the man.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you, Double R. Yeah, apologies for some technical difficulties this morning. Brock, actually, while you're here, can you get that box or something to block, to just cover the sun from this? Make sure
there's the heater right there.
None of our other equipment gets fried while we're out here. We're happy to be out here. It's an awesome golf course.
Wow.
It's going to be an amazing event. The Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble out here at the Fazio Canyons course at Barton Creek Country Club. But it is a little toasty. And look, we've got a great backdrop. We're happy that the driving range is behind us, but we are out in the sun this morning. So I guess
this thing says flammable, and you put it up here, it's going to blow up.
What is that? A little firework, a little popper or something? There you go. Just put it.
There you go.
Nice. That's what we need right there. I really should put my face behind that.
I'm sure it's very aesthetic. It's a very aesthetic box.
We got what's in the box. I recreate the movie 7 here, which that movie's incredible. I waited until like last year to watch that movie for the first time, and it's like a top 10 movie for me.
There you go.
I freaking love that one. So we're back on here at Barton Creek Country Club, and we're excited to be out here this morning. As we were talking NFL draft, I don't know how much of that you people out there heard, but winners and losers from the draft. The quarterbacks, obviously, huge winners. I mean, 6 of them going in the first 12 picks, unprecedented number. And look, we'll see. I mean, the NFL draft, the history of the NFL draft tells you that 3 of them will turn out to be franchise guys, if we're lucky. So
maybe 2.
There are going to be some teams who regret their picks. There are going to be some of these teams who took quarterbacks this year who need new quarterbacks within the next 2 or 3 seasons.
No doubt about it.
So which guys – we can go one by one, or we could just go, which guy do you think is in the best situation to succeed of those 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12, and which guy maybe you think has his work cut out for him the most?
I think the top 2 are going to be just fine.
Caleb Williams in Chicago and Jaden Daniels in Washington.
I believe those 2 will be just fine.
I think the best thing going for Jaden Daniels and the worst thing going for Cowboys fans is the fact that Dan Snyder is out of the picture.
Yeah.
Right.
For sure.
Like I've said it since my radio career started over a decade ago.
Once he's done,
I was never worried about Washington. I don't care if they were the Redskins, the football team, or the Commanders. I don't care what the hell you call them. I was never worried about the Washington football franchise for as long as Dan Snyder was in charge.
Yeah.
Now he's gone. The team's sold. So you feel like, okay, it's
there's
a new
some saying
day.
the same about Jerry,
Yeah. Well, yeah. At least Jerry has a track record.
Yes.
I think Dan Snyder took over Washington kind of after they'd won their Super Bowl. So Jerry at least can stake claim to 3 Super Bowls, but the last 3 decades have been disastrous. We all know that. But yeah, Dan Snyder never had any faith in him. Now he's out of the picture, and it feels like Washington can actually turn things
I agree
around.
with you, yes.
So, man, Dan Quinn, I thought that was a very good hire. Dan Quinn, responsible for the biggest choke job in Super Bowl history, but I bring up the stat all the time. There's never been a coach win a Super Bowl for 2 different teams.
True.
So I actually like that from a Washington standpoint, that Dan Quinn didn't win that game, because I have more faith that he can win a Super Bowl there than he would have if he did win that game, as weird as that might sound on its surface. I think that was a good hire. I think they've accumulated some nice pieces over the years.
Had a really good draft.
And they've got the quarterback. Yeah, they need the quarterback. And they've got the guy in Jane Daniels who came out of nowhere last year. It's probably a 4th or 5th round pick going into the college football season. He wins the Heisman, puts up historic numbers for LSU.
He's had great numbers.
And then a lot of teams, I mean, hell, you heard Bill Belichick like raving about Jade Daniels. He was his favorite quarterback in this draft class. And I think for a lot of guys, he was the top QB in this class. So for Washington to get him just sticking and picking it too, I think that could work out really well for them.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And once again, BK, for the draft itself, having Nick Saban as part of the broadcast was was great for me. I mean, that kept me back even on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just to hear Coach Saban and the way he was breaking down players that he had played against, that he knew from recruiting.
You were on the ABC telecast?
I was on that telecast. I thought they did a fantastic job.
I was watching the Belichick one. I thought he crushed it.
He was with McAfee?
He was with McAfee.
Okay.
He was incredible.
Yeah, they had a lot of options, man. I mean, this draft has turned into such a monumental event.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, over 700,000 people in person in Detroit.
They ended up with a record.
Set the record, right? They set the round one record, but also set the full weekend record, too. And you can watch it on the NFL Network, on ESPN, on ABC, on all of these simulcasts. Like, this thing is such a fun event, which is why it was so great for Texas, because everybody and their mother got to see 11 Longhorns get drafted in the first 6 rounds.
Worked out well.
It worked out really, really well right there. But, okay, so Jaden Daniels, you feel good about the top 2. Who's the guy you don't feel so good about? You've got Penix in Atlanta. You've got McCarthy in Minnesota. You've got Bo Nix to Denver. Those were the last 3 of those top 6.
Yeah, it'll be interesting with Bo Nix in Denver with Coach Payton, how that goes for him. That's the one that I don't know. I mean, does he remind you anything of Drew Brees?
Well, that was the comp you got.
I kept getting that comp, and I'm like, really?
I think most of that comp had to do with the fact that, it's Sean Payton who's going to be.
That's more than anything, right?
His head coach. But, I mean, Drew Brees, not the strongest arm in the world, was really good.
And not the type of runner that Bo Nix is.
And in the middle of the field, Bo Nix a little bit better of an athlete, I think, coming out of school. But Bo Nix doesn't have the accuracy that Drew Brees has, obviously. But, hey, Drew Brees was an early second-round pick and turned out to be a Hall of Fame quarterback.
Absolutely.
Bo Nix taken a little bit higher in the draft. He's old. He's got a chance to start right away, right? Like, we're talking about Michael Penix Jr.
At 24.
Even though he's old, he's not starting right away. Atlanta already told us, like, no, this is Kirk Cousins' team for at least a couple of years.
What, you think he's going to start over Gucci DiNucci?
Yeah, that's it. You got Gucci Ben DiNucci up there in Denver.
Yeah.
You've got the mother. Got to be careful here. We're out in public. But Zach Wilson is there in Denver. Hide your wives, hide your moms for that guy.
And your mom's friend.
And you've got who else did they bring in? Jarrett Stidham is the other quarterback in Denver. So it's a bad quarterback room, but Bo Nix is 24 years old already. Like, he might be the week 1 starter, even though he was the last of those 6 first-round QBs.
And once again, the whole Penix thing was the one that killed me, is the fact that guy's 24 years old.
Yeah.
What were they thinking about? He's got 2 shoulders, 2 bad knees.
Well, most people do have 2 shoulders.
2 bad shoulders.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, if he had 1 shoulder, that would be
2 surgically repaired shoulders.
Yep. That'd be an issue.
If you look at that move, it's wild that he's 25. In best case scenario, you're going to get 0 production from him for 3 years.
At least 2.
Yeah, at least he'll be 28 before he even starts a game.
It'll be we're seeing quarterbacks play until their late 30s. So, but why would you do that? I mean, why would you do that now? There's other needs that you had in Atlanta.
Oh, yeah, they've been talking about winning now. And that division, the NFC South, is so bad, and the NFC is way more open than the AFC.
They could have had any defensive player in the draft.
They could have had Latu. They could have had Dallas Turner. They could have had a corner.
Myron Murphy.
Mitchell. Yeah, that defense is not good. It cost them a lot last year, and it's a head-scratching pick. So for me, that's the easy answer. The quarterback who is going to have the toughest time figuring it out is Michael Penix Jr.
True.
Not really a shot at him. It's just a shot at the situation. Like, Kirk Cousins, he's got 2 years guaranteed on that deal, but it's a 4-year contract. And like Brock said, I mean, they want – I assume they want Kirk Cousins to play. I assume they want him to play all 4.
Well, they want him to play 6.
Right, in that best case scenario.
For sure, for them.
Cousins, when he was introduced at his press conference, was like, man, I want to retire here. Like, I know I bounced around. I mean, I was Washington.
This is the best place.
I was Minnesota, but, like, this is where I want to be. And then, like, 2 months later, they draft his replacement.
Oh, yeah, he was shaking his head going, what in the hell are they doing here?
Insane.
See, I have a completely different viewpoint. I think the quarterback in the best situation is by far J.J. McCarthy.
Okay.
Because you have –
he does play for my Minnesota Vikings. I wouldn't say that.
And the Vikings suck.
Well, he has one of the best play callers in football.
He does?
Right? He has the best receiver in football. He has a top 3 tight end, and he has 2 franchise tackles. Right?
Yep.
You couldn't ask for a better situation. Now, on the flip side, the quarterback I think that's going to struggle the most, Drake May. He has none of those things.
That's the thing, right?
None of them.
I like Drake May, and if he just cuts down on the bad decisions, then, I mean, he's got the arm talent and the athleticism to be a stud. He's just a little too risky for me at times and just doesn't always get his footing under him in the pocket. But, yeah, that situation, like, I have no idea what Gerard Mayo is as a head coach. right? Obviously, Bill Belichick's gone, which might end up being a good thing long-term for New England, but we knew what Bill Belichick was usually going to bring to the table. But you look at the depth chart for New England, and there is not a lot of talent on offense.
They didn't do anything with receivers. They've got nothing.
Do you know who their number one receiver
Plus,
is?
they lose Zeke.
Yeah. That might actually help the Patriots offense. Now, who's the number one, Brock?
They have Juju Smith-Schuster.
That's right. He's gone from KC.
It's Kendrick Bourne.
Dude, he's been playing for the Patriots for 2 years. You'd have no idea. He's their number one.
They drafted Jalen Polk in round 2, but they've got Kendrick Bourne and Juju Smith-Schuster, Tyquan Thorpe. It's a bad wide receiver room out there in New England. And the running back room
aren't much better either.
The running back room isn't great with Ramondre Stevenson. I mean, Antonio Gibson. Like, for me, those are a couple of number 2 running backs.
Yeah, and they never did anything with running back. They're not going to spend that much money for a running back anyway.
So
that's not part of what they do.
And
I think he's going to struggle just because he has nobody on offense. He has the worst skill room in the country.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. Brock, can you tilt the camera a little bit towards Bucky? A little bit. I think when I moved the laptop, we got shifted. There you go. That's good. I don't know if Drake May is going to start right away. New England brought in Jacoby Brissett, who has started games for the Patriots before, so maybe Brissett gets a few games under his belt before Drake May takes over. But, yeah, it is a tough situation right now. I mean, it's the greatness of Tom Brady. Even in years where the Patriots didn't have a lot of receiving help, you still felt like, all right, he was going to find a way, and you had a chance. But now, with the unknown of Drake May and that receiver room looking as bland as it does, it could be tough out there in New England. So we'll see. All right, before we get back into the Longhorns, let's give a few more shout-outs to a few more of our great sponsors.
What our good friends, Tom McKay, that group right here. We could use a couple TVs here. And, of course, Tom McKay Audiovisual Consultation is absolutely the very best.
Yeah, he is.
You know that.
512-255-8678, the phone number to call if you want the home TV setup of your dreams.
Bought me my 85-inch screen to watch in the draft.
Oh, yeah.
Get a chance to, yes.
Oh, man, I had the 4
making
TVs.
My picks. You went to 4 screens?
4 screens. I had the NBA playoffs going. I had the Stanley Cup playoffs going. I had a little college baseball going, and then I had the NFL draft going.
Did I make any money for the people over the weekend?
I didn't even check. Your Friday Gold Star locks from the NBA playoffs. It's been so long. There have been so many games that have been played. Got to go back and circle back. Meanwhile, AV Consultations.
Yes, of course.
512-255-8678. They've been around since 1988, and they can hook you up with the home TV setup of your dreams.
Home theater, the whole works.
Home theater, if you want the patio set up. Maybe you got a little more shade than we have here. They can make it happen for you. All right, so you were down 5,000 units going into the weekend. You had the Mavs in game 3.
Sorry, I did win that game.
You did win that game.
Thank you very much.
You had the Bucks plus 6.5. I think they covered. They didn't win, but they lost in overtime.
We only care about covers.
So that's up 5,000 more. You had Phoenix. They lost. They got swept. They're done. The Suns, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Devin Booker, disaster.
Or did I think? I thought Bradley Beal was going to do it for that team.
So they lose that. And then you had the Maple Leafs. You lost that one too. So you were 2-2. All were 5,000 unit plays. And you ended up even because you went 2-2.
That's okay. I'll take that.
You're down 5,000 units for these playoffs. Any plays tonight? We got some action tonight.
I know the Sixers will be taking off after their loss yesterday.
Yeah, the Sixers are down 3-1 with that series going back to MSG. Not great. And, boy, there were a bunch of Knicks fans in Philly last night. Joel Embiid was talking about that after the game. He was not thrilled. That felt like a Knicks home game.
It did feel like that.
Yeah, in Philadelphia yesterday. You've got Celtics Heat game 4 in Miami.
What are we talking about numbers-wise?
10.5 for Boston. They're trying to go up 3-1. They blew out.
Boy, they crushed them the other day with their D. That Boston
3.
D put it on them.
Yeah, absolutely. You've got Thunder Pelicans. OKC going for the sweep there.
I'll take that.
Take Oklahoma City?
Yes, we'll take that for a sweep. We'll make that a 5,000 unit play.
Minus 5.5?
Easy.
Okay. And then Lakers Nuggets. The Lakers did win a game to keep their season
they're at
alive.
home, aren't they?
No, it's back in Denver.
I'll take Denver then.
Denver is 7.5-point favorites
Bye.
tonight. So you're going with – you're not doing anything on Celtics Heat?
No.
You're doing 5,000 units on OKC. Minus 5.5 going for the sweep, and then 5,000 units on the Lakers. Yes,
we got our first guest of the day.
Very nice.
Here we go.
We've already been talking to you.
Wow. Okay. First important guest of the day.
Now leave that the box might have to stay.
Okay.
We'll move the box. We'll cover my face. We will cover my face this morning here as we get things set up. Good morning.
What's up?
How we doing?
Good morning.
Oh my gosh. All right. Here. Are we set up? Are we on? Do we have the cameras working? Okay.
We could be close.
We could be close. Yeah, I think we're on.
We set this bad boy right in the heat.
Yeah, right in the sun. All right, will you introduce yourself to our audience who's here today?
Yeah, how you doing, fellas and ladies? Brooks Kieschnick, University of Texas Longhorn, from 91 to 93.
The legend, the legendary, the best player in Texas baseball history, joining us right now. I'll say that if you won't, Brooks. I'll do the honors.
Of course he will.
So how's your golf game?
It's all right. I can hold my own out there.
There we go.
I'm not going to embarrass myself. I'm rolling around about a 5 handicap, so I can play a little bit.
Okay.
Wow.
How are you going to do?
See
with
what
this
life
weather?
has been lately.
Yeah.
On the course.
Yeah.
How you gonna do with this weather out here? It's a little hot, a little humid today.
Hey, I'll take this for what we had yesterday.
Yeah.
This is a bluebird day as far as I'm concerned.
Did you get out and play yesterday a little bit in the wind?
No. I was doing margarita stuff yesterday.
There you go.
Oh, that's a great day right there. That is a great day right there. Watching a little Texas baseball too last night.
All of it.
How about that? So it's been an up and down year for the team, but they keep finding ways, Brooks, to win Big 12 series, and they're right there in the thick of things.
It's unbelievable. They roll in on a Friday night. It looks like they can't play baseball, and then Saturday, Sunday they show up or double headers or whatever it is, and they just, like you said, find a way to win and find a way to win series. And it's they're really. I think the thing with it is, I think they're pushing forward, and I think they're getting better at the right time. Everybody's like so down on Texas baseball. I'm like,
Sure.
You got to still look at what's going on during conference series, like you said, winning series, and that's what it's all about.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to win those series. I mean, that's important. And for, we're big fans of David Pierce. We just love him as. I mean, I just love. I love his outlook on everything. I know he doesn't take things. I mean, he's not too high, too low. Just a good man, and just it's kind of troubling when he decided that I'm going to take over this or that. But he was used to doing that. He was used to being a pitching coach,
right.
And to take on the responsibility of being the head coach and the pitching coach. Well, then if things fell bad, they were going to fall right back on him.
100%, and that and that's the deal with why you don't see it anywhere
Sure.
else. You don't see that because that's a lot of hats to wear. He's not only got to manage the whole team, but then he's like, hey, all right, now I got to go to the bullpen and I got to go coach these guys. So it's a different thing, and I think he's kind of learning by as he goes on that deal because like you said, he was a head coach, but he also was a pitching coach. He wasn't both. So it takes a little bit, and it's not an easy job. Just put it that way.
Yeah, the expectations
Right.
and the standard for Texas baseball is always high, and you know that better than any of us.
Well, and you also, they did a fabulous job following Gus with Coach Garrido.
Yeah.
You have two living legends at the time.
Sure.
And then Pierce comes in, who's an unknown as far as, realm of baseball, and he's come in, and you can't fault his record or what he's done and how many times he's gone to Omaha and this, that, the other in a short amount of time he's been here.
What do you think? I mean, maybe the answer is nothing, but is Texas baseball missing something right now, Brooks?
I think from what I see, you're missing that one dog.
Mm-hmm.
You're missing that one guy that's going to go out there and go, hey, we're not going to lose this game.
It sounds like the guy on the mound to me.
I think
sounds like a Friday starter to me.
Yeah, and I think that it's just I'm not saying he's not in that locker room, but I'm saying that somebody that needs to step up and go, hey,
Sure.
let's go. We don't lose at home.
Right.
We don't lose on Tuesdays. We don't lose on whatever it is. You got to have that guy, and I think that's the only thing that they're lacking, somebody to step up. Not a coach, but it's got to be a player.
Yeah, I mean, generally it's that Friday starter who starts off. They start it off. They start your weekend off in your big series, and they just haven't. They've wanted that. They wanted that to happen, and it just hadn't happened.
Right.
And it's now they're moving guys around, they're switching guys, they're playing the center fielder, pitched one week, the middle of the week. It's just hard when you're at that part of the season where you're still making moves. I believe you in order to be good, you still have to make moves throughout. But in baseball, it seems by this time you got it, you're there.
Well, yeah, you would, like you said, you would think that at this point of the season you would have that dog,
Yeah.
have that person.
Sure.
When you throw your glove and hat on the mound and you're out on the field, you're going to win that game.
Is
Or
it
you're gonna be in
possible?
that game.
Is it possible you think this late in the year to find? I mean, can anyone step up and kind of take that role at this point, or is it too late in the year for that?
Well, the beautiful part about it is it's never too late.
Huh?
It's never too late. So you're going to have that opportunity to.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, the big
custom big hat cans with Brooks
There you go.
Kieschnick right there on the back.
And it's pretty damn good. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
lie.
There you go.
I mean, You can't just look at it. You got to drink it.
Crack it open right there.
Let's go.
I love. You know what? I'll do it too. I can't turn down the opportunity to drink. Best
That's not the
Texas
mocktail,
baseball
is it?
history.
Is that the mocktail?
No.
Because you know me, I can't touch anything. It's not the mocktail.
Yeah, maybe they'll
After
have it for you.
23 years.
Cheers,
Look at you
brother.
guys.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Never too early to start drinking, right?
Not for you.
It tastes good too.
No, absolutely. I
But,
love these things.
So as far as your question,
Yeah.
I don't think it's ever too late. But I think it's one of those things where it's not a guy going, "Hey, it's me." I think it's gonna be more of a team thing where they going, "Let's go, dude."
Mm-hmm.
And
We all
they-
know
and
this
they
is a
feel
win.
it.
Yeah.
Yes, and they're gonna feel it as a team. They got to come together as a team. They've got to know and get together, and talk about it. I mean, let's go. Players only meetings were some of the best meetings I've ever had in my life. Where players only meetings were like, this is what we're gonna do. This is how we're gonna do it. Hey, this is for us. We don't care about anybody else.
Right.
We're playing for these guys.
Yeah.
The guy next to you.
Yeah.
You look at the guy in the face and like, hey, let's go win.
And Brooks is also a team that lost a lot of really good players, a lot of experienced players last year, and then to bring guys back, and all of a sudden, you're looking for that guy. You obviously you want to have that guy, but you have a bunch of those guys. They're about on the same level. There's no real top level guy that automatically. That's our guy right there. We know that when Friday he gets on the mound, it's going to happen. So I think that's been tough, and more so than anything, it's just the experience that's happened.
Yeah.
You've lost so many really experienced, really unbelievable players.
And I agree. And I think you hit the nail on the head. You got a bunch of guys in the locker room looking around. Who
Who
is
it?
that guy? Yeah. Instead of going, hey, that's me, and stepping up. And like I said, it's never too late. Somebody will do it. Somebody will step up and because the deal, the tradition of University of Texas baseball, we don't lose.
Right.
I don't care what year it is, who it is. If we have 9 freshmen starting, 10, whatever it is,
Sure,
we win. This isn't about coming here and develop and get better. No. You win the day you step on campus, and I think
absolutely.
And I think when they start realizing that and understanding that and playing like that,
Well, you hope it happens this year because
100%.
there won't be a lot of time here. That's just the fact going into the SEC and getting ready to play in the best college baseball conference in America. You don't have your boss doesn't have 2 or 3 years to figure that out there.
Well, every weekend's regional.
Yeah,
It's
absolutely.
Like I said, in football, every football game was a bowl game.
Right. Felt that way. Yep.
And my son being a preferred walk-on at Texas playing football right now, and it's amazing though to hear how they're getting ready, how they're getting fired up and going. And I tell you what, the culture that Sark has built there is incredible, man.
Yeah.
Those kids all love each other, man. I go to visit my son, and it's like, hey, Keish, hey, Bo,
awesome.
It's amazing. They're all playing for the name on the front.
We were talking about that earlier, Brooks. 2 years ago, Texas didn't have a single player drafted in the NFL draft. They just had 11, which is a modern day record. But it's not like, all of these guys are gone, and so the team's going to fall apart now. It's like, no, you feel like this is about to be the norm again here.
Not only that, but I feel like they reloaded.
Yeah.
I felt like they filled their key spots already, and you have a bunch of young guys up and coming too. You look at who got drafted wide receiver wise, right? 3 starters, 3 drafts. They refilled it. Not only that, but then you have, the wide receiver room is incredible.
It is.
Sure it is.
So is the running back room, the quarterback room. Think about it. I'm like, oh my gosh. I go, son, you're gonna have the best next 4 years of your life.
Yeah.
Make
sure he stays friends with those guys, right?
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, and when you can go to the Hall of Fame dinner, about 15, 20 years.
Yeah,
from now.
well, when Xavier Worthy's getting that second contract, make sure some of that's going to your son.
There you go.
I got to plan it like that.
I called that before the draft. I said, hey, the Chiefs are going to trade up for Xavier Worthy.
Nice.
Like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I go, they're trying to replace Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
I go, he's the only dude that's fast enough to do that.
And the Bills, too. The Bills trading with Kansas City.
Yeah, that was not a good move.
Great move.
Wow.
Great move. So,
Yeah.
all right, man, who you playing with today? Any idea?
I think I'm playing with Troy Smith, so we'll have 3 Heismans in the coffee.
There you go.
I love that. I love that. Are you the type of guy who likes to warm up, or you go out there and you?
I'll probably just go straight.
It's warming up. Yeah, right from the car, right to the course.
I
Yeah.
have to do a little stretching,
Well, he is warm. He's drinking a big hat.
That's true.
That counts. That counts as the warm up.
There you
right
go.
there.
That does it
Mocktail, baby.
immediately.
Oh, man.
My mocktail.
That's it. Well, Brooks, we appreciate you, brother.
Absolutely.
Go hit him straight today.
Anytime.
Thanks for joining us, for being a part of this event, and love getting your insight on Texas baseball and Texas football. And hopefully we get the chance to chop it up with you again soon.
Call me anytime. It might be unfiltered, but I'm going to tell you what I think.
Hey, I was going to say, earlier in this interview, you stopped yourself from cussing, and I was like, no, you're about to say shit. I'm like, that's fine. That is like the least of our problems.
On this show, for sure.
We're way worse than that.
No doubt. But I was like, man, I don't know if we're recording this. And
No.
Live, whatever. So I'm like, I'll kind of clean it up a little
It's
bit.
live and unfiltered.
Oh, yeah.
That's for sure.
Now that we know you're willing to go unfiltered, then we definitely have to get you back on the
100%,
show. So
100%.
what's okay? Last thing then. What does it feel like to have your face and all of your accolades on a can of alcohol?
I tell everybody
That's good by the big hat folks, huh?
Yeah, it's fabulous. I mean, who does that? That's unbelievable. You walk up and you're like, so you can slam me and punch me in the face.
Is that the slogan? Is that like a quote you have under here? They should put that on the back, man. But you're the man, Brooks.
Absolutely.
Great seeing you
Thank
as
you,
always.
Guys, 100%.
Thanks for
Appreciate
supporting
it,
this event and jumping on for a few.
Anytime, fellas, anytime.
All right, there he goes. The legendary lifetime Longhorn Brooks Kieschnick, the 3-time All-American, 2-time Dick Hauser Trophy Award winner. And look, I don't have to tell you that. You can just buy a can of Big Hat and you can see all the accolades for him. And of course, his number is in the rafters at UFC Dish Falk Field. Just the legendary two-way player. And I got respect for guys who can pitch or hit. But
there
when
you
you're
go.
elite at both. I mean, this guy's like college Shohei Ohtani before Shohei Ohtani.
Didn't have to worry about his Friday stars, huh?
No, not at all. It's great seeing Brooks, and he sticks around Austin and does a lot for the athletic department and does a lot for the baseball program. And hell, I've seen him out in left field a few times with the Occupy Left Field guys.
Nice.
Our friends out there. So he knows how to have a good time as well. And cool to get that baseball and football perspective from Brooks Kieschnick this morning. Quiche.
Wow.
It's good stuff.
I wonder if Ricky got up yet.
You gonna call him?
Yeah.
Put him on speakerphone.
No. I'm gonna see if he's even out of the bed.
Well, the scramble doesn't start until 11, so he's got
15 minutes before it starts.
Well, no, it's 9:50. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that's what he'll do.
Minutes.
Yeah.
15 is you're giving him a lot of time there.
Yes, I am. I'm being very kind to him.
Yeah, but just man, looking at some of the names who will be here. Obviously, we just spoke with Brooks Kieschnick, but Houston Street expected to be here. Derek Johnson expected to be here as well. Coach Sark, I think at some point will make an appearance. I think he's actually playing in this tournament today. You've got our man Casey Studdard, who's going to be a part of things. Troy
I know
Smith,
Casey's not getting here until the very end.
He'll show up drunk already. If Studdard's going to be here, he'll be a few beers deep. I don't care that this thing starts at 11 a.m. He'll be locked and loaded and ready to roll. So it will be fun. Just making sure we're still on YouTube. I got to put the box back here. We didn't want to block Brooks's face or my face, but now I got to get the
heat. The heat's back.
The heat protecting box.
Wow.
People are like, you guys need a tent. We need a TSU tent. We have one. I just thought we'd be underneath some cover. So it's sitting in my apartment right now. This could have been an easy fix. It was, user error by yours truly here. So I'll take the blame for that. But we are rolling, and of course we'll be live all day long here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. We've got the new show starting today, this afternoon from 3 to 4.
The SEC show.
The SEC Unfiltered show. Yep, coming up from 3 to 4. So we're bringing you all sorts of great sports talk every single day, and our lineup just got bigger and better. So y'all make sure to keep it locked in here all day. I got Longhorn Bear says Ricky will make it out to lunch. Well, unless lunch is after the tournament is over. I'm not sure. I'm not sure Ricky's going to show up on time. So it's a great turnout today already. More and more folks are showing up. Man, a lot of guys, they're not doing what you do, Buck. You're the type of golfer who just ups and plays. No warm-ups, no stretches.
No, just get out of the car. As long as I can stretch my foot hitting that gas to get here.
That's all you need.
I'd be late. Yeah.
That's all you need right there.
That's all for me.
You're not playing in this today, are you?
No.
Okay.
No.
You're not important enough to be out there with these
Not
guys?
on a Monday. And I don't want to get near Ricky when he's swinging.
Oh, right.
See, I've got these golf balls for him, but
we were going to stick around for a little bit after the show. You're saying we're in the danger zone if Ricky's playing?
Yes.
Anywhere
absolutely.
we are on the course?
Anybody around him is in the danger zone.
You're going to call all the neighbors just to make sure that they're on high alert when that guy's on the tee box?
But you guys will have a good time with him. I guarantee you that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Great event benefiting the Texas One Fund. And shout out to all of the great sponsors of this, and shout out to all of our great sponsors as well. Some love to Covert BK, the best car dealership in all of Austin, Texas, USA, America. Of course, the Covert Auto Group. They've been around since 1909. And their newest spot, Covert BK, 3 dealerships all on one property.
Right down the road from us.
Yep, right down the road. They've got everything you need, new and pre-owned. The selection is second to none. The service is as good as it gets. What do they say about the prices, Buck?
Nobody beats a covert deal. Not now, not ever.
Not ever. It's impossible.
And of course, our good friends over at Sue Patrick, of course, as we did sport those hats.
Oh yeah, we should ask Brooks if he wanted to don that hat for a few minutes. That interview would have been a lot shorter.
I sort of was. You think I'm going to wear
He
this?
just would have walked up and left.
Oh yeah,
and he would have said, "I'm willing to come on again." You would have been like, "Yeah, you'll never talk to me again. Lose my number."
Thank you. 5222 Burnett Road, of course, for Sue Patrick. It's 1975. All the apparel. I got my polo on, my Sue Patrick polo.
There you go.
Went with it today.
Like that look.
Thank goodness.
Yeah,
this is a warm one
that
today,
moisture
brother.
wicking material you've got on there for sure. Let me ask you this, Buck. Of all of the Longhorns who were drafted, once again, 11 picked in the 7-round NFL draft, a school record in the modern era. Which Longhorn do you think is the best chance to win Rookie of the Year? Either Offensive Rookie of the Year or Defensive Rookie of the Year?
Probably Xavier Worthy.
You're going with the X?
Yes.
Xavier Worthy.
That feels like the likely pick,
Sure.
right? He wasn't the first Longhorn drafted, but he's the receiver who's going to play for Patrick Mahomes.
See the cat who's throwing that ball to him?
Yeah, and that coach who's calling the plays for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it feels like X is a lock. But, man, Byron Murphy, it's going to be tough for him because he plays D tackle.
Sure.
Feels like usually an edge who picks up a bunch of sacks or a corner who has a bunch of interceptions ends up winning Defensive Rookie of the Year. But, man, with what Byron Murphy can do, and he did put up numbers. Hell, he was second on the team in sacks last year, and he actually led the country in pass rush win rate. He actually should have had more sacks just based on how much pressure he got on opposing quarterbacks. Like, he's got a chance, I think, to put up a number of sacks even in his rookie season in Seattle. And if that's the case, and he does what we know we can do against the run, then I think he's got a shot to be the
Well, I think it'd be
Defensive Rookie of the
interesting
Year.
to see him when he doesn't have the other big guy right beside him. You know,
Yep.
that's the interesting part now that his game will have to pick up. He doesn't have, I mean, he'll have a good player beside him, but the guy he had him beside him last year at this level of football was phenomenal. BK, he'll get a lot of one-on-ones now. You know, he didn't get very many double teams because you couldn't double team both the guys.
You know,
that was tough. One guy would get a double team possibly, but you didn't get a lot of them. You got a lot of single blocks. That's why they were so good together. So will you have that kind of combo now?
That's a great question. And, you know, I was wondering if that was going to impact Byron Murphy's draft stock, right? Like,
Sure.
Would teams be like, well, he was playing next to the Outland Trophy winner, so
Right.
maybe he was only that good and that productive because he was right next to T. Sweat. But clearly it didn't.
Well, it could have been the other way around.
Right. I mean, he was the second defensive player off the board in this draft, and he went one pick after the first defensive player went. So the Seahawks still have Jaron Reed on that defensive line. They also brought in Jonathan Hankins, who was
Right.
with the Cowboys this past season.
Big guy, yeah.
So they've got like a couple of good defensive tackles to play next to Byron Murphy. So, yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance Byron Murphy is incredibly disruptive, and we see the same guy we saw on Saturdays in year one on Sundays. I
That'd be
love that
interesting.
pick, and well, the Seahawks love the Longhorns, don't they?
They certainly do.
Oh
They
my
really do.
gosh. They've been drafting him for years. They've been trading for him. They've been picking him up off the streets, and Byron Murphy, just the latest Seattle Seahawk the latest Texas Longhorn to end up in Seattle. I'm also curious to see what Jonathan Brooks does in his rookie year.
Yeah.
Like, how much does he play? How slowly does Carolina bring him back? Remember, the reports are that he is going to be ready by the start of training camp. So reason to believe he could be out there for the Panthers' week 1 game. But running backs, he was the first running back off the board. Those guys have
That's
won
still
Rookie of the Year a lot.
Yeah, and that still surprised me.
That he was first?
Yes.
Yeah, I think
Coming
it's-
off of that injury, that kind of injury.
Yeah, it's a testament to Jonathan Brooks.
Certainly is.
And it's also just, look, there was no Bijan this year.
No.
There was no Jahmyr Gibbs this year. Like, it just wasn't as top heavy of a running back class as we've seen in years past. So I think that's a part of it too. But man, Jonathan Brooks, even though it was only 1 year where he really played a lot, he showed me.
Oh, well, I had no doubts about if he played the entire year where he would be and how good he was going to be.
Yeah.
And still, once again, you know, those surgeries are a little bit different now, but once again, you also don't know how the player, how it affects the player and what he does and his ability to do certain things that made him so good. So we'll see how that works out for him. But I still don't see him playing until, 4 or 5 weeks into it.
Yeah. And you can't help but wonder
Yes.
where Jonathan Brooks would have gone.
Oh.
Would Jonathan
Oh, sorry, not to interrupt you, but we got a second guest coming in here.
Oh, awesome. Right before the end of the show.
That's right. We won't let the other guys come in. That's all.
Absolutely. We got a few minutes left. Now we could. How we doing? BK.
Bucky.
We've got a legendary lifetime Longhorn.
Absolutely.
And one of the greatest players in Major League Baseball history joining us right now. He's got his own logo on his golf polo today, too. The Rocket Man logo. Roger Clemens is with us this morning. What's going on, man?
just looks like a little golf. Anytime there's a little golf and a great day in Austin, I'm here.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now you played. You spent a lot of time in Houston, so this humidity is not too bad for you.
I love it. It makes the old soup bone feel.
You got a leg up over everybody else who isn't used to living down there.
I love the humidity. Anytime Boston and New York came down to play the Rangers, and it was 100 degrees at game time, it's always good.
That's awesome. How's the golf game these days?
It's getting better. A couple little swing changes. Actually, my number 3, Casey, who was an All-American here.
Sure.
He was with the Blue Jays for 7 years, and he's going the golf route now. So
no kidding.
He's a lefty.
Really?
Throws right, bats like golf left. So he's trying to qualify for the U.S. Mid-Ams.
So he didn't get that kind of opportunity when he was with the Red Sox because the weather was. You didn't get to play too many golf events there in New England.
We had to wait till about May, and then then we could start sneaking our clubs on the team playing here or there. So I love being able to play golf. I love it. I got so many buddies that most of my guys are on the Champions Tour now, but Billy Andre introduced me to the game. And, Deb got my first set of clubs like in '86. So I love golf. It's just it's a great way to meet people and get outdoor. The same thing, like I said, when I was on the road all those years, I hated being in the hotel room. I like to get up, get my distance running in, and then try and go get 9 holes somewhere if I could, and then get to the stadium.
Now, being a great athlete, Roger, are you self-taught golfer, or did you go the route of taking some lessons? People always say, well, if you were natural at it. And I always say, dude, if you can get a chance for somebody to give you lessons to help you with that,
lessons can't fix my swing.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, have you ever taken any or
no, there's days where my swing looks like a blender with the lid off of it, But no, I really enjoyed it. I had one lesson way back with Butch Harmon when he was in Houston training Tiger. And then really just watching, that's the same thing that when I tell guys about your mechanics and pitching, back in the day I had, I didn't really have a ton of video back then, but we had, 8x10 still shots of Nolan Ryan and Tom Seaver. These guys you could watch and see how they're incorporating their legs. Same thing I do with the golfers. And then just a couple tips, from Casey was caddying for me in Dallas at the Champions event. Excuse me. And, so yeah, I love it because any day's a new day out there. And like I said, I've met a lot of cool guys on the golf course. That's for sure.
That's awesome. So we've got a lot of people commenting and texting in, asking for your thoughts on the Astros right now.
Yeah, they'll get going. I mean, we're spoiled in Houston the last 7 years.
Sure.
You get spoiled. It was, jumping around. When I was retired and came out of retirement to pitching home, it was a blessing. Pitching at 45 years old, I had to make sure my legs are still under me. And we flipped the town that 3 years. It was fun coming home to play with Baggy and Bidge, go to the World Series, Lance and Berkman, the Killer Bees. And we had a great pitching staff. Pitching with Pet and Roy O was a dream come true, and get to the World Series and all that. Right now, like I've always said, I think once they get going and you get down to late August, September, it's all about pitching. You got to pitch it and you got to catch it. You can't give guys 4 outs and things like that. So that's what I look for them to do. Who knows if they're going to.
By the way, winners win. They just kind of win.
Yeah, they usually find a way. And again, it's going to come down to the arms, and it's just a little different now because some of the guys, only going 5 innings. They're throwing a boatload of pitches through 5 innings.
Yeah,
so they're going to have to alter that quality start. When I was out there, 7 innings, 2 runs or less was quality starts. Now it's going to be 5 innings. I don't know if you're going to see any 300-game winners anymore.
Right. I was going to ask you about that, right? Because baseball has changed in so many different ways, but it feels like the starting pitching position has changed more than anything else. What are your thoughts as a guy who used to go deep into games like it was nothing? I mean, now seeing guys, it's like they hit 80, 90 pitches, and you've got managers taking them out. You've got guys getting removed from no hitters nowadays. I mean, what's your thoughts on just the way that part of the game has changed?
Yeah, good question. I mean, it's when we were out there in the 7th inning, you were laboring a little bit. Your pitching coaches keep an eye on you, and they come out. We tuck the ball in their armpit, and that pitching coach, you walk out there. I said, what the heck?
Who do you think you are?
A few different words, but what the heck are you doing out here? Get your butt back in the dugout. I'm going to finish. So you just try and eat outs then when you get that late in the game. And, if I had a closer, not that I didn't have some great closers, but I had the best in Mariano Rivera in New York. If I'd had him for 10 more years, I'd have won 500 games. But, I start eating outs, and you get that much closer to your best, the best closer in the game, where he only has to get 2 outs, maybe 3 outs. So I love the pitch clock. I love the speed of the game. I called 95% of my game from the mound with my looks and my eyes to the catcher. So, I didn't have a problem with that. it was easy. I think it was easier for the minor league guys that came up because they implemented the pitch clock on them early.
Sure.
So they got used to it. I thought it took a little bit longer for even some of the veteran pitchers to get used to, and not become a thrower. You hear in your ear, fastball away, and you just wind up and throw it. You're not thinking about how you're gonna, break this guy down the second or third or fourth time through the lineup.
Now, do they think they will? You think as games have changed, whether it's football, basketball, even baseball, the number of games, these Monday starts for guys? I mean, will they start to take away some of the games and help out the pitching? Possibly. I mean, they'll claim they're doing it for the game.
Yeah.
The owners would say, no, get them out there, let them pitch. Okay, sorry about that arm, but whatever. Yeah. But they do have to help the pitching out too. If they're going to do the clock and everything else, and they're going to speed up the game, you know what I mean? People want it, but there's got to be ways that they can help the pitching out too.
Well,
many games.
I got a saying, and they actually put it in the pitching lab here at Texas in the facilities. My only day off was the day I pitch, and I think the guys got to get back to that. I see a lot of guys throwing bullpens, and then they go inside and ride a bike for 8 minutes. I mean, whatever happened to your distance running, your long toss, all this high velocity stuff. Like I said, I don't know, 2 or 3 months ago, we were down in Birmingham, myself and Charles Barkley, John Smoltz. We gave Dr. James Andrew a Lifetime Achievement Award. Doc said he's been doing more Tommy Johns on 15-year-olds than he ever has. And I tell guys, it's great that, I threw over 100 a lot, but I pitched at 94 to 97 miles an hour. And I stress the word pitching. For the dads out there with the little guys, even a couple different fastballs, a really good changeup.
And not 5 different curveballs.
That's right. Just wait a little bit. And, hey, pitching's like buying a house. Location. Right? You got to locate, and the velocity's great. You got to have some movement. My youngest one, Cody, who was here, had a wonderful year, number of years here with the Phillies. Same thing. I tell you, guys in a big league can put wood on a bullet. It doesn't matter how hard you throw. If you start catching the middle of the plate, you're going to get hurt.
You more nervous when you were on the mound, or more nervous when your sons are playing baseball?
It was easy. Everybody asked me. They played a position, and they always get on Dad. If I ever try and critique their hitting, they're like, Dad, stay in your lane.
Hey, the Cy Young's not for hitters, right?
Yeah, they're like, Dad, you were a good bunter. Just stay in the lane. No, but we talk a little bit, but again, like I said, it was fun watching them here at Texas. They did it upright, playing for Augie Garrido and Coach Pierce, and it was just a thrill for me as a dad to sit there and watch him carry on the things.
And for the baseball team right now, Roger, the way things are going, you're getting down to the nitty gritty with 3 more series left to play. Important series, I believe, for David Pierce, his staff, and for the team. I mean, for the university getting ready to head into the SEC, the toughest conference in college baseball. There's a expectation that's just there for Coach Pierce. We love him. We love him. I love him as a guy. He's special.
Yeah, there's expectations all the time. Like I said, when I was here, it was we don't rebuild, we reload.
Right.
And we did with Coach Gus. I loved it. Again, my boys played for Augie. He had some, these coaches are great teachers of the game, but they're better teachers of the game of life too, a little bit.
Sure.
And for Texas to go anywhere deep, their arms are going to have to get going.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what Texas baseball is all about, right? Pitching and defense. Well, who are you playing with today?
I'm playing with this national singer, Mr. Jim West.
There we go.
And he's really our celebrity in our group. I don't know how he is.
Well, he's doing it right. We've had you in the sun. He's been smart enough to sit in the shade for the last 5 minutes.
I'm in the 3rd inning right now.
There you go.
Look at him. Yeah.
What's the call for the score today? You guys,
man, these things, they're selling mulligans, I think.
Oh, no.
Oh, no is right. And so, every time I play in these things and we're legit, make a couple eagles and, we're going to be 22, 23 under. And I'm like, hey, man, this is going to be – hey, you tied for 5th.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. There's always someone. Oh, the eraser's working today. We'll go ahead and get rid of that. That's perfectly fine. Well, it's great seeing you, man. Thanks so much for
spending some time.
Taking some time. Glad you're doing well.
See you.
And hopefully we get the chance to talk again soon. Hit him straight today.
Thank you.
There he goes. The legendary lifetime Longhorn, Roger Clemens.
And we've jumped into everybody's time, haven't we?
Yeah, I know. We got like Wags and Double R in the waiting room, just pointing to their
guys.
Watches, like, what's going on here? Well, you get the chance. Rodney did text me. He's like, dude, talk to Rocket as long as he wants.
There you go.
We'll wait for that. So
Wags didn't. Wags said, hey, you're killing my time.
Wags is over here giving us the Tom Herman double bird. Like, hey, can you speed things up a little bit? We'll bring the fellas on right now.
You're crazy. No, I'm not. I'm sitting here eating that up, man. The only thing
I saw him do it. You're right.
The only thing I did was ask you guys. I only wanted to know who Roger's toughest out about was. That's the only thing, man. I could have listened to you all eat
It
that.
wasn't
up
an Oriole. I guarantee you that. It wasn't. It wasn't anybody from Baltimore.
No, I'm damn right it wasn't.
Yeah.
Oh man, how are you guys doing today? Everything good?
Doing fantastic, man. I'm fanboying it up just watching you guys get down with Roger, man. One of the greatest. And it's good to be able to call one of the greatest, a dude from the 40 acres too, man. It's just something special, dude. And when you're able to talk Sandlot with that guy, man, it's almost hard not to
Absolutely.
listen.
It's awesome. Yeah. And
So,
Brooks
has Ricky shown up yet, guys, or
I
still
have
no
not
sign
seen
of
his
Rick?
face. I have not seen Ricky yet.
Now there's Derek Johnson showing up though.
Oh yeah.
DJ's here. Good
yeah.
friend of the program. Good friend of Texas Sports Unfiltered. Yeah,
Absolutely.
The who's who is out here today. I think Jamal Charles was walking by here earlier today. I think
saw him.
Malik Jefferson's out here today. So
Jamal Charles wasn't Jamal Charles just out the draft?
he was at the draft. Yeah, he announced the Chiefs' second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think on Friday. So he's back, man. This is the who's who of.
I was going to say, what's the who's who because you guys are out there. That's most of.
That's exactly right. I mean,
we are bringing down the quality and the net worth of this place significantly.
Absolutely.
Did you guys single yourself into that tournament?
No, we're not playing.
No.
We're schmoozing. We're going Jewish mother. We're schmoozing today.
That's what I'm talking about. Rubbing elbows and making setting up against us with everybody. Yeah.
That is it, fellas. That is it. All right, guys. Well, we'll bid you all adieu. Thank you all for your patience this morning.
Hey, you guys, if somebody pops up and you want,
and you guys want to
get him on air,
jump on and knock us out for sure.
Pull him in.
But we'd love to get Ricky if I can get him. When he shows up, it's not it's when.
Just jump in if you get him. We'll be ready. We got 1 foot
man,
out.
Throw us back in the closet. You guys know that I'm out of the closet only for certain reasons. So.
Oh goodness, I love how people in public got to hear that.
Yeah, really.
That is awesome. All right,
well, it's a good damn thing y'all won't let me out in public. That's for sure.
Shout out to Barton Creek Country Club.
Thank you to Steve and the gang out here.
Yeah, great people out here. Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble going on this morning, but this is a fantastic facility, and we are honored to be here today. And we'll be out here a couple of more times here in the future. But for now, we will bid y'all adieu. You guys have a great show.
See you, boys.
You too.
Okay, boys.
Hey, welcome to Chaos Theory on this wonderful Monday. Yeah, you were just tuning in to BK and Bucky, listening to the greatest probably to ever hurl it. In my opinion, one of the greatest to ever hurl it. I know Nolan gets a lot of love around here, but growing up, man, it was Roger Clemens and Nolan Ryan. Hell, I mean, I'll give the Bravos a little bit of credit. The Bravos had one hell of a rotation with Tom Glavine and Greg Maddox and whatnot. But damn, dude, to turn on the damn TV and see Roger Clemens talking to BK and Bucky, man, it's get me out to that golf course, man.
Man, those Braves teams back then, they had ED, man. They couldn't finish. They couldn't finish. It was like, come on. It was like time after time after time. It's like, geez.
They were the Bills, basically.
Right?
I think they got there 4 years in a row and they didn't take it down. Maybe the one. I think they only took it down one time.
91. I think they won in 91. And that was kind of with not quite what they had before. It was like I was talking earlier about like the Cowboys, were always like, how are they going to shit the bed? I remember doing that with the Braves. It's like, how are they going to mess this up? Because somebody will. The year the Twins got them in the World Series, I'm like, are you serious?
Jesus. Speaking of baseball, man, one of those movies popped on last night. One of those
95.
baseball movies popped on last night that when it jumps on, you just can't turn it off. Moneyball, man.
Oh yeah.
Dude, and I knew I was going to be up late. I absolutely knew it, but I was just like, Jesus. I mean, maybe I'll, so I sat here and said, I'll fall asleep. I'll fall asleep to it. You know what I mean? 3:30 in the morning, and he's Jonah Hill showing Brad Pitt about the guy that hit a home run but didn't realize he hit a home run because he was so excited. He only gets on first base and he trips over first base. Yeah. Just showing that analogy, the metaphor rather of you hit a home run, but you're marveling in your own misery and stress that you didn't even realize that you hit a home run, man. And yeah, blink before you know it, and you're at the end of Moneyball, man. It's one of the best. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen, let alone really the best movies about sports. You know what I mean? It's fantastic.
Yeah, no doubt. Thank you guys. 95, yeah, because I had the Twins thought that was 91, so I was over here in a different world. And you know what's even more frustrating about Moneyball now, when you watch it now, is the fact that Oakland is going to lose that team. And it's like, dude, shit, but I totally get it. I mean, the business.
I didn't look that up. Is Billy Bean still there?
I don't think so.
I don't think he is, right?
I don't think he is, but
No,
it's just
that's 20. That's 20. I know he turned. I remember him turning down the offer for the Red Sox, and then the Red Sox implementing his scheme or whatnot, and then them actually. Hell, I was in Iraq when they actually won that World Series, but yeah, man. Dude, I mean, what's a better what? I guess that's a good question for me to ask you. What's a better sports movie to come off just off the top of your cuff right now?
Dude, Major League is always fun to watch.
Major League, that's a great one, dude.
Major League is always really cool to watch. And, people always ask me, they're like, I bet you love Days of Thunder and Talladega Nights.
I love I love Days of Thunder. I absolutely love Days of Thunder.
I almost walked out of the theater when I saw that back then.
Are you serious? It's that bad?
Yeah.
Days of Thunder's that bad?
Yeah.
That goes to show you how much I know about racing, man.
Well, but some of the stories, once you figured out who the characters were based off of, now it's not quite so bad. But it was like, running into the wall and all this shit. I'm like, calm down. I mean,
who's Cole Trickle based off of?
It was supposedly based off of Jeff Gordon. Or Tim Richmond. I'm sorry, Tim Richmond.
Okay,
Tim Richmond.
Rowdy Burns. Rowdy Burns has got to be Earnhardt, right?
Yeah, but yeah, absolutely. But like when they had the meeting where it's like, if you guys want to do whatever on my track, that really
we end up like a monkey effing a football, and
that was Jeff Bodine and Dale Earnhardt. I mean, that really happened. So that, but. Yeah, it was just a lot of, when they're downshifting, and of course now they do that. But
you're one of them. You're so when I watch military movies, I'm like that would never happen.
Yeah.
So you're one of the. So when you're watching a NASCAR movie, you're the same. You're a huge critic. You're a big fan.
God.
Rodney.
I was like just out of high school, and I was dating a girl, and we went to see that.
Did you ever see Hoop Dreams? Hoops, you can only put about 1 hour on a Hoop Dreams, and then you got to pause, and then you got to pause the DVD or pause the video, the VHS. It was VHS back in my day. You have to pause it and then go outside and play hoops because it's that damn motivating.
Yeah. Hey, do you remember? God, wife, did you ever see the football movie where Kathy Ireland was the kicker?
Yeah.
Dude,
necessary roughness.
Necessary roughness.
Necessary roughness.
Dude, I love that.
Relax, big guy. You got the job.
Dude, I love that one. It's like that was like Texas State.
Oh yeah, the Texas State was fighting armadillos. Yeah,
I think they filmed some of that at UNT, if I'm not mistaken. But that was a great movie.
Well, yeah,
man.
I mean, it makes sense. They're wearing green, right? The uniforms are green or whatnot. But who? It was Scott Bakula. Scott Bakula is the quarterback.
Bakula.
Who the hell?
The big guy, the big black dude, what was his name? Because when they're in the locker room and he said, "It's time, we going to."
Oh, that's Sinbad. That's Sinbad.
You remember that?
Sinbad.
Who was that?
Sinbad. The comedy Sinbad. The comedian Sinbad. But who's the other dude? There's the dude that did Ozarks. Jason Bateman. Jason Bateman is in Necessary Roughness.
Yeah, that's a great movie, dude.
Jason Bateman's in Necessary Roughness, man.
There's I love that. And then the play-by-play guy.
That's Rob Schneider. That's Rob Schneider. That movie's loaded. I'm gonna have to go back and watch that movie.
Dude, we got to watch that again.
You must show me some respect. The ROTC dude that comes in there and wants to do a whole bunch of karate and shit.
Yeah, Coach Ed Gennaro, and you remember they thought he had a heart attack and he had gas. He had gas.
Ed Gennaro. But who was the other dude?
And Ed Gennaro, who played that? That was
I can't think of the dude's name, but I know Robert Loggia was the other coach.
The other coach. Yeah.
Robert Loggia was the other coach, man.
Riggs,
Coach Riggs.
Yeah.
And they ran the QB throwback. Yeah, that's probably a great. So I would say
it's stupid, but it's good.
Moneyball's up there, probably like top 3 for me. I don't know where Necessary Roughness is at. The program is still up there for me. Major League's still in there. Hoop Dreams, that's already been mentioned. Hoop Dreams is in my top 5. There's so many. Wait, Talladega Nights is a documentary? What?
No.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Clearly, it's not.
Yeah, well, it kind of is. If you've ever been to Talladega, they do that shit over there. I mean, that's pretty legit.
Stephen asked a valid question. What is the better show here? Necessary Roughness, the program, or varsity?
I think
I'm gonna have to go program. The program. If I'm rating these top 3, give me the program. give me Varsity Blues and then give me Necessary Roughness. All right.
Yeah.
Like now, and don't get me wrong, like they're absolutely fantastic. All three of them. But I mean, the program just gets me in the mood to get up, get live, and get going. And then Necessary Roughness is kind of like a ha ha, you know what I mean?
Stupid.
It's a family, it's a movie that you watch with your family. It's a family friendly movie.
Right.
But I think the guys are actually getting ready to interview Ricky again. So we're gonna get
Bring
ready
him
to cut out of here. But yeah, to finish that up, probably the program first, then I don't know. Necessary
Varsity Blues probably.
Roughness might be second. Necessary Roughness might be second.
I like Varsity Blues. I was very much a Texas high school guy. That was in Pflugerville. They did part of that in Lockhart, so I was kind of bought into that. So the series, forget it. The movie, great.
Yeah, I don't know. I actually like this. I was getting ready. I kind of am on the other side of that. I'd like the series a little bit better than the movie.
Yeah, just leave shit alone sometimes. Guys, you got us. You got your audio up.
We are loud and clear, fellas. Appreciate y'all being flexible this morning.
Absolutely. Gents, we're going to dip on out and let you talk to one of the greatest to ever tote the rock.
That's right.
Joining us now, a great friend of the program, a great friend of Bucky's, and the man in charge today of the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble.
Dude ain't in charge of this.
No, he's in charge. What do you mean?
No, he is just walking around store. Did you just get up?
No, I've been up for a minute.
Like 1 minute? What do you mean by that?
I
1 minute?
I woke up like 6 o'clock this morning.
Okay.
Because you're on a different time schedule too.
I was in Jacksonville most of this past week, so I'm.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Little Central Time and East Coast time.
Exactly.
Because I was telling you when he played at Texas, he was on West Coast time and we were on Central Time, and he used to be late for a lot of things.
I wasn't on West Coast time because I came straight from Virginia, so I was on East Coast time.
East Coast time. Yeah.
I was on baseball time.
Yeah.
And you guys wanted me to be on boot camp time.
Back in the day, it was boot camp time. Hey, it's good to see you.
Good to be here.
How's the golf game these days, Ricky?
You see those balls in front. You see the balls, all the balls I brought him.
You brought him a sleeve, and he goes, "I'm going to need more than this."
Yeah.
It's a good time.
Sure.
It's a good time.
Yes.
I come out and every time I get better. That's what I love about playing.
Okay. I guarantee. I guarantee you're better than me.
You're trying to give me some food. What up, man?
those tacos aren't for you.
Appreciate you being here. Yeah.
You got a ton of legendary lifetime Longhorns here today. We got to speak with Brooks Kieschnick earlier. We got to talk to Roger Clemens earlier. Got Jamal Charles out here. You've got Malik Jefferson out here, just to name a few. This is a fun event, man. You guys brought out the full cast of characters here. A beautiful course, and should be a beautiful day for some golf. It's a great thing that you've got put together here.
Yeah, we're raising money for Texas One, and it's like in this age of NIL, you need two things to be successful. You need money and you need culture.
Mm-hmm.
And Texas has both. You just got to put it together. And we are.
How do you feel about the NFL draft, right? Talk about that culture. 11 Longhorns selected over the weekend. That's the most in the modern era. Sure feels like the culture is being built here, and it feels like this thing could be sustainable for a while.
At least now. I mean, we can appreciate it now and make the best of it, and that's how it becomes sustainable.
Sure.
And yeah, the joke is, I was talking to the guys last night, and I was like, 11 guys, compared to the past several years. It's cool. It's really cool.
It is.
Yeah, Sark has built this culture, and I know you know him, and he's worked hard. He's a guy, obviously, Ricky, that has had his ups and downs, and people have given him an opportunity, and he's really given back to the university in a hurry. It really has.
There's something about coaches that have played,
Mm-hmm.
and I think Sark being a player, he really connects to the guys, and I think they feel like he actually cares, and I think that's extremely important.
Does it ever, I don't know if I've asked you this before. If I have, I'm sorry, but does it make you mad that you did not play college football in the NIL era? Because a guy like you, I mean, you would have cashed in.
We had the Phillies, though.
I would have blew it anyway.
I was thinking like star players from back in the day, like how much money y'all could have made if you played now.
How much trouble we'd have got ourselves.
Oh man!
With social media and NIL, it would have been tough for you.
Exactly.
Oh man, well, it worked out all right. Well,
you played at the best time, believe me.
Yeah. I think I ask you this every time I see you, Rick, and it feels like there's always a different answer. But what are you dipping your toes into these days? What new projects are you working on? Because it feels like you're always doing something new these days.
It's nothing new, really. I'm just really working on my app.
Mm-hmm.
I'm putting all my energy into my app and my cannabis business, and those two things, and raising a 2-year-old. Those three things keep me busy, where I don't even have room for anything.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm teaching a little bit more than I have been. That is new.
Okay.
I've been teaching. I built the astrology app at, but now I'm actually teaching people astrology, and that's extremely rewarding. So I'm enjoying that, and I think I'll be doing more and more of that.
Are you at a school, or are you just teaching on the side? Where are you teaching?
I mean, online. I just teach at Zoom. I offer 4 classes a week, and people can come and learn at any pace they want to. And it's nice. You know, I've been known most of my life for being a football player, and obviously I'm not a football player anymore, but people, when they look at me, they still think a football player, where it's nice to actually have something where I have a level of expertise and I can be really good at something else.
Well, I think of you as a businessman with 34 Wine and Spirits. That's what I think of.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
I'm a businessman, but in most of the businesses, I'm just the face. Like, you know, I make some business decisions, but especially in my app, I run the app. I run everything about it. All the other stuff, it's really capitalizing off what I did on the football field.
Well, if you got a businessman like this guy right behind you, like, I mean, if that guy's part of the system, I know.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah, it's gonna think it'll be okay.
That is awesome.
Yeah, he's like his dad. He's so cheap. He's gonna make sure that we never run out of money.
Oh, right? Or everything is too much money. You pay too much. It is. Yeah.
AJ's nice enough to show up. He's just getting dunked on right here. That is hilarious. Yeah, 34 Wine and Spirits. Love having y'all on board as a proud partner of TSU. But
seeing those beautiful vans out there, those Cobra vans that are a part of this too.
Yeah. It's great. Yeah, we're growing. One thing I learned about business, you just got to stick around long enough.
Yeah.
You know? If you stick around long enough and prove that you can do it, people start to recognize you, and then collaborations come and things really start to take off.
Well, Ricky, when you guys started this deal out years ago, when I talked to AJ, I said, dude, how long are you going to sit behind the counter of this place? I mean, it's 10 years now.
Yeah.
And he's still standing behind the counter. And that's what you do in business. It's part of it is longevity, but you got to have a personal hand into the business. And I'll tell you, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, you are that now is not just just a liquor store. It is not just a wine and spirit store. It is a wholesaler. I mean, you're out in some of the biggest venues in the state now.
Yeah.
Which is I mean, that's a special thing because it's a big state.
Well, when you have a name and you have good business sense, it opens up a lot of doors. And a lot of guys have names that open up doors, but they don't have the ability to capitalize on it. And we've proven that we have longevity and that we deliver a really good product to a community that loves it.
That loves booze.
Exactly. Yeah, Texas, they love their whiskey.
Oh,
yes, they do.
Yes, indeed. A couple more for you here, Ricky. And we want to let you promote your app. And also, is there a way where people can sign up for these classes too? Is there a website or something where they can get in contact to sign up to learn from you about astrology?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Yeah, my website is rickywilliams.life, and all my offerings, classes, consultations, conversations, they're all there.
Just like that.
Yeah.
It's pretty simple. rickywilliams.life.
Not
even a
.com.
.com.
It's good to see how all the babies.
Someone took the com and they would have charged me a whole bunch of
Are you
money for it,
serious?
so I said, I'll just take
Even though it's your name?
Exactly. I said, I'll just take life.
Okay. That's even cooler.
Take it out of the business.
That's even
Take
cooler.
it out of the business. Take the money out of the business and get it done. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
How are all the babies?
Babies are good. The little baby's growing fast.
How about Grandpa Ricky?
Stella, my granddaughter, she's doing great. You know, Asha got into Berkeley, so she'll be out near me. So that's exciting.
Nice.
Very exciting.
Very nice.
Congratulations on that.
Paying all that money to St. Stephen's,
Yeah. Paying that college tuition, that high school college tuition.
Yeah. Got her in.
Marley's doing good.
Yeah, Marley's doing great.
That is awesome, dude. And that is so awesome. It is so good to see you.
Yeah, man. Thank you.
And so I'm hoping I will see you. I'm not even going to put you on the gun. I'll wait. I'll get you in private and start talking to you about something else. So.
Yeah. Good luck.
He's already here right now. What do you want? You want him to show up again?
No.
Come on.
No, he's got the baby. I know he's got things to do.
Well, Ricky, you're the best. Always enjoy catching up, and thanks for everything you do for the University of Texas, and thanks for always popping on with us and spending some time with us today.
And thank you for taking care of that little guy.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming out.
Yeah, of course. Happy to be here, man. Happy to be here. Hopefully next year and the year after that, and so on and so forth. This is a lot of fun, and we got a little humidity today, but thankfully the rain's going to stay out of the way. So
and as you get older, you'll start taking some golf lessons and get back out there because you know how I like to play golf.
Are you still playing?
Is the Pope Catholic?
Come on, man. Of course I'm playing.
All right. Yeah, we got to play sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Last time you and I played, I think we were in New England. I think you were.
Oh, that was a long time. Buck brought me out to play golf my very first time, and we were at We got up here at Barton Creek.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was he? Could he hit the driver past 130 at that point?
He
Or
was crushing it.
Not
Okay.
anymore. Those days are gone, brother. It's just be able to find the ball now for me.
That's it. That is the name of the game. Well, Ricky, you're the best, man. Really appreciate it. Always good seeing you.
Good seeing you, man.
And man, the man who needs no introduction or no outro, Ricky Williams, of course, the Ricky Williams Celebrity Golf Scramble here at the Fazio Canyons course at Barton Creek Country Club. I mean, we've gotten to talk to Ricky. We've gotten to talk to Roger Clemens and Brooks Kieschnick. And I mean, Troy Smith came by and said hello earlier. I've seen Malik Jefferson walking around. I've seen Jamal Charles walking around. Derek Johnson is here. This really is.
And you know me, Ricky. Get all that stuff signed. Quit messing around.
Oh, right. Yeah. We're forcing Ricky to sign some stuff. But
Yeah.
he's used to it. He's been doing that for a long time, right?
No, he's never forced to do anything. Only one person forces him to do anything.
That's you.
That would be me.
Yeah. And he still listens to you, I guess.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. Right. That was good. All right. Well, should we? We'll just keep like alternating because I see a Double R and Wags are still there. I
Yeah,
feel
let's
bad
let them get in
we're
there.
cutting into their show. If somebody else pops up, we might pop back in. But if Double R and Wags, I see them in the waiting room, but I don't see their videos. I'm kind of putting them on the spot here. We're kind of putting them on the spot here with this back and forth. But how about your son, AJ, just catching strays right there, dude?
He took a couple hits, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He just walks by, he comes and says hello, and then all of a sudden he's getting dunked on for being cheap. Like that. That just didn't feel.
He didn't get that.
necessary
He didn't
right
get
there.
that from the old man, though.
No, you're very giving.
Yes.
You're a very,
Thank you very
giving
much.
person. So, now great to see everybody out here this morning. You know, they've got all these breakfast tacos out here. I've had this bag of matzah on this
Dude,
table.
you cannot have any of that good stuff over there. Just throw some salsa on there.
It's just, just ready for people to maybe come by and grab some.
I don't
go.
notice anybody having any of the matzah.
No, everyone's grabbed the tacos. No one's grabbed the matzah here. So,
No, man. You got till tonight, right?
tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night. Yep. One more
On a
day for
Tuesday?
this thing. Yeah, Tuesday night.
Wow.
I just texted Wags and Double R, and Wags is like, "Oh, taking a crap. Give me a few minutes." I literally texted them. I'm like, "Hey, we might end up going to 11, so we're throwing everybody for a loop here." But it's been a fun morning, man. Great conversations. Obviously, talking a lot of NFL draft, talking some Texas baseball, some NBA playoffs, some Major League Baseball, and getting to have some of the great conversations that we've had. It's been a ton of fun.
Yeah, that was good talking to Roger. That was fun.
I got to ask you, are you going to stay out here? Are you going to walk the course a little bit? You're going to heckle some of these players out here today?
You know, I'm going into air conditioning. Quit standing out here in this humidity.
Yeah.
I'm not from Houston.
I'm usually not happy when I'm not playing golf, but I'm not too upset today that I'm.
No, it's humid out there. Boy. It is.
It is a
stifling
Houston
out
day.
there.
It is a Houston day for sure. And yeah, Roger Clemens has the advantage over everybody else because he grew up with this and lives with this
Man.
all the time. So yeah, it's been fun. I see Double R back on. We'll bring Double R on here for the moment as we play musical chairs this morning. What's up, dude?
Man, I like that. What a great man, Ricky. It's so cool what's going on there, and to see a lot of folks making their way out in Longhorn Legends. I think that's one of the coolest things about Texas athletics is that people always come back. I mean, for situations like this, for events like this, man. That's a really cool thing.
You know, and the thing about it too is you don't have to get them to come over. And there's Derek. You don't have to get them to come over and sit with you. They just come over. They're like they can't wait to get over and start talking.
Yeah,
talking about their Longhorn, their heritage. You know what I'm saying?
Well, even Troy Smith, who didn't play at Texas, is
I
like,
know.
when y'all getting me on? We're like, I don't know, Troy. We got to get the Longhorns on first, but it's fun to be out here, Double R.
Yeah, and you know, and it goes without saying. I mean, because it's like Ricky and Roger and the guys that you have had on today, and the other guys that you're talking about. But it goes on. I mean, a lot of whether it's a baseball player, basketball player, football player, and even in the women's sports. I mean, they always come back, and it doesn't have to be a Heisman Trophy winner. It doesn't have to be Roger Clemens. I mean, those folks are always within the community, man, and that's I think that's one of the coolest things. I mean, to see that happen because a lot of people are like, "I'm gone."
No, that started such a long time ago, but boy, nobody made it better happening than the football program with Mac Brown. When guys and they come back for each other, they continue to do that. That doesn't stop now. It's
right.
You know, you think, okay, another head coach, another new coach, two more new coaches. It just doesn't start here. They continue to do this all the time, Rodney. They just have done such a great job of that, and I don't see that at other places. You know, a lot of places you go to, you know, you may not see one of your teammates for a long time. It seems like a yearly thing around this place.
Yeah. And I think that's something that when you mentioned Mac right there, I mean, Coach Brown, you know, with that whole CEO conversation that he used to have. That's what he did. He built this program and he taught these athletes they needed to be more than just what was on the field. And it really seems like my good friend Steve Sarkisian, who I have a selfie with, out at Coda, that he is doing the same thing right there, where he's got his core of coaches and everything seems to be happening the right way. The exit interviews, all of that. It's like maybe the program's not right for you. Go do something else, if you choose to. It is a great thing. It is a great thing.
Well, we got to give credit to Texas One and the Texas One Fund as well, right? I mean, they throw so many of these tremendous events all year long. And look, let's call a spade a spade. I mean, name, image, and likeness is huge in college sports, right? Like the brand that is Texas, it ain't enough to just be Texas anymore. You got to make sure that you've got your financials in order, if you will. And with the job that the Texas One Fund has done since day one, I mean, it is tremendous, supporting not only the football program, but all the athletic programs at the University of Texas. And it's a huge part of why, Texas is as good as it is right now in so many sports. I mean, this school has won 10 conference championships this year, actually 11 conference championships this year already. And this athletic department is in a great spot right now. And so much of it has to do with the work of the Texas One Fund and just a lot of donors who have supported and continue to support this university. So it feels like just the camaraderie, not only on campus with the student athletes, but like of this whole fan base and of this whole, lifetime Longhorn community and this alumni base. It feels like it's as strong as it's ever been, gentlemen.
Yeah. Hey guys, I just got a text from my obviously we've got the Coda text line 222-9328 where you guys can check in if you're on the app and not watching on YouTube. I just got this from my rep at Coda. Obviously the US Grand Prix coming up, and that's going to be Friday, October 18th through the 20th of October. Here's your musical lineup. How about this? Friday, October 18th, Sting, not the wrestler, the singer.
Nice.
You'll have Sting, and then now here's a hit coming off of the draft. Saturday, October the 19th, live at Coda, Eminem.
Whoa, Marshall Mathers.
How about that?
Wags is rapping, but he's muted. He was probably saying something great, and I hate that we didn't get to hear it.
Sorry we missed that one.
It wasn't rapping. It was, if I was lost inside my head.
Poor guy's trying to take a swing.
Yeah, I thought Wags was going Eminem. Instead, he was going Sting. I guessed wrong there. Had a 50% chance and still got it wrong.
Well, and I had a feeling something was up with the music, because I saw Coda put out a couple of weeks ago where it's like, if you have your tickets now and you're not satisfied with what we're going to give you, we will buy them back. I don't think people are going to be
for sure.
Yeah, that's how it usually works. We're good at that around here.
Very surprised Epstein didn't let me throw that out there first.
Make sure you clarify which Epstein you're talking about.
Yes, that would be Bobby.
Okay,
Epstein.
all right.
Yeah. We don't need Rick Epstein up in the middle of this thing.
I wasn't thinking about Rick, but thanks for clarifying that too. All right, guys. Thank you all for being flexible.
What you gonna?
Do we want you got one?
No, he's rolling. We've talked to Derek Johnson before. We'll talk to him again. He's got to eat. He's got to play golf. He knows we love him.
You guys going to make fun of AJ anymore?
No, we're done with AJ. We're done with them.
That wasn't us. Thank you guys for being flexible.
Thank you guys.
I think we're for sure.
You guys be good. Anytime y'all get a guest, you guys are more important than us. You guys know that.
Whatever.
Whatever. See you, boys.
Love you guys.
My mom didn't even stick around. You guys know. Man. What's up, Kyle? Welcome back. Yeah, we're just gonna let's keep the stuff here on this screen right here, Brock. Thank you. If you're listening, let's get a shout out to Brock too for doing a bang up job out there, man. Rodney, you and I have also been in that chair before, man. That's a tough gig, dude. It's not just setting up the gear, but Brock's out there also wrangling up the hosts or in the guests or whatnot to make sure that everybody's coming down and trying to put together the entire show, man. You're doing more than just getting everything together and getting the show on the road, man. When you're doing production and you're producing the entire show, that's your baby, man. So shout out to Brock. Make sure everybody's giving a follow to Brock and telling him how good of a job he's doing too, man. But welcome back, dude. Woo, there we go. Welcome back.
And the box saved the day.
You're
really right. Those remote Wags, those remote things. It's like when
you let them fry, bro. You let those damn things fry and it's done.
Dude, when I attribute like that remote broadcasting stuff, it was like when my girls were small. And I would have to drop them off at school because I dropped them both off. And of course, we're a blended family. So I had one right down the road and then I had one in Leander. So it was like trying to do all that was like doing a remote broadcast.
Oh, yeah.
Come on.
Brock just making everything happen, man, putting it all together. Hey, we tried to make some things happen last night. Yeah, if you watched any hockey last night, you'd realize that number 97 is probably one of the best in the damn game. He probably is the best in the game. Talking about Connor McDavid. Edmonton just cruising. But also, the Rangers finished off the Capitals last night, swept them. 4-0, which is fine. I'm good. I'm fine. I didn't think that the Capitals should have been in the playoffs anyways, but now I tweeted it out once it happened. Now we can heal, right? Now we can heal. We do have to have a important conversation, though. The great 8, since you can't call him the great one, right? Because that's Wayne Gretzky's title. But the great 8 was held pointless. I'm talking about Alexander Ovechkin. Pointless. Rodney didn't even show up on the offensive stat line. Sure, he's getting some hits or whatnot, but hell, that's the one thing that Ovi used to do when he wasn't scoring, was imposing his physicality on people, right? And he's not doing that anymore either. It's time to have the awkward conversation. If you are a front office, if you're in the front office of the Washington Capitals, it's time to have the unpopular and awkward conversation if Alexander Ovechkin belongs on the team or not. I still think he can make an impact, but damn, dude, when you don't record a point in the series, it makes me question a few things, man. And it hasn't just been up and down like this season. Sure, he's getting, consecutive 20-goal seasons or whatnot. He had a year where he struggled to get over. I think it was 30 goal. He had a really down year, but again, you just can't. Old man weather. It's hard to not lose against the guy, right? Like old age just catches up to everybody, man. It's always Father Time just wins. And
yeah,
look, man, is dominant and as physical of a beast that he is, the time might have come. And like even on the power play, even on special teams, even on power plays, he's getting stopped. You know what I mean? Like, he's going to be on the left shelf. He's going to be in the left office, man. The left wing, as they used to say back in the Capitol, man. The presidential suite. It's been shut down time after time. I think the Capitals need to start to formulate a succession plan and execute.
Two people undefeated always. Father Time. And that old bitch Mother Nature. They are undefeated.
Yeah, funny, man. One hell of a couple. Dynamic duo, that's for sure.
No shit. And the conversation that we're having today, I mean, like you're talking here about Ovechkin. We're having this conversation on the day that the Dallas Cowboys just re-signed Zeke Elliott after thinking that he was done. And it is, where you have to, if you are the organization.
Pick Zeke up, damn it. I didn't pick him up in fantasy football.
that really is where you have to go in. And it's like, but this is where you go back to the loyalty thing and where people pile on the Dallas Cowboys. Do you keep that dude? I mean, was he tired? I don't know.
Said this 2 weeks ago. Talked about the differential 2 weeks ago on the Wagner Wire.
Yeah. Do you keep that dude? Do you keep that dude on your franchise out of obligation, out of loyalty?
I think you do. I mean, it sucks. It's a coveted piece because you know that you could get a lot more on that roster without Ovechkin. He's gonna. You hope
people may want to come play with him. They may want to come play with him.
100%. And he also, he's not just one of the greatest over here, man. He's also like heralded as the GOAT over in Russia and
sure.
and in Czech and the Baltic states or whatnot. So to me, I would think that he has a lot of influence and a lot of pull over there to maybe to have that really good relationship to try and for scouting purposes or whatnot with other leagues. For me, I think you keep him on, but only if he agrees to a very, very friendly, free franchise. Like, you're going to have to restructure the contract. You're going to have to work some stuff around. You got Tom Wilson, that's $8 million already. $8 million a year already for the Caps. You're going to have to keep Oshie around because Oshie's one of your best scorers too. So again, man, and you got to get young very quick. You allowed that window to shrink and reduce drastically. So you're going to have to get young very quick. You've already shipped out Kuznetsov. He's on the Hurricanes right now. He was one of your centerpieces, your focal pieces to run with Ovi, and that's no longer there. So you got to reload, you got to restock somehow, and you got to do it fast.
Yeah, and Jake just actually posted something that I wanted to ask you. I mean, trying to chase down the great one.
That's just it. Like but how? I mean, he was. I estimated him taking 2 seasons, like a season ago, to get that, and with this drop off in goals, he might need 4 more years to catch.
I don't think he has that left.
Goals, man, just in goals. Now, if you want to have a real conversation, oh God, no one's ever going to be Wayne Gretzky, all right? And Tom McKay is going to kill me for this. No one's ever going to be Wayne Gretzky, but maybe I'm just a prisoner of the moment. Connor McDavid is the best hockey player I've seen in my lifetime. Now, I was on the back end of Gretzky's career, right? I didn't get to see Gretzky tearing it up in the 80s or whatnot. I didn't see his rise, right? Just like I saw Jordan at Jordan's apex and Jordan's decline. I didn't see the rise of the greatest. All right. I saw Wayne Gretzky when he was on the Kings, and I saw him when he was on the Rangers. All right. And he was still fantastic. But what I'm watching now with Connor McDavid, and again, Edmonton only won 1-0 last night, but still, what McDavid does, he makes, and maybe it was just like this. Maybe it was a sensation for Sid the Kid when Sid was so young and talented, right? He just makes everybody around him so much better, man. Just the skating and whatnot. He's just that much better, dude. I don't know. I mean, I'm not an Edmonton fan, nowhere near an Edmonton fan, but they are appointment viewing television for me just because of Connor McDavid.
Well, and they lead 3-1 in that series. So, and again, the Kings, I mean, coming in, I think the Kings, I was like,
the Caps, and to Tom's credit, dude, McKay said there wasn't going to be any sweeps, and the Caps almost made that come to fruition. Bowed out, by 1 goal or whatnot, or excuse me, 2 goals. But still, they were the team. They were the worst team in the playoffs by far. We just showed that stat from the 91 Vancouver Canucks with the worst goal differential. If there was a team to get swept, and it was the Caps.
Yeah. Coded text line. We will work on the app if there is a problem. You guys let us know if there is something going on right there. I know that the app may be running remotely, so we'll get that figured out and try to get everything straight. But kind of going back to chasing down Wayne Gretzky, Wags. When Emmitt Smith became the NFL all-time rushing leader, when he did that against Seattle in that ball game at Texas Stadium, I mean, that was a very tired, ready to be done Emmitt Smith.
He was
still on the Cowboys. He was still
okay. I was going to say, because I thought, when he was in Arizona, it didn't look like he wanted to be there.
This was right at the end, and this was Emmitt Smith. I mean, you look at the run that Emmitt Smith did that on, and it was like, okay, that's the all-time rushing leader. You go back and you look at it. I mean, Barry Sanders would have broken that record way in advance of Emmitt Smith, but that's a different argument. But going back to this, if you got a dude that's out of gas and you got a guy that's tired, I think at some point you got to put the brakes on and realize yourself that it's like, look, I don't need to do this. Breaking a record is one thing. And I think that's where Ovechkin is at this point, to be honest with you. Because like you said, it's one thing you can project 2 years, but when your production doubles that, do you really want to be doing this shit for?
It's not even that. Like the Caps guy, like now you're going to have a new contract. You're going to have to restructure a new contract.
That's
if that's the case, if you want to keep Ovechkin on to say, oh, he got this here in Washington. He's only been in Washington his entire career. If you want to make it end like that, you're going to have to restructure a contract now because, or shit, you were going to have to do it anyways in 2 years, I think, because it's up. But anyways, it's just prolonging more of a contract with Alexander Ovechkin than you thought that you would have, or than I thought that you would have to. I don't know how many else estimated his goal total or when he was going to, eclipse Gretzky's total in goals. But
Yeah.
I thought it was going to happen within 2 seasons from now, but it's looking more like 4, honestly.
Yeah. Well, and to CB's point right here, and I mean, we can get into the GOAT of running backs and all that at a different time, but it was Emmett's chase to be the all-time leading rusher. That was oh my, that was painful to watch. Those Cowboy teams were horrible. I can't remember who the quarterback was when that happened. I mean, it was just that, like you're talking about.
So I'm lost. I thought Emmitt Smith, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember Emmitt Smith kind of exiting stage right after Aikman left. Was that not the case?
No, he stayed around. And man, who was the quarterback? I think it was somebody that wore number 7.
Was Quincy Carter a quarterback there?
No, yeah, it was Quincy Carter was in the 90, 91, 93, so forth and so on. But yeah, this was 2000, 2002, 2003.
I want to say Bledsoe came back in.
No, Bledsoe was gone.
Am I wrong?
Bledsoe was gone. This was pre-Romo. I mean, where he was still hanging around, and it really was. I mean, you would sit here, Emmitt Smith, during that chasing sweetness is what they call that, and it was like, 30 yards this game, 40 yards that game, may have a good game and get 75 yards. It was just, I don't know who the
quarterback was.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. I don't know who that was, but it was just not.
So was he the last? I mean, he was clearly the last of the triplets, then, right? Like Michael Irvin had probably retired.
Yeah. Irvin was done after he got carted off the field there at Veterans Stadium, and they threw snowballs at him and all that shit with a broken neck. So, early 2000s was Quincy Carter.
Oh my God, I remember. Oh my,
remember that?
God,
they like
really.
He was so hurt. They had to cut his face mask off, and they have him there strapped from the head, the legs, the belly.
People are throwing shit at him,
bouncing him. Oh my God, Jake,
Ryan. It was not Ryan Leaf. There's no way it was Ryan Leaf.
I don't
There's
know.
no way it was Ryan Leaf. I'm telling you, it was Quincy Carter. I'm telling you, it was Quincy Carter.
No, I swear it was a white dude. Yeah, right there. Oh, shoot.
Chad Hutchinson or Chad Pennington?
Magic Man's got it. Number 7, Chad Hutchinson. It was Hutchinson. The great pitcher.
Chad Hutchinson. Hell, man. Chad Hutchinson might have been the bridge for like a season because I don't remember him being in the league that much.
Yeah. Oh, my God. What a mess. Hey, Quincy Carter won a playoff game for the Cowboys. And I think now he's in prison. Or he's passed. One of the two. And one may have led to the other. Yeah, Quincy Carter was.
Did you say he's got AIDS?
No, I didn't say.
I thought you said he's got AIDS, like big Magic Johnson. I thought that's what you were talking about. Anyways, whether you're watching Quincy Carter in jail or whether you're watching, Alexander Ovechkin struggle to get a goal, or Alexander Ovechkin just chasing, Gretzky's, ultimate goal record or whatnot, you got to do it with AV Consultations. Audiovisualconsultations.com, or it's avconsultations.com. You can find them. You can find all the gallery of projects that they've done over the past 35 years when setting the standard in audiovisual automation in the Austin Central Texas area on that website at avconsultations.com, or give Tom McKay a call at 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. The very best in the business. I've told you all about them. BK's told you all about them. Whether you want 2 TVs behind me, like I have behind me, or the arcade cabinets that I have, or you want 4 screens that BK has at his pad. It's all deadly. It's all done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
That's right. And CB, I got to tell you, man, here's one of the things when you talk about the Cowboys.
Randall Cunningham? What am I reading?
No, he didn't play for Dallas. Unless I slept through something. But it was, with the
guys,
Cowboys,
I know I walk in the clouds a lot, but holy hell, man, I'm not that gullible.
Yeah,
you're not going to get me on that. Randall Cunningham was not on.
No, he wasn't. But he kicked Dallas's ass a lot.
Yeah, a lot.
But the whole thing is, it's like the Cowboys, where it's like Dallas with their 2 franchise quarterbacks that they've had. Tony Romo, undrafted, comes in. Bill Parcells saw the diamond in the rough right there, plugged him in, and he sat for a little bit, and then the rest is history. And then the 4th round draft pick.
There's no way Randall Cunningham in 2000 for the Cowboys.
I don't.
There's no way. Jake, there's no way. I have no memory of this, but I remember him at Philly and I remember him at Minnesota.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. That's all I remember. That's all I remember.
God bless America.
No, you cannot say God bless America and play that thing.
I'm not going to argue with our guys.
And that guy does not go hand in hand because that's a contradiction, sir.
Hell, we got it.
Minnesota. Stay in Minnesota. And by the way, I'm not a Republican or a Democrat. I just call it how I see it. And that guy's a dumbass.
Yeah. 1 and 2 as a starter. I'll be damned. How'd I miss that?
How about that?
Oh, there it is.
Check the text line.
There it is, right there. Yeah, 2000. Troy Aikman, Randall Cunningham, Anthony Wright, the great Anthony Wright.
Anthony Wright.
Now, I do remember that now.
I remember Mr. Wright.
Remember that.
I remember Mr. Wright, but I do not remember Cunningham.
2001, Quincy Carter 3 and 5, Anthony Wright 1 and 2, the great Ryan Leaf 0 and 3, and Clint Sterner 0 and 1. Oh, God.
Other scores from last night: the Avalanche are starting to soar over the Jets right now. They lead that series 3-1. Jets are in trouble. Avalanche just starting to turn it on, man. Look, we talked about how dominant their offense can actually be, especially with McKinnon. And it's starting to come to fruition now. Canucks, the Vancouver Canucks with the 3-1 lead over the Preds right now, and then pardon me, right there. And then like the aforementioned Edmonton Oilers we just talked about, got the 1-0 win over the Kings last night to make that series 3-1. Yeah, no sweeps. No sweeps except for the damn Capitals. What do you like tonight, Rodney?
Tonight, tonight's show night for me with Rev Dub. So
my God, all right.
Yeah.
But the Stars are on the road in Vegas.
Stars. That's a good thing. That's late.
Jesus, I just said it. Do the Stars tie it up? I swear I'm not I'm a Caps fan. I'm a Caps fan.
Yeah.
Caps fan.
Well,
but it's fun to watch the Stars.
I kind of thought Dallas might piss the one away the other day. So hopefully they can tie it up. But
they came out strong too. I mean, hell, at one point they were dominating. I think the shots on goal was 24-7 when I looked at it at the end of the first period, and then they started easily. I mean, it was almost like at the halfway point, like seriously the halfway point, the 10-minute mark of the second period. The Vegas Knights just started turning it on. Again, doing what they do best, getting in the crease, blocking shot lanes and taking shots away, and just keeping I was going to say keeping Thompson clean, but Thompson didn't need to be kept clean, didn't need any help. Thompson just nothing got by. Well, I say that, but and two actually squeaked by Thompson that night, but Thompson was fantastic. I think he had 37 saves in game 3 or whatnot. It stuffed Simeon twice on a breakaway, and then he stuffed down a shorthanded breakaway too. I mean, he was fantastic, just huge. No space left unmarked in that damn net. He was fantastic the other night in game 3. If he's anything like that in game 4, you're gonna have the Stars are going to have 60 shots. I mean, that's completely hyperbolic and over the top, but that's just how impressive Thompson was. Logan Thompson was fantastic.
Yeah. Wags, I know we can dive into this further tomorrow. I know today's kind of been, kind of back and forth.
Anthony Edwards is right now arguably top 3 in the league. He is fantastic. And I still can't believe that this guy went to Georgia. Like, what bag did Georgia give him to go there? I'm serious. Like, Georgia ain't winning nothing.
Home Depot gift cards, my man. Home Depot gift cards had to be.
Yeah,
had to be.
Dun 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 dun, or whatever the hell the Home Depot song is. Man.
Yeah.
I mean, my God, you want mother? I mean, and it was KD last night too. KD was under the rim after Anthony Edwards, and this is just one sequence that I saw, and this isn't even Ant-Man, tearing up and hitting fadeaway threes. Anthony Edwards, I think he crossed up Bradley Beal on the wing, destroyed him, got past him on one hell of a crossover, and just floored it right to the rim. Durant tried to rotate and rotated late, and then all of a sudden Anthony Edwards just took off. I mean, Durant's head, we know Durant lies about his height, right? He says that he's 6'8" or whatnot, but he's really like 7 foot or some shit like that. Anthony Edwards was over Durant. I mean, over him, and then he just almost destroyed the damn rim. Anthony Edwards is if not top 3, might be. And I'm again prisoner of the moment, man. Prisoner of the moment. I know Nikola Jokic is a fantastic sensation, but if you want to compare in guards right now, Anthony Edwards is the man. He is fantastic.
Highlight of the NBA weekend for me this weekend was Charles Barkley talking about the Thunder and where they should go for vacation. Galveston, that dirty ass water. We're sending you to Galveston, that dirty ass water. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah, talking about did hear him talking about Galveston.
Yeah, so I mean, let's go. Let's get
SDA is having himself a year too, man.
Yeah,
I mean, but Giannis is hurt. I don't know. When Giannis is healthy, 100%. I'm with you there. I'm with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, let's get the Nuggies ready. Hey, Lakers got one. There's LeBron. Yeah, it's like, okay, did that solidify LeBron or whatever? I don't give a shit. They stayed alive in the series.
Did we get a chance to talk about the whole "it's just basketball" comment?
About the what?
It's only basketball. Did we get a chance to talk about that?
Yeah, we touched on that. And I think we're in agreement that whole other conversation about who's better or whatever, that right there is why the guy that wore 23 and 45 for a little bit is better. But yes, just basketball. Yeah, man. I mean, the thing is, I mean, you got to light the fire. You got to see. I know the other day they were ahead and he was pissed off about a call, which was right, which he was right about being pissed off. But it's like, hey,
Double R, I got somebody at my door right now. I hate to do this to you. Can you do an ad read real quick, man?
Yeah, no, dude, I got it. You go ahead. You go ahead.
Matter of fact, you mind if I bow off right now?
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right. Hey, I love you guys, man. Thank you so much for doing the deed, Rodney. But yeah, I got a technician at the door trying to come fix everything that happened with this weekend with the power blowing out. It wrecked everything here, man. So we got power on now, but the AC got fried. So we got them coming to fix. Yeah, we got them fixing it. But anyways, you guys have a great Monday, man. Rodney, thank you for carrying it out with me, and you guys have a great Monday. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. Be good.
Take care, dude. Yep. All right, there he goes. It is our man Adam Wagner. Yeah, and he's definitely had quite the weekend. I was actually traveling yesterday back from Corpus, and he was having internet issues, all these different things. But the NBA conversation, it really does look like at the moment that Denver is just, and this could. I saw a conversation, I think it was on ESPN.com this morning, where it was talking about who could take out the Nuggets and who could take out the Celtics. And I mean, in the back and forth. And I really think that the fact that when you go into the playoffs and like we're talking about with Denver, I mean, Denver is not being tested. I mean, I thought the Lakers would win a game. I thought the Lakers might be able to break through and maybe win 2 games, but that's not going to be the fact. I think that they win the 1 game, and I think Denver's about to close this thing out. And yes, LeBron looked great and so forth, but it really does. Now I'm intrigued because you go into this and you're going to have the Timberwolves and you're going to have the Nuggets, and that's going to be that next round. And I think that this could be. I think it could be the Wolves that are the ones that maybe take a stab at these guys and could knock them out of here and could have some kind of impact right here. And like Jake is talking about, just because of how big they are, I think that right there is going to be the reason that if anybody is going to push Denver before they get to the finals, that it's going to be Minnesota. So I like that as a possible round 2 matchup for them, simply because round 1 has been, I mean, you got Dallas and you got the Clippers. That's been one that I've kind of dug into, obviously, with the Texas effect right there. Dallas, kind of my default team right now, with San Antonio in a rebuilding effect. But I think it is what it is. It's still going to be Denver and Boston that are going to be going head to head when this thing all shakes itself out, which is eventually going to happen. We got to get through all these playoffs, but that's what's going to happen. I think that's what's going to happen. And the Lakers, I mean, LeBron with the other night, yeah, Yeah. I mean, you knew that was going to come. You knew that there was going to be a big performance from him, and there was going to be another one of those big, legacy games that he was going to have. I mean, in the finals where his team is challenged and his team is not going to move on. So you knew that that was coming. And this is Mamba P talking about with LeBron. I mean, I don't know, with him, it's a different time. It's a different time. It's like we were talking about a while ago, with Emmett and Walter Payton and Barry Sanders and all of that. That was a very different time in sports. Everything is a very different time in sports. I talk about it all the time with NASCAR stuff, to where it's like people talk about the old days of Cale Yarborough and Darrell Waltrip, Rich Petty, all this other stuff. This sports is different right now. In a lot of ways, but with LeBron, I mean, the game is different. The game is softer. You don't have the physicality that you used to have in the NBA. So it definitely is a different time to where you look at this, and we talked about it with Caitlin Clark, to where it was, when Caitlin Clark breaks the all-time scoring record right there, where folks are talking about, well, it needs to have an asterisk, because there weren't 3-point lines with Pistol Pete, and there weren't any of this, and the amount of games and all of that. So it is drastically a different time with a lot of this. I mean, it is what it is, man. When you start comparing generations and eras and all of that's where you get into that fine line, depending who you're talking to. They're going to have their own opinion, and they're going to favor their own generation. That's just the bottom line of the way it happens. LeBron is insecure like a 13-year-old. I mean, the dude is great. But he played in a different time. I mean, it is a totally different time, and legacies are different compared to then and compared to now. And moving forward, I mean, as the NBA continues to roll on, when we get 20 years, 25 years down the road, people are going to look at LeBron James and say LeBron James was a legacy basketball player. They're not going to be talking about him being a crybaby. They're not going to talk about him doing all of that. They're going to talk about the greatness that was LeBron James in his era, because the era will have changed by then. I'm no sports psychologist, I can promise you that, but that's just the way it happens. And we bring in Jeff Howe. It's only an hour coming up. And Jeff, I mean, sports, I mean, you and I are kind of the guys that we can kind of go back into the chronicles, into the encyclopedias, and you see the drastic differences now.
I got the perfect comparison for LeBron Double R. As a pro wrestling fan, I think you'll see exactly where I'm coming from. LeBron James is John Cena. Is he Hulk Hogan? No. Is he Steve Austin? No. But you can look at those were very different eras. But there's no question, in his era, nobody sold more tickets, nobody sold more merch, nobody was capable of being the face of the company the way he was. That to me is LeBron. And the thing with LeBron that I think we'll talk about more than anything else is, I don't know. Look, we'll see what happens ultimately with Victor Wembanyama, but it looks like he's made a hell of a first step in the direction I'm fixing to mention. I don't think there's been an athlete in my lifetime. I think even Tiger, Bryce Harper, whoever, with the amount of pressure that LeBron faced at such a young age, and not only did he meet that hype, but exceeded it, I think, beyond anybody's expectations. What the hype was compared to what he's achieved on the court. So that to me is, I think, what we'll be talking about. Look, man, Michael Jordan had his detractors. Kareem, Will, like, you go through history, everybody.
Absolutely.
You think everybody back in the day, when we talk about, running back is one of the positions I love studying in football. You think everybody was just always just in awe of Barry Sanders highlights and nothing else? No, it's like, how come this dude never wins jack in the playoffs? Barry Sanders teams never won anything. What great postseason game did Barry Sanders ever play? That stuff got said. So it's all gets said in a moment. But yeah, like you said, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, all they'll look back is what's in the history books, and people will rightfully remember LeBron as one of the top 3 players that ever lived.
That's right, as he should be. as he should be, like him or not.
And I'm a LeBron fan. I'm gonna be straight up honest. I'm a LeBron.
I got no problem with him. I mean, it's like, I mean, I love the intensity. I mean, I love the fact that he's traveled around and he's done what he's done, and he's still playing at a great level. I mean, that's the bottom line. I was talking about with Emmitt Smith breaking the career rushing record, where that was kind of painful to watch, Jeff, when it's like, okay, but LeBron James is still at a good pace.
Yeah. Emmitt, as far as I'm concerned, is the GOAT. But yeah, that was like Peyton Manning winning that last Super Bowl ring. I was like, all right, yeah, you did it, but
10-yard passes.
You had to have everybody was carrying you across the finish line.
That's right. All right, Jordan's here, guys. Y'all have a great show, boys. I'm sure you guys are going to talk some good Texas post-draft and all that. So I'll be checking in. Y'all have a good day. We're back tomorrow.
All right, Rodney. All right, it's only an hour. It's Jeff. It's Jordan. Big thanks to Rodney. Jordan, where are you? I know you're a LeBron fan. Where are you at on? We're just talking. I don't know if you caught that whole thing, but it was really along the lines of, dude, 10 years from now, 10 years after LeBron retires, nobody's going to remember the nuances of it. They'll just remember how awesome it was.
I mean, yeah, he's only the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Dude,
yeah. No, sorry. I won't say like that.
Jake Bayless put this up, and I didn't want to turn this into a LeBron discussion, but I don't know if you're a soccer guy, Jordan, but Jake, I'll take your word for it. It says Argentinians would not elevate Messi above Diego Maradona until he won the World Cup, and it was a non-negotiable. So but again, Messi's another one, dude. 10 years after Messi's done, like, is anybody even going to remember that debate or that argument? No. People now pretty much recognize Messi as the greatest soccer player that ever lived, pretty much, unless you're just an old head and you still want to put Pele up there or whatever. But it's we're all prisoners of the moment, I guess.
Yeah, and like, I don't know. I loved what you said about LeBron. I've had this talk with a lot of my friends before, but like, man, if you really think about it, LeBron is the only athlete that has ever lived up to those expectations,
and not just lived up to them. He exceeded them.
Exceeded them. Yes, he did. And he's the only athlete in the history that has exceeded these unrealistic expectations that were put on him. Because while he was still in high school, people are saying this could be the greatest player of all time, and now you can't have that conversation without him. So
went back when this meant something. The guy was solo on the cover of SI at 16. Talking about he was the chosen one. Like,
hell yeah. He was, So speaking of the chosen one, can we talk about my man, Anthony fucking Edwards?
Man.
I have had, you know me, I'm not a very casual basketball watcher. I watch a lot of the NBA playoffs. Man, Anthony Edwards is so good for the NBA. He's so good for the NBA, and is a legitimate superstar, an actual legitimate superstar. I feel like that word gets overused too much, specifically in the NBA. Anthony Edwards is a legitimate superstar, and he's the big homie, the leader of the Timberwolves' team at 22 years old. He's going to be around for a long-ass time. He's fun as hell, easy to root for, fun to watch. Like, everyone, obviously, I think Wemby is going to be the true face of the NBA. But, like, I feel so good about the future of the NBA and where it's at. And, I mean, like, I can't remember a time. I'm not including LeBron. And I've always – now that I've gotten older, it's gone from just, like, straight-up hating Curry to now it's like, look, I'm pissed the shots are going in, but, like, I'm appreciating the greatest shooter of all time. I'm going to watch him and enjoy this.
Yeah.
Like, Anthony Edwards – outside of LeBron and I guess Curry, is the most fun I've had watching an NBA player play basketball in a long time. Just the way he plays, the intensity he plays, and I love that he talks shit too. There's too many people afraid to say what's going through their head, and I love how Ant just says it. So, yeah, I don't know. Did you get to see any of yesterday's game? And the Mavs-Clippers game was awesome too.
Yeah, I've watched enough of Anthony Edwards that, Anthony Edwards is one of those guys that when he came out, it was like, all right, this guy's clearly talented, right? But how much does he care about basketball? It's kind of the motivation, give a crap concerns that you have about some guys. But dude, part of me now wonders, like, through playing like high school ball, AAU ball, college, was Anthony Edwards just bored? Like, is he like, this bores me? I need something else. And like, he's been awesome since he got into the league. So yeah, he's fun to watch. I don't want to say he's a villain, but like, you need that dude that, every era has that guy. Kobe was kind of that guy for his era. Like, Reggie Miller was one of those guys, the guy that just he'll kick your ass and not have a single problem letting you know about it. Yeah, I dig Anthony Edwards. It's fun. You need that kind of guy. In this era, we're kind of in the post super team era now, but everybody kind of wants to be friends and get along. That's just what the NBA has been. No, I need a guy that's like, no, I'm not only am I going to kick your ass, I'm going to tell you I'm going to do it. And then after I do it, I'm going to remind you that I did it and how much fun it was.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to disrespect Joker, Luke, or Giannis. And those are the current faces of the NBA, including LeBron, obviously, still as well. But I just meant, Wemby is going to be the face of the NBA. Like, I don't really think that's a debate. But like, with Anthony Edwards too, like, another thing that was so fun about getting to watch this series with the Suns is, I think it was game 2 when him and KD were going at it, and there was this shot where Ant's kind of backpedaling down the court, and he's just talking shit, and KD's there like smiling, and it's like, seeing moments like that are so cool, is because like we're literally seeing the torch get passed. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
And like, it's crazy because like I remember when it was KD was Anthony Edwards, and not that KD ever really talked shit, but you could tell he was the young guy the vets were looking at as he's going to be the face of our league. That's how they look at Anthony Edwards. So it feels the same, at least to me. And it makes me feel really old at 21 years old that I kind of saw KD get to go through what Anthony Edwards is going through right now. And that kind of just the ascension of a superstar.
Yeah, it's
man, and Derrick Rose, Sticky 12. Man, I actually just finished and Terrence Brooks officially in the transfer portal, by the way, as of 1 minute ago. But no, I actually just read a book, Derrick Rose, kind of just basically an autobiography on his career, everything from his point of view. He's been quiet on a lot of those topics his whole career. So I thought that was dope. But like, yeah, Anthony Edwards gives a lot of D Rose vibes, kind of, just make sure those knees stay healthy.
Yeah, I just want to go back to something that was said about, Joker and Luka and Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
The NBA goes in eras, right? You had, Magic and Bird, Dr. J, Isaiah, kind of that you had their time. Then it goes into, you've got Jordan, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, David Robinson. Basically the dream team guys had their run. Then you pass it on, and it's more so it's Shaq, it's Kobe, Vince Carter, if you want to throw him in there. Dirk, kind of that late 90s to mid 2000s run. And then it's LeBron and Carmelo and D Wade. It's their league. And Steph and KD come in and have their that group comes in and has their Kyrie's in that mix too. And now it's time for a new core to be the focal point of the league. And it's kind of those guys. It's, Giannis already has a ring. Joker's got 2. Luka's fun to watch. Anthony Edwards, but kind of the guys that came in the league kind of in that 2015-16 window up until 2020. Those are the guys that are running the league now.
Yeah, and like I'm sure Adam Silver is just so pleased that they had another young star kind of emerge to take the heat away from Ja Morant. You know what I mean? Yeah. I'm sure they weren't super excited about him being the guy coming along, and they're blessed Wemby's really turning out to be what everyone expected.
No, I mean, Ja Morant can't keep his head straight, and then he's hurt, and then Zion can't get out of his own way. So if either one of those guys ever got it together, they'd be in that group too. But I can appreciate watching greatness. Like, I'll be honest, I've not been at all ever the biggest Tom Brady fan in the world, but I know when I'm watching something great, and it was awesome to watch, but I was never a big Tom Brady fan.
Yeah. No, I feel you on that too. And I never really was a Tom Brady hater, even when he got caught cheating. Like, everyone cheats. You know what I mean? Everyone does it. So, And it's like that's the same thing as like I don't like Oregon State fans getting upset about people tampering with Damian Martinez. Like Oregon State's tampering with some bullshit schools you've never heard of before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like everyone tampers, you know. So
yeah,
I'm never gonna bitch about it. Just don't get caught. You know,
and Nick
like,
Saban pretty much confirmed that during the draft, in case anybody was wondering.
Yeah, and like CB, you talking about how he is ineligible and the whole like SAT thing with D Rose. Like I never really felt a certain type of way about that. Like, was the SAT affecting him on the basketball court? No. But I do get it. I get it. But me personally, I wasn't. Same thing with Reggie Bush. Like, did that house USC put his family in? Did that win him the Heisman? You know what I'm saying? So, how did you feel about that as someone, you know, who was definitely much more present during the Reggie Bush college days?
Getting his Heisman back, or just the whole scandal?
Well, I guess first him getting his Heisman back in 2024.
I'm fine with him. I was fine with him getting it back. He kind of volunteered. It's just weird the way it happened. Like he didn't have to give it to the Heisman Trust. He did that himself. It's like you see it, you know, with NIL, the landscape changes. Like, hey, wait a minute, give me that back. I want that back now. Look, Jake said it. I've said it on Twitter. I've said it for years. Vacating wins and giving back awards is the dumbest form of punishment that there is in sports. Like, I watched Reggie Bush win the Heisman that year. Like, I watched the Heisman ceremony. I'm pretty sure I remember what happened, how the voting went. Like, I didn't dream that. It actually happened. So, you know, if you it's kind of like the Michigan Final Four banners, like that whole deal.
Yeah, I was about to say, I saw someone on Twitter be like, "Yo, if we're giving Reggie his shit back, we got to put those banners back."
That was me. That was me that said that.
Okay.
I know. I don't know if you saw it from anybody else, but I know I said that. Like, it's like you look at these scandals, and the schools are like, "Oh, we're embarrassed, and this is not us." Yeah. Guess what? University of Michigan, did you have any problem taking in that money that the Fab Five generated for your university, the money that it generated for the athletic department? I'm sure it made your university more visible. I'm sure applications went up. I'm sure donations went up. I'm sure your endowment grew. You didn't have a problem with that. But all of a sudden, oh no, we got a big scandal. We got to strip these banners, and shame on you, basketball program. It's just, it's the hypocritical nature sometimes, Jordan, of just higher education that just, I don't know who this appeases. I don't know what this proves, but like, you know what? Was Rick Pitino a slime ball? Yeah, Louisville knew that when they hired him, but there is no honor among thieves in college basketball, man. Let Louisville just hang their banner, but everybody's going to know it's stained. Like, everybody's going to know, like, oh yeah, you had a slime ball coach and you were doing this, that, and the other behind the scenes. Whatever the case is, like, I think, you know, having to give back championship rings and take down banners and give back trophies, it's the dumbest thing, the absolute dumbest thing ever.
How would you feel if they took Michigan's title away? That's different. That is different.
Okay, yes, that's different, because to me, and I'm going to sound like I'm talking out both sides of my mouth, but take this ride with me. If you're cheating to get recruits, you're cheating to get players. That to me is not as bad as, and you can certainly look at cheating to get players as you're dishonoring the integrity of the game. But knowingly going around, knowingly not just circumventing the rules, but almost without compunction, just breaking the rules to steal signs, to really cheat the integrity of the game, that doesn't sit too well with me. But I don't think you're gonna, and put this comment up from Sticky. This is the big thing. Do fans even care? They already celebrated the victory. If Michigan got that title, if Michigan got that national championship taken away in 5 years, Like the Michigan fans across the country aren't going to retroactively go back. They can't go back and be like, well, let's uncelebrate that championship and burn all the gear from it. No, you're going to remember that championship. So I don't know. I have much more of a problem with stuff like sign stealing and signal stealing and what the Patriots did. I have more of a problem with that than paying players and cheating to get players, especially at that time. Because again, how much money did Reggie Bush generate for the University of Southern California and their athletic department in their school? He deserved to get his. That to me is different, and I'll always look at that as different, and that's why I've got no problem. To me, the transfer portal and roster movement, to me, it's collateral damage for getting the players access to something that should have always been theirs in the first place. So I know I'm going off on different tangents, but yeah, I can almost look the other way when it comes to cheating to get players, but cheating during a game, in-game cheating, altering the outcome of the game, challenging the integrity of the game, that's the kind of stuff where I'm like, all right, the line's got to be drawn somewhere.
Yeah, man, can we get to the bottom of who that was on Central Michigan sideline? You know what I mean? Like, did we ever fully confirm or not? You know what I mean?
Did they
and
not?
Also, like, for the love of God, can we have someone go dig some shit up on UCF in 2016 so we can vacate that? You know what I mean? We got to get the NCAA on them.
Was it not
fighting Eric Henry's?
Was it someone other than Connor Stallions on the Central Michigan sideline?
No, but there wasn't. Like, look, there was all these different people on Twitter and all these, I don't know, it's dumbasses online, like investigating stuff on their own. But like, we never got actual proof from the NCAA or Central Michigan or Michigan being like, hey, yeah, that guy actually was Connor Stallions, you know?
Here's the other thing too, Jordan, that always bothered me with NCAA investigations. And it's not selective enforcement. And I truly believe there was a time where that did happen. But like Des Bryant, I know you don't remember, but Des Bryant got in trouble. He basically missed pretty much all of his last year at Oklahoma State because, if I remember right, he went to a Cowboys game and there was some involvement with an agent. There was some stuff that basically some impermissible benefits that he accepted. And the reason why Des Bryant got punished by the NCAA wasn't necessarily because he took the whatever gifts were offered to him. It was because he lied to the NCAA. So you're going to take a kid, a kid from Des Bryant from Lufkin, who's never seen the kind of been around, had the access to money that he's got right now. And you're going to expect him to be 100% compliant, put him in a room without a lawyer with a bunch of suits present and just expect him to tell the truth. That to me, that's just like the Jim Tressel tattoo gate at Ohio State. It wasn't that they were selling their stuff in exchange for tattoos and autographs. It was that, no, you weren't upfront and forthright with the NCAA. It's like, so you really didn't care about the actual crime. You cared about the dishonesty when confronted with the crime. So it's almost like you're putting on the punishment to serve a purpose. You're trying to send a message. And that the whole hypocrisy with the NCAA is something that has just galled me for the longest time. And I, for one, could not be happier that organization has as little influence and as little impact as humanly possible right now that they've ever had in my lifetime.
That being said, how far away do you think we are from like a Super League, Super Conference by NCAA governing body?
We got to be closer just because big time college football, man, is too big. It's too big at this point for the NCAA to govern it. I really think you've got to govern it like the NFL. I think you've got to have a commissioner. You've got to have deputy commissioners. You've got to have a different set of rules. You've got to, if you want to put a cap in place on NIL per school, per player, what's allowed to be spent. And another thing you can do, you can institute a luxury tax. You know, hey, if Texas or Ohio State or whoever wants to spend X number of dollars in NIL money to put a championship team on the field, that's their prerogative if they got that money, right? But over a certain threshold, maybe you pay a luxury tax and figure out what that luxury tax money, maybe you disperse that luxury tax money. Okay, you're this much over the luxury tax, you got to pay this much. This is going to get dispersed to athletes in your institution that otherwise don't get NIL opportunities. You're going to have to take that money that you're over and disperse it somewhere else. There's so many different ways you could do it, but yeah, you can't govern something that is going progressively forward. You can't govern it with antiquated rules.
Yeah.
You just got to adapt. And I think big time college football is at that point, man. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. You got to adapt. And, let's call big time college football what it is now. It's a minor league system for the NFL. It always has been. People have just been hesitant to call it that, but let's just call it what it is now.
No, it's true. It's true. And I mean, it's why there's never been a true successful real developmental league for the NFL. And it's because they have a free one with college football.
Yeah, exactly. That's number one. And number two, I mean, it was, I love the way this was explained to me in terms of competitiveness. And it's even more so when you talk about spring league football or college football. If I'm a football fan, but I'm just an NFL fan, right? Who would I rather watch? Would I rather watch Caleb Williams on a Saturday afternoon, or would I rather watch AJ McCarron in the spring? There's no debate there, right? It was explained to me. It's like, hey, would you rather? It's between the difference between like AA and AAA baseball and AA baseball. Would you rather see that 19, 20-year-old prospect who 2-3 years from now is going to be one of the best prospects in baseball? Would you rather see like some 35-year-old guy that's just trying to hang on maybe for one more day? Maybe he can get one more day in the majors. Like, which would you rather see? I would obviously rather see the prospects. All right, then you probably want to watch more AA baseball than AAA baseball, right? So good, bad analogy, whatever. It's always been a minor league system for the NFL. It always will be a minor league system for the NFL. Now we're just calling it what it is. What NIL has done, Jordan, is it's basically taken that veil of amateurism that the NCAA has tried to put over everything, and it's taking that off. Like you're not talking about amateurism anymore.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I think it's going to be 5 to 10 years before we see. I think it'll be about another year until we really see someone actually putting steps forward for a non-NCAA governing body. But I think it'll be 5 to 10 years before it's an actual thing and it's started, minimum for sure.
It's got to be done right. Like you can't. Yeah. This can't be half-assed. Like you've basically got everybody that's complaining about, oh, this is so this and this and this and this and this is wrong with college football. All right. This is going to be your chance to fix it. And you know what? I don't just want a bunch of presidents and ADs in that room trying to set these rules up and fix it. Honestly, I'm not just saying this because he's our coworker. I want somebody like Josh Pate in that room. I want Joel Klatt in that room. I want Kirk Herbstreit in that room. I want the biggest voices, the people that are most passionate in this country that have a stake in college football. I want them in that room. Say what you want about him. I want Paul Feinbaum in that room, right? I want the people that are passionate, that have a vested interest in the success of college football. I want them that really, truly want to see the game do well. They're not just an AD or a president that's just sitting back, counting bank account figures. I want them to be involved in that process because that's how this thing is going to get right. You've got one shot to really do this the right way. See, Jake, I don't know. Again, the line's got to be drawn. The line's got to be drawn somewhere. But yeah. Man, I just, I'm not, what I'm saying? I'm not saying those people specifically, but you got a chance to do this right. And it can be done right, but it needs to be handled needs to be handled with care, needs to be taken seriously. And CB asked who should be the first commissioner of college football. I thought for a long time that Mac Brown would have been a good commissioner, but you know what, man? I don't know if he wants to deal with it at this point. Tell me somebody that would be a better commissioner for college football than Nick Saban.
Yep. It's true. It's true.
Because if you want to know about the seedy underbelly of college football, Nick Saban clearly his bag of F's to give at this point, dude, it is empty. He does not care at this point. Speaking
of empty bags of F's, you see Charles Barkley's riff with Galveston.
Man, well, I mean, you know what?
That dirty ass water.
I love going.
We ain't getting in that dirty ass water.
I love taking my family to Galveston whenever we go to the coast. There's a couple different spots you can go in Texas. You know, I love going to Port Aransas. I like going to South Padre Island, but it's just too damn far of a drive. Like it's a freaking 7-hour drive, or 5 now, I guess, from where I live in San Marcos. But I digress. But you know what?
Saying he'd rather vacation.
Chuck's not telling a lie. Chuck's not telling a lie.
Well, Jake, did you see they doubled back to the Galveston bit yesterday and asked him about it again because Beyonce's mom tweeted about it or some shit. And Chuck was basically like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Beyonce's mom. Like, I won't be bad." And then Ernie was like, "So you're gonna go vacation there now with your clean slate?" And he was like, "Hell nah, I'd rather go to San Antonio with them big old women." And then he made this joke about how Victoria's Secret is still a secret in San Antonio. So,
good Lord.
Yeah. So, and the San Antonio women wear bloomers because they can't fit into Victoria's.
Did he mention anything about churros?
No, I don't think he brought up the churro talk this time, but he was killing Shaq. The funniest parts about like the inside the NBA riffs too is because it's just Chuck saying some dumb shit, and then it's a 7'2", 300-pound man just crying like a baby. Like I watched like my favorite moments from that show just because they kept popping up on my Twitter this weekend. Have you seen the one where Shaq is trying to explain to them? He's like, if instead of just filling up your gas all at one time, if you just wait till it gets to half and then put in 20 each time, you're saving money. And they like asked him to explain it, and like he couldn't even make it make sense to himself. And like he still kept going, and it's like, no, you save money. There's another one.
Anytime on that show, man, anytime Shaq falls down, it's good TV.
Another one that was funny was they were talking about the moon for some fucking reason. and have you seen that one?
No.
They asked Shaq how long he thinks it would take to get to the moon. And he was like, probably about 10, 11 hours. And they were like, what makes you think 10, 11 hours? And he was like, well, this is almost verbatim what he said. He's like, I can look up and see the moon right now. I can't see California, and California is about 4 to 5 hours away. So I'm thinking the moon's probably about 10 to 11. And that was like his reasoning. So
I love that show, man. The banter on that show is awesome.
And it's funny too, because like half the time when like you get into the really funny riffs, you can hear the producers laughing in the background.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. What was it? Oh man. There was one, they were talking about playing TV character. They were talking about who would play them on basically if Inside the NBA was a movie, like who would play them. Oh no, they were talking about who gets mistaken for people. And Shaq goes, yeah, I get mistaken for people sometimes. And Katie Smith goes, who do you get mistaken for? And Charles Barkley would just, without miss a beat, goes, Shrek. And all you hear is like crew and production laughing, and Shaq's like death staring people. Oh man, it's so awesome.
The best is when Shaq and Chuck start calling each other fat, and one of them will be like, no, bro, I'm fat. You're obese. And they'll do that too. Another one, this actually I keep saying this for all their bits, but this one might actually be my favorite. This was like 5 or 6 years ago when they were talking about how the cops got called to the Staples Center. Yeah. And him and Shaq are just losing it. They're like, they needed a police presence. And they started because apparently they're mocking Blake Griffin. They're like, police, this is Blake Griffin. Chris Paul's about to beat me up. And they're just losing. Just go look up inside the NBA best moments. I promise you'll get some laughs.
I love that show, man.
Some
I
good
love that
stuff.
show. I wish the NFL had something like that, but it's just, I don't know. It's either too contrived. I don't know. It's just because it's Sunday mornings, but it's either too contrived or too straight laced.
I think okay. So inside the NBA, you have Chuck, who actually gives some pretty good analysis sometimes. Most of the time, it's just comedic relief. Shaq is kind of the same position. And then Ernie kind of directs everything, keeps everything in check. And then Kenny, I mean, I don't know, whatever you want to call his role. But think about all these NFL shows. Most of the time, it's like one or two people who actually know what they're talking about. A former player who provides literally zero value most of the time. And then most of the time, a woman who tends to be pretty good at a job, usually one of the stronger people on the crew. Usually the weak link is the former player.
Yeah.
So the NFL, I feel like all of them, each crew has at least one guy that, like, not that I necessarily can't stand, but it's like, all right, you're done talking. Like Booger, any set he's on, it's like, you know what I mean? Where it feels like the NBA, I don't know, they might have more flexibility for, like, it just feels like NFL crews have all kind of been ruined where there's at least one super bad weak link. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Man, I didn't get this email in my inbox today from the home office, but apparently CB just alerted me to this, and I'm looking at it now. Apparently CBS making changes to the NFL today. Matt Ryan joining NFL today. Phil Simms and Boomer Esiason both out. So it'll be Matt Ryan, Bill Coward, Nate Burleson, and James Brown on the NFL today.
Yep. I probably recognize all those guys, but only know so many by name.
That doesn't do a whole lot for me. The Fox show is okay. I mean, that's probably the closest one you've got in the NFL to what Inside the NBA has, with Terry Bradshaw, Michael Strahan, Jimmy Johnson whenever he's there, and then Howie Long and Kurt Menefee.
Yeah. Which draft broadcast did you watch? You watched the ABC one the whole time?
I had the volume muted. I'll be honest, because I was listening to the ticket in Dallas because Norm Hitzkes and Bob Sturm were doing the draft. So I listened to the ticket. I went back and forth. I think the first round, I know I had NFL Network, and I think the second round, from the second round on, is pretty much the ABC broadcast I have muted. I'd turn the volume up every now and then if they were discussing a Texas pick or something, or the camera was on Nick Saban and he was saying something. So,
yeah, I was on NFL Network until I saw Mike Rodek's tweet about Saban admitting to tampering, and then I flipped to ABC. And luckily, it was just in time to get how far has this family came? We came from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So, yeah. So, what are your thoughts as a Cowboys fan yourself about the strategy of not drafting the most valueless position in football, and instead signing Ezekiel Elliott, bringing him back home to the Triple D? What are your thoughts on there?
Well,
and also, I know most people who watch the show are Cowboys fans as well. Would love to see y'all's thoughts in the comments as well, because it's like, you dummies couldn't have screwed up the Jonathan Brooks thing more. And as someone who wants the best for Jonathan Brooks and JT Sanders, hate to see him going to the Panthers. I know everyone is like, look at this new skill room they have: Xavier Legette, JT Sanders, Jonathan Brooks, Bryce Young. I will give one of y'all, I don't know, a high five if you can name me one starting offensive lineman for the Panthers, because I can't. You know. So thoughts on the
Michael
whole
Orr's not with the Panthers anymore, is he?
I don't even think he's in the league anymore.
He hadn't been in the league for a minute.
Yeah.
Look, if you like a guy, if you like a player, maybe, just maybe, the night before the second round starts, don't drone on and on and on and on and on about how much you like that player. just a hint of advice. It's no secret. It was the worst kept secret. It was to the point where it wasn't even a secret. Word had been leaking out for weeks that the Cowboys are taking Jonathan Brooks at 56. And even, man, I'll give our guy Nick Harris a little bit of credit. Actually, a lot of credit, because when we had Nick on the day before the draft, the day before the first round started, he said they'll take Jonathan Brooks at 56. And Nick said, I don't think he's getting to 56. I'm like, surely he'll be there. But no, I don't know why the Panthers did it. I mean, they still got Chuba Hubbard. They're paying Miles Sanders money or whatever, but it's insanely idiotic to just put it out there exactly what your plans are.
Yeah.
And it's a typical Jerry Jones pick. That was going to be his pick in the second round. Like I said, I'm almost convinced now they give him one pick a year and let him make it. And he just got so excited that Jonathan Brooks was going to be his pick.
Yeah. Well, at least he remembered, Jonathan Brooks. He forgot how the draft order comes about just a couple days before. So, and I know this is obviously purely banter, and I might upset you even just by throwing this on the screen. What do you do in this situation? What would you do hypothetically? Would you remain a Cowboys fan if they made Deion Sanders the head coach and drafted Shedeur?
I can say no. I can say no, that I'll be off the bandwagon, but man, my fandom with the Cowboys is like that toxic relationship. It's almost like if you're, I guess if you're in one of those marriages, if you read enough Reddit posts, you'll find that allegedly they exist. But if you're in just one of those marriages where you're both kind of resigned to the fact that this doesn't work, but neither one of you really wants to do anything else, so you just kind of coexist. That's kind of where my fandom with the Cowboys is right now. That would be it if that happened. I'd be like, yeah, I'll still watch Cowboys games, but I know how this is going to end. You're not winning a Super Bowl with that formula, So I don't know, man. It's depressing to think about how many Hall of Fame caliber players that have come through that organization since 1995, the February 96, and how many primes of Hall of Fame caliber players have been just pissed away by bad decisions Jerry has made, because he's got the final say. He's got the final say.
Jera.
But I with their draft, I mean, they drafted some pieces. I mean, I love the pick. My favorite pick that they made was getting Cooper BB. Of all the picks they made, I think that's a guy that's going to come in and help them right away.
I mean, arguably the safest pick anyone could have made.
Yeah.
I mean, he is the classic, like, incredibly high floor, but like he's close to, his closer to his ceiling than most. I wouldn't say close to his ceiling, but closer to his ceiling than most. So yeah, and I mean, look, the Guyton pick isn't horrible. I can't remember. I hung out with Nick over the weekend, so I can't remember if this is him saying this or you saying this on the show on Friday. But like, someone brought up that like Tyler Guyton is either going to be an All-Pro or he's not getting a second contract, and there's no in between.
I said that on Friday. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel
don't think there is an in between.
I feel the same way too. So yeah. And like, look, I think best case scenario, I don't think it'll happen, especially just because of all the dynamics with the way the franchise is currently. But like, best case scenario, man, they give Guyton a redshirt year and would kick Tyler Smith out to tackle for one season.
Yeah.
They're not going to do that though. But, like, that's the smartest thing to do. Because Cooper BB can come in and start day one, right? Easy. Just figure out a spot in the interior. He can start. He'll figure it out. Don't worry about him. And Guyton, on the other hand, like, as a 49ers fan, if you're going to roll out a Cowboys offensive line that doesn't have Tyron Smith, and one of your tackles is Tyler Guyton, who started playing football as a senior in high school, I'm going to feel pretty damn good as a 49ers fan. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's just like, man, it's such a big part of a young player's, development, and the way their development can be accelerated, decelerated is confidence. And he's going to get eaten alive at different points during his rookie year if they just throw him out there, which they're going to probably do. But again, like, man, you can like really boost the chances of him actually turning into an all-pro player, a second contract type of player, if you just sit him, even if it's just the first half of the year, even,
Yeah.
So.
I really like this, that there's no more fitting of a first line of a draft review. Looking at the various draft grades, our draft analysts at CBS have handed out. Chris Trapasso gave the Cowboys a C+. And he starts his write-up, Jordan, with, I personally am not sure what the Cowboys are doing. Well, Chris, you're not alone in that and wondering what the hell they're doing with this draft class. I understand they didn't have a lot of draft capital. They tried to make it work, but there's just a lot, especially, man, after last year's draft was so bad, and it's no fault of DeMarvion Overshown that he got hurt, but I mean, you got little to nothing out of your draft class last year. I mean, Mozzie Smith's already one of those guys that I'm like, dude, is this dude going to even be on the team by the time they have to decide on his 5th-year option as a first-round pick? Like it went that bad last year. So, the Cowboys have been known to have one of these classes. I don't know, what was it, their 20, whatever year the Tristan Hill draft was, it 2019, I think they had one of those classes. But maybe they rebounded, maybe this class is really good. I don't know. But the draft just reinforced the sizable holes, the numerous holes, the quantity of holes that this roster has, and the fact that you weren't going to fix them all in this draft, number one. And number two, you didn't do a whole lot to address it in free agency. Man, I had to turn in my writers poll for Dave Campbell's Texas Football for the summer magazine. I did the writers poll this year. Never done it before. So shout out to William Wilkerson for thinking about me on the writers poll. And I had to give everyone has to give a record prediction for the Cowboys. I said 10-7 just because I know they're going to play some bad teams. Like, thankfully, you get to play the Giants and Washington twice a year, but I don't see them, Jordan, doing really anything of significance. I mean, that it's either 9-8 or 10-7, and typically they usually balance out losing a game or two they shouldn't with winning a game or two they shouldn't. I don't think they're going to be terrible. I just think they're going to sink a little bit more to average this year.
Thinking 12-5, maybe 13-4. Really get the
17-0. Why not?
Well, no, we're going to be a little realistic.
Okay,
12-5, 13-4, best case scenario. They're in this thing, right? The Cowboys fans, right? And they're about here, and then they're going to get to here on the cycle. Happens every year.
Get destroyed by the Packers in the playoffs and see you in August.
Yeah, they're either gonna. This is what'll happen because they're making the playoffs. They're either smoking their first round, whoever they play, they're smoking them. Second round, they're getting killed, or they're just getting dummied first week again, and that's it. But like where I'm at, and just talking to my friends who are Cowboys fans, like, how do y'all not want them to just tear it down? Because it's like you either got to tear it down or go all in with where they're at. And I know we've talked about it.
Oh, they're all in. Didn't you hear Jerry going in the offseason? They're all in. They're all in. They're all in. All in on what? I don't know, but they're all in.
Yeah. And look, man, as someone brought it up, the division that the 49ers play in had an amazing draft. Like all four teams. Like I'm a 49ers fan, and we got to play the Cardinals with Marvin Harrison Jr. and Christian Jones. And the dude from Tech, Dadrion Taylor, however the hell you say it.
Adrian Taylor, Dadrian Taylor Demerson.
Can play his ass off. Like,
Yeah.
not looking forward to watching that guy probably turn into an all-pro. And then the Seahawks, like a Byron Murphy twice a year. Like, give me a effing break, man. And also, like, man, the NFL really let the Chiefs get Xavier Worthy and then Jared Wiley.
Not just the
like-
NFL. The Bills. The Bills let the Chiefs have him.
Yeah. Yeah. And then Byron's the main guy for Seahawks. None of those other names are really huge for
Let's
me.
talk
I'm
about
pissed the
them.
Rams got Fisk and Jared Verse. Like, come on.
And Jordan Whittington.
And Blake Corum. So
I'm not too worried about Blake Corum having a big NFL career. I could be wrong.
yeah.
But
So yeah, while the 49ers' main rivals are doing that, what did we do? We got ourselves a white receiver in the first round.
Pearsall.
We got ourselves a white receiver. Hey, my favorite pick is the Isaac Arendo pick, the Louisville running back who's just a testing monster. Also like the Jacob Cohen pick. But, like, as much as I love the Garendo pick, like, Christian McCaffrey still exists. You know what I mean? The Kansas guard.
Is Elijah Mitchell still on their roster?
I think so.
I know he hadn't
think
been the
so.
same since the knee injury, but
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that is true, Jake. The Cowboys draft does kind of work out like that. Well, I didn't even know that, CB.
yeah, that's who, because everybody kept asking, well, who's the guy in the Longhorn hoodie, the UT hoodie that was in the Rams draft room? When your dad's the GM, you get to hang out in the war room.
Yeah, I saw that. I was wondering, I'm like, who is that?
Yeah.
Jordan, what do you know about Jax Brown? He's Pflugerville Weiss's starting quarterback. Kind of, I mean, he started a little bit as a sophomore, if I'm not mistaken. I know they rotated him with the senior they had that year. And then ended up starting last year. Like, not bad at all. Definitely a G5 talent, I think. Seen him a lot in 7-on-7 too. He's the second quarterback with Juice, with Corey Daly from Seguin. So, yeah, I mean, and to be honest, like I've talked about it a lot, but the 2025 class in Austin kind of is just horrible. It kind of just feels like Adrian Wilson, and then like Coleman Patton and Ramons Adams from Bastrop and Del Valle. And I mean, Ramons is originally Smithville, so that doesn't even really count all the way. But I mean, I think Jax Brown is the best quarterback in 2025 in Austin. I don't really think that's would be really debated either. The only other guys I can really think about are Ollie Scott at OBJ and Max Gerlich at Austin Anderson now. But I mean, I've seen all three of those dudes throw a lot, especially in 7-on-7. All three of those guys have actually played for Juice at different points. So I've had a lot of exposure to him. And I mean, again, I think Brown is the best one of them all. He needs to work on consistency. I'd like to see his arm get stronger as well. I think Max Gerlich throws the best ball out of all of them, but he also struggles with consistency. But I mean, that kid is one of the best deep balls I've ever seen thrown. It's just he's not consistent with it, which, I mean, I think that's kind of why we kind of saw his recruitment plateau a little. You know, he also suffered some injuries as well. Yeah.
Jordan, so, I just got to direct everybody to get to Horns 24/7. The Stampede has been posted. You and Hank, great idea by you guys to collaborate on this. Recruits react to Texas record-breaking NFL draft. I know you handled the defensive recruits. Is there anybody that you think Texas in the 25 or hell, maybe even the 26 class, that you think Texas, the draft made any kind of it made a significant move in their recruitment?
Look, I think
maybe you could tell they took notice of it. Put it that way.
I mean, look, I think everyone knew it was happening just because everyone saw the talent Texas had last year. That's why they were good, obviously. So I don't think anyone is really surprised by it. But now that it's actually happened, I think there are definitely, a lot of recruits that are looking at it and saying, okay, wow, 11 picks, the most of any school in America outside of Michigan, who had 13. But Texas had 6 in the top 55. Most of Michigan's picks were towards the back half. Now, keep in mind, Michigan, they're going to have more of a front-loaded draft next year. Like, they have at least 2 or 3 guys who will go in the first round next year.
Yeah.
But still, kids are noticing that. And with the main targets in 2025, with where Texas is at with them, there's not anything new those kids have to find out about Texas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I wouldn't say with them. I think it helps a lot with 26. With 2026, honestly, those kids seem to, I guess, be more, I don't know if surprise is the right word, but to have taken more notice to it, if that makes sense. But I mean, yeah, like that's always going to help. And especially because, like, man, when you go on visits, especially official visits, they got flyers, graphics, posters. They got shit everywhere all over the facility. And damn well when Texas went 2021 or was it 2022 without a single player getting picked, that was shoved in the face of every single recruit that visited A&M, OU, you name it.
Mhm.
Now Texas has the opportunity to do it backwards. And also all the BS or whatnot you'd hear from Texas not being able to develop their highly rated recruits or whatnot, that's all out the window. So, yeah, definitely gonna help Texas. And before we bring the guys in and I guess get out of here, I just want to talk about it real quick. We're gonna have a little bit of breaking news tomorrow morning on our site. Kobe Sellers looking to trim his top schools list down a little bit more. And he'll also have something else he's going to announce. But be on the lookout for that tomorrow morning. Texas is going to make the cut. As far as, where the recruitment's at, I don't like Texas, to be honest with you. OU was in an amazing spot for the majority of the spring, but as I reported, I think at the beginning of the month, A&M had really come on strong, kind of overtaken Texas, and A&M was running second, and they were kind of trading blows. As this month has gone on, weeks have gone on, his most recent visit was to A&M. And, the Aggies they're in a really good spot. Like, they're making this thing competitive for the first time. It's really felt like competitive with OU this whole spring. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's OU or A&M. Like, that's how much momentum A&M has right now and how much ground they made up. So, and we're also going to talk about it. I'm not going to be on the show today. But we're going to have some other guys on the show, Colin Kennedy on the college football recruiting show today at 4 o'clock Central. And they're going to talk about it a little then. But we'll have more tomorrow morning. And I guess just last thing, CB, yeah, OU did pick up a commitment yesterday from Cortland Guillory, a 3-star corner out of Klein Oak in Houston. I actually had crystal balled him to Texas at one point when he was coming off of a visit to Texas. They were the clear leader. He hadn't silently committed yet, but talking to people in and around his camp, it was close to happening for Texas. And, I had a close relationship with Cortland. I was who found him and put him on the map and posted him when he had like 20 or 30 something followers 2 years ago. And I asked him, I'm like, look, you can tell me no. It's all good. You can tell me no. But can I put in a crystal ball? And he was like, man, I don't care about that stuff. Like, do what you got to do. And so I went ahead and put it in. He ends up visiting OU a couple weeks later. They kind of even it out. So I'm still riding with my pick. He's not committed until the summer. Goes and visits OU, hits me up. Kind of just is basically like, yeah, they're my leader right now, and I'm going to commit earlier. And I was just like, all right, I get what you're saying. Can I change my thing? Of course, go for it. So it's kind of how it went down. And obviously he committed to Oklahoma. I don't know what's going to get reported by other sites, but I can tell you right now, if that kid wanted to call and commit to Texas yesterday, they would have let him. They would have let him post it too. So definitely a loss. Obviously, there's bigger targets they could have whiffed on. But I mean, Cortland Guillory is still a phenomenal player. I think he's going to start a lot of games at the Power 5 level in the SEC. So, I mean, like, not a great guy to miss out on, but it could always be worse. So, but yeah, I guess that's what I got to say about OU's commitment. I'll go ahead and bring the guys in right now.
The last fun fact I've got, Jordan, that relates to your and we look, the draft is one of those topics that we can. There's so much we can do with it. But you realize Texas is going to have back-to-back recruiting classes now, 2020, 2021, where they produced a first-round pick. Would you like to know the last time Texas, Jordan, had back-to-back recruiting classes that produced first-round picks?
Is it in the 20th century?
You were in diapers.
Yeah. Wasn't it the 99 and 2000 classes were like ridiculous?
Not quite that far back, but you've got to go to 2003 and 2004 with Michael Griffin and Brian Arakpo.
Okay. I couldn't tell if you were like their high school grad years when I was in diapers or like they got drafted when I was in diapers. That's why I did 99.
Okay, you needed the distinction.
So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, man, Eric didn't go through the misery that I've been through, neither did you, Jordan, of following this program through.
I did.
Also a pretty
I did.
A pretty freaking forgettable decade of football at Texas. And
I was in college for it.
Yeah, man. It's pretty bad. And now to see where it is, like 11 draft picks, you have 11 guys go to the combine, all 11 get drafted. I'm not saying this is going to happen every year, but it really reinforces that Sark has this thing going in the right direction. That it's harder for me to jump on that bandwagon than maybe Eric per se, because he's new to this, and I've still got maybe some of that PTSD left. But it's pretty damn fun to be following Texas football right now if you're a fan, and that hadn't been the case for a long time.
You and I have talked about this. I think one of my favorite moments from last year was the trip you and I made up to Baylor when you scooped me up and we had a chance to just kind of talk shop for a bit on all things, Texas history and whatnot. But you're right. Like it's kind of weird to think about it in the sense that, I'm bought in. Sark says the standard is the standard, and I'm sure you've probably heard that 10 times over from how many different coaches. Keenan, you were in school. Jordan, obviously, kind of, I've spoken with you. You and your pops growing up, going to UT football games, and it's just kind of. Again, I don't want to sound repetitive, but I've talked about it a ton just from an outsider's perspective, being in Florida, my perception of what Texas football should be versus what it actually has been over the past decade and change.
It's interesting. The draft reinforced for me. This is what it took. It took 11 draft picks to reinforce to me. I'm like, you know what? That 2023 team, they were one of the best 2-3 teams in the country. And legitimately had a chance to go win a national championship. And if they played Michigan, I don't know if Texas beats Michigan, but I know I wanted to see it.
Right.
So it just reinforces it. No, you know what? It wasn't a fluke. It wasn't a fluke. And you lose 11 draft picks, but Eric, we saw this team up close in the spring several times. Jordan, you were there. Keenan, I know you watched the spring game.
Yeah, I know enough.
There's a chance they could be better in 24. Than they were in 23. As hard as that is to believe, they could top to bottom be more talented.
And Eric, I'm sorry, you're kind of excluded in this part of the conversation, but like growing up and going to the games and like having very, very brief memories of the Colt McCoy days. Don't necessarily remember exact plays from games, but like I remember how you felt after. And I remember kind of how you felt watching and throughout the season. And I guess it was kind of just my introduction to college football. That's why I fell in love with college football. And Texas was so clearly at the apex of the sport. Is one of those programs that it's truly at the apex. I think Texas is just below that right now. But like, even though Texas is easily a top program in college football right now, I'll be honest with you, it feels a lot different than when it did when I was young with Colt McCoy. Like those teams felt so much more dominant and so much more like above everyone else than it does nowadays. I think a lot of that is just because we have more parity in college than ever because of NIL and portal. But like knowing how good Texas is and knowing how they legitimately have a chance to be a better team next year, it doesn't feel like it. Like it didn't feel like Texas was a true playoff team last year. It didn't feel like they're going to make the playoffs this year. I feel pretty damn confident about that. Yeah. But it really doesn't. Like, I can't believe I just said that. And I know it's a 12-team playoff now, but like, I don't know. There are times where maybe it's just because the last decade we all experienced of what the program looked like the last decade, but like, there's a bunch of times now where it's just like, it doesn't feel like reality sometimes. And I think it's just because it got sped up in so quick in so many years.
Yeah. I'll say this, and then I'll get out of here and let the false start crew take over. But Jordan, what you were just talking about with how dominant Texas is, now it kind of reminds me of the, even when they were winning national championships, like when watching Texas win that national championship, I felt that way that you do right now. That like, okay, are they really until they actually did it? Like, oh my gosh, as Jordan fades out. You didn't know it. You didn't know for sure until they actually did it. And when they actually did it, you're like, oh my God, they just won a national championship. And then I think because we saw kind of the gradual build under Mac Brown, but the build took maybe a little longer to reach the destination than you thought. And it's like, are they ever going to get there? This was, you go from 5-7 and you're an abject disaster and you're wondering where this thing's going. And literally 2 years later, you're one play away from being in the national championship game. Like it's so you didn't, that's probably where some of the apprehension is. You didn't get that gradual, there wasn't that slow burn. It's like, boom, you're almost like, I know this is using negative connotations, but it's almost like you're a microwave dynasty. You just got heated up overnight pretty much. So
Jeff, definitely something that I'm looking forward to diving into a little bit, because I don't want to throw a wet blanket on things, but I do want to kind of ask that question and that you just laid out there, because like you said, with some of the other dynasties, some of those other top tier programs, we've seen that gradual climb. And I guess I'm wondering, trying to put it in perspective, does last year kind of count as somewhat of the gradual climb, considering you lost to OU, right? Still considering all the talent you had, you lost to OU, you lose to Washington. To me, it still feels like there's still areas that you can say, okay, it wasn't overnight, still things to build on. That's just my feeling.
Yeah. It's very, very similar, not all that different to where Georgia was. I know Kirby did it by year 2, Sark did it in year 3, but Georgia went from they were just kind of a blah program the last few years of Mark Richt. I think they were 7-6 Kirby's first year, and then boom, they're playing in the national championship game year 2, and really one desperation throw by Tua away from probably winning the thing. So anyway, I'll get out of here. That's going to do it from It's Only an Hour. False start, take it over. It's Eric, it's Keenan, and we'll be back to do it tomorrow.
Appreciate it, boys.
See you. Yes,
Peace
sir.
out.
Have a good one. We are back, Keenan. Week 2, false start. Eric Henry, Keenan Womack, Texas Sports Unfiltered. Appreciate y'all rocking with us for another week. And my man, first off, before I jump into things, just how's the weekend? How things treat you? How you feeling after a week of full-time radio? Full-time, I shouldn't say radio, full-time
online
YouTube.
radio, kind of.
Yeah, online radio. How you feeling, man?
Dude, I'm great. I think we're being very well received from everybody I've asked. Shouts out my wife's grandparents who are also watching today. So shouts out Jeanette, shouts out Ed. Great people. Love them both. I'm really happy with the situation, man. I'm really enjoying the show, really enjoying doing the research. And also real quick, I guess we should probably plug stuff at the end, but real quick, I'm dropping my Jordan Pope breakdown either today or tomorrow, my like in-depth like video GIF breakdown of him. I'm about halfway done with it right now. So be dropping that either today or tomorrow. Go ahead and check that out on Draft Punk Official, and I will post the link to that.
Make sure you check that out. Of course, I will be dropping my inside deals using some of the advanced analytics, talking about what Jordan Pope brings, and also just kind of how this lineup shakes out as well. So Keenan and I are not competing. You can take one, you can take the other.
Read them both.
Do them both. Get the full scoop there. But again, appreciate y'all rocking with us. Listen, a lot to dive into. I definitely want to pick up where Jeff and Jordan left off in terms of Texas's draft. I mean, yes, we talked about it last week, but I don't think any of us expected it to be what it was in terms of the sheer number of Longhorns drafted. I mean, just to set haven't had that number in 30 years, Keenan, and also want to dive into some of the comments here. CB, what up? Jake Bayless talking about me rocking the Lightning sweater. Yes, of course, we are down 3-1, but hey, Once a Lightning fan, always a Lightning fan. Jake, how do I like the Rays City Connect? I love them. I
do
love
too.
them,
I
but
think they're
again,
sick.
I'm probably speaking to an audience of 3 people here, so I'll try to keep the Tampa love to a minimum, but I appreciate it there. Got to dive into this draft, Keenan. Let's jump right into it.
Let's do it.
Just your initial thoughts, man, with the amount of Longhorns drafted. We talked about the guys, the top end guys, but just what does it say to you about where Steve Sarkisian has this program to have that many guys go in the NFL draft? And second part, do you almost kind of look back at last season and have any part of what ifs? Like, you see, we got the question here from our guy, Sam Vinson, who says this, right? Like, Jeff, there were plays, referring to Jeff in the previous show, there were plays that got us there, including the Washington game. That will need that again. Do you almost look back at like, what if, considering how much talent was on this roster?
No, because I mean, they were essentially as good. I mean, they lost barely in the playoff, and there's only 4 teams that make the playoff out of 130-ish teams. So, I get why people would have lamentation and say, oh, Texas should have won a national championship because of all this talent. But it's hard to win a national championship. Only one team gets to do it out of 130 every year. And the team that did do it this year had 13 draft picks. So that's the kind of stuff that happens. I can tell you it was a cathartic moment as a Texas graduate, as a Texas, I can't say fan since I'm in the media, but you know what I mean, a guy that pulls for the program. And it was just a marquee weekend, man. I mean, it was really cool seeing Whittington get picked up in the 5th. I think it was the 5th round. That was awesome. He is the most diehard Longhorn. I mean, that guy, if you're a Texas fan, you love Jordan Whittington. That's just how it is. He's one of those guys that just represents the university as well as you could. He's just a perfect sports ambassador. If you take away Blues or Beck's from, yeah, I mean, there's that. But like, what if Kansas State converts on the 2-point conversion in that game? Like, you could play what if all day, and you could go either way. There's ways where they don't make the playoff at all if you replay the season. But then there's also, maybe they go further. I don't know, but I think it's hard to look at that team and be disappointed with the result, because it was pretty awesome result. And more than anything, I think, all right, get ready.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready? You sitting down?
I'm sitting down. What's up?
Sark is off to a hotter start than Mac Brown, and I think he might end up being the best coach since Darryl Royal. I'm that confident. I just think he is the guy. I really do.
You said off to a better start than Mac Brown. I don't have Mac's record in front of me, but Mac Brown got there in what, 90? I'm sure 98 or 97, took over John Mackovic, I believe.
Yeah, he took over from Mackovic. Let me make sure.
97, 98. This is it's better than Fred Akers. This is what I'll say in relation to that.
Yeah.
And CB says Sark just bested Mac's best draft by 4.
Yeah. I don't mean necessarily wins, because first season he wasn't better. Like, Mac had a better first season, but
right. Okay. So before I answer, what are specifically are you referring to? Are you saying just having the program in a better place? Because I was going to go wins.
Yeah.
So how are you?
I think it's got a higher trajectory. Like, I think Sark could win more than one national title at Texas. And I know Mac could have won 2, but he had the Colt injury. But man, I just think Sark is kind of on another level, man. I really, because I wouldn't say it. I watched Mac Brown's, I was a kid, but I grew up with that program, right? I grew up with that program. I became a real diehard football fan in 2003. College football. I didn't get as much into the NFL until later, but I really had like a pretty good hand on the pulse of the football program. I was a diehard Texas, just college football fan in general. Like, that was my first love of sports, is college football. So it's interesting to compare the two, but I think Sark has the potential to end up with more success, which is crazy to say. Yeah, Mac's first conference was the 05 season. Yeah, I mean, Sark getting a conference championship 3 years in it's a big deal. It's a big deal.
CB says Mac should have played for a title in 01.
They got wrecked by OU that year, didn't they?
Yeah, because if my memory serves me correct, 2000 was the Florida State Virginia
OU Natty. Yep.
OU. Okay. Yeah. 99
OU and Florida State in 2000.
Yeah. Florida State Virginia Tech was 99. OU Florida State was 2000. 2001 was Miami.
Ohio State.
Ohio.
Right? No, that was 03.
No. Yeah. The Ohio State one is the one that they lost. Who did they wreck to win that national title? Was that Oklahoma?
In what year?
01.
It was LSU that year, wasn't it?
Let's
pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up.
Yeah, you'll pull it up. Only reason I'm saying I'll just pull up Chris's really quick, because I maybe played for a title. I don't think anyone was gonna beat that 01 Miami team.
No. Yeah. So here's the order. So 99 Florida State, 2000 Oklahoma, 01 Miami, Florida.
Right.
02 Ohio State.
Yeah.
And then the South Carolina, the Southern California dynasty kind of rolls along. LSU and them split, and then
well, hang on and see. Chris, I dives in, makes a point here, right? And about Texas in 01 would have played Miami. I absolutely agree. Yeah, Jake, you're correct. Miami beat Nebraska. There was Eric Crouch. I remember that.
And they wrecked them. Beat them like 37-14 or something.
And to Jake's point, if you win that one, it's a sacrificial lamb. No one was beating that Miami team, right? But to Chris's point, they should have played for a title. So that would have been 98, 99, 2000, 2001, four seasons into Mac's tenure there. What I'll say is this, because I think you raised an interesting point. I think the landscape of college football, I think Texas is in a much better place, but that has more to do with the landscape of college football. You go back to 98 to 02, 03, and Chris is right. Nebraska did backdoor in. No, he's correct, because that was still the BCS era there. Southern Cal is coming. Miami's already there. Florida State is still there. You can make the argument that Penn State is still not necessarily playing for national title, but they're still a power. Nebraska is still someone to contend with. I don't think, and this is just my personal opinion. Hell, even the Gators were still a team, that were competitive then. I think you got about 5 to 7 teams who truly can compete for a national title each year. I think Sark has them. Sark has Texas as one of those teams. When you take in totality, NIL, facilities, recruiting, Texas is there. And again, maybe this is a discussion I'll have to dive into with Jeff, another platform, Keenan, but that's why I think when I talk about what my perception of Texas was growing up in Florida, it was never what SC was under Pete Carroll. Miami, which people forget, it was a short stretch of Miami, right? Butch Davis leaves
4 years, 5 years.
Butch Davis leaves in 2000. You can make the argument they should have played for a title in 2000. By 03, they lose. 04, 05, they're kind of meandering around, and then it's done. That Miami run is done, So, I mean, it's interesting to your point. That's something we might want to have to dive into a little bit, just to kind of come back to the draft before we put a cap on that. No, real quick. We've got Josh Newman of Lone Star Live join us at 12:30 to talk all things UT. But my thing is this, and I know I said the cliche, the standard is the standard. But now, okay, you just had Jake's Larry Coker had the easiest job ever.
I just read that.
In 2001. You are 1,000% correct there. There's the comment there. And Chris, 01 to 09, Texas won 101 games. Interesting. I didn't realize
it's like coaching Montverde High School basketball.
Exactly. But no, I think this year's team definitely has the opportunity to be better. Just really capping again those draft comments. Seeing guys like Keelan Robinson, Jordan Whittington, those guys get drafted. To me, that's the buy-in from the NFL that, hey, Sark has something going there. We believe in these guys, right? Now, obviously, with Jordan Whittington going to LA, there is a bit of a Texas tie-in because Tate Haver is Les Snead's son, right? So obviously he was very familiar with, the Texas program, but still getting those Jalen Ford, those guys who you go top to bottom. We want Texas products. To me, that's huge. And our guy Rob here says, we'll see what happened when Texas plays in the year in the SEC. You're not wrong.
No, that's true. Right? I'm not saying they're going to cakewalk to a natty. That's not what I'm saying at all. But they're on track to be more than competitive.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I just think, and I even look at this year's SEC schedule again.
Lucky, kind of.
Yeah. I don't see any reason to say we're going to see what happens when Georgia comes to town. We know they're a powerhouse. We all know you got to go to Texas A&M, right? And that's obviously going to renew a rivalry and those things. But I don't see any team that on paper, while Texas still has some things they need to fix. We've talked about the defense a lot last week. I'm Jake. I'm with you. I just see your comment. Not to be arrogant. I think we should at least go 11-1. I was going through looking at the schedule. And I don't know if you looked at it, Keenan, and kind of playing around with the best case or worst case scenario. I have to talk myself into a worst case scenario.
I do too.
Into an 8-4. I have to talk myself to that because 10-2 at bare minimum in my mind. I'm not saying they run the table, but you get a Georgia when they've lost some guys. Texas A&M, we see the state of that program that Jimbo Fisher left it in. You can drum up all the emotional rivalry crap all you want.
Yeah,
they can't beat Texas in my mind. So we'll see what happens. Real quick, I want to dive into this before we bring on Josh and obviously prolong UT. Go NFL for a bit, man. You're a DFW guy.
I am.
What do you think about the Cowboys? Jerry Jones made it known to the entire world that he wanted Jonathan Brooks. Doesn't happen. And not only do they not get him, they don't get a running back at all and bring back Ezekiel Elliott. Your thoughts, man?
Man, it's just like I was at work a couple of days ago and my coworker was like, hey man, Jerry Jones just said Zeke Elliott is starter quality. And as soon as he said that, I was like, we're cooked, man. Because maybe he is. I don't know if he is. Because the problem with Zeke Elliott was he was amazing his first 3 years in Dallas, but every year he had 10 yards per game lesser than the year before for his first 4 or 5 years until he was down to 70 yards. Because his rookie year, one of the best running back seasons I've ever watched as a Cowboys fan. And the Cowboys have had MVP running backs like DeMarco Murray. But, I mean, Ezekiel Elliott, his rookie year was as good as any running back in the NFL, man. I mean, just speed, strength, power. He could block, straight line speed, shifty. He could do it all. But how many miles does he have left? I think that's really the question. How many miles does he have left? How many more hits can he take as a starting running back in the NFL? I just they were talking about it on the show before us. It's just an hour with, by the way, if you guys haven't seen it, Jordan and Jeff Howe, great time. They were talking about that too. And basically what they were saying was they let everybody know they wanted Jonathan Brooks in, at pick 56. They wanted, everybody knew that. So of course somebody's going to go, I hate the Cowboys, an owner, and be like, and I want Jonathan Brooks. Of course that was going to happen. Of course. So I'm frustrated. I'm annoyed. I love Zeke, but that can't be your only starting running back. You know what the rest of their what their backfield looks like right now? It's like Royce Freeman. What's the kid from Kansas State? Deuce Vaughn. And yeah, because Pollard went to Tennessee. So they have nobody left at tailback. And it's really unfortunate they didn't draft a tailback. I understand that running backs don't have the most value, but there is so much value in taking a running back in the third round, in my opinion.
No, listen, I'm right there with you. While I certainly am not a Cowboy fan, obviously living here in Austin, it is the local team just by any of the game you get. And I was stunned at, quite frankly, the fact that, you have, first off, what that would have meant in my mind to bring someone who is the top back in the nation, at least draft eligible, and to bring him in his home, keep him in his home state, to not do that was stunning. And I we'll probably have more time to upon that. I want to make sure we get to some of these comments here.
Sure, yeah.
Rob talking about the Georgia weekend will be insane.
No, it's the same weekend as Circuit of the Americas.
That's what. No, yeah, the F1 is the same week as that. So that is going to be disaster. That is going to be a wild weekend here, and it's definitely something I actually want to touch on when we get done with our guests, kind of, the SEC event that you're looking forward to.
Sure.
the most.
Yeah, I love that question.
Come back to that from last week. But no, just to finish up that thought on Dallas, man, like it would make me insane to be a Cowboy fan because your owner, it's at the point where it's just like, dude, what are you doing? What is the goal here? Like, I don't know how much of a baseball guy. Well, I know you're a Rangers guy.
I love baseball.
Yeah, I know you're a Rangers guy. But if you remember, like the last of the George Steinbrenner years with the Yankees, where it was like, just get out of the way and let someone else make the decisions.
Same thing.
That's kind of the way it feels. Like it is stunning to me that the Cowboys could have someone that would have played well here in state. And quite frankly, with the way modern medicine is going, probably would have been ready to go. Not saying ready week one, but you're getting a steal, man. So to think I think Zeke is, probably come up on 30. To think that he would have been,
he's my age, yeah,
to been the option at running back. That to me is one that I am still processing. But as we said, big weekend for UT. 11 guys drafted. So want to bring you guys as many voices as possible to talk all things UT. And got a special guest coming in here. He is the pride of Long Island by way of Utah. He's going to laugh as I bring him here on the stage. Check him out at Lone Star Live, Texas beat writer reporter, Mr. Josh Newman. Josh, what's going on, my man?
How are you guys? I appreciate you having me.
Of course, man. Thank you for coming on.
Anytime. And listen, cannot think of a better time to have you jump on coming off of what was a weekend that, I know your first week, I think, on the ground, it was at the Sugar Bowl, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I was actually still living in Utah trying to cover Texas from Salt Lake City, Utah. And yeah, I was fortunate enough to be on the ground at the Sugar Bowl. And then it was weird, right? You cover the Sugar Bowl and then you go home to Utah. I didn't get here until late January, but been on the ground here about 3 months now and, got through spring practice and got through the NFL draft. And really, we're still months away from playing college football, but I'm chomping at the bit here to cover a Texas football season, and what better time to be here, right? Them joining the SEC and everything that goes along with that. So just, feeling very optimistic, very excited.
Let me ask you this, because one of the things that, Jeff Howe, of course, very well from the beat, and Jordan Scruggs, also Horns 24/7. One of the things that they kind of hammer home with me is that I wasn't here for, and Keenan as well, my co-host, someone who went to UT. I wasn't here for the mediocre years to disappointing years. And I have a fresh perspective. You got even a fresher perspective than me, again, having been here, we're on the ground since late January. Just kind of your overall thoughts, I guess, Josh, on UT football, coming off of having 11 players drafted. Again, that is just a staggering number considering where they were 2 years ago. And just what maybe your expectations are for this program heading to 2024.
Yeah, I think the expectations are high, and rightfully so. I think I'm a little more bearish just from the standpoint of I think there's a lot more questions than maybe some people realize. It's yes, the wide receiver room is clearly very talented, right? Isaiah Bond and Matthew Golden and Silas Bolden when he gets here. But in fairness, those guys are all new and they're trying to acclimate themselves to, not just the football program, not just to Austin, but to the campus and everything that goes along with being a college student. Eric, you've written, I've written, there's a question at defensive tackle. Is there enough depth? Do they need more guys? There's just a few more questions than I think a lot of people are willing to admit. But, on paper, they're really good. And you've got a third-year incumbent starter in Quinn Ewers. You've got probably two guys at running back who you think are, number one caliber guys in CJ Baxter and Jaden Blue. Offensive line returns 4 out of 5 starters, I believe, right? Kelvin Banks is a first-round talent at left tackle. So there's a lot to be excited about. And, yeah, they're going to start the season ranked in the top, 3, 4, 5. I don't know that they're better than Georgia, but they certainly have enough, I think, on paper where you can envision them at least contending for the SEC. And if you're contending for the SEC, that means you're very deep in the mix to get to a 12-team college football playoff. So again, the portal window closes tomorrow, but guys can still commit. So we'll see what they do here down the stretch with the portal at defensive tackle. Maybe at cornerback now, we'll see. But there is certainly enough reason to believe that they're going to be really, really good. And when I say really, really good, like I think the high end for Texas is contending for a national championship. I don't think that's like crazy to say.
Josh, I'm going to pass it to Keenan after this one. When you see a team have 11 players drafted, and obviously the draft isn't necessarily indicative of where a player is now. Some of that is projecting forward and what you'll think that player will end up becoming. But Texas having 11 players drafted, does that shape or change, modify any way in which the prism in which you view last year for Texas?
Not really. I mean, Steve Sarkisian liked to, make the connection between having a good season or having a really good season, like they just had, with how many guys get drafted or how many guys are draftable. I don't necessarily subscribe to the notion that they're connected. I think they're mutually exclusive. But the point is, when you have 11 guys drafted, and to be clear, it was not projected that 11 guys would get drafted. I think a lot of us thought it would be 7 or 8. Jordan Whittington gets picked. Ryan Watts gets picked late, and they wind up with 11. I do think that's an indication of the type of player that they've been able to recruit under Steve Sarkisian, and that's I think we all believe that type of thing is going to continue. I mean, I had a little thing late Saturday as the draft was winding down, looking at 3 guys who could get into the first round next year, and you start looking at the 24 roster. It's like, Kelvin Banks, Quinn Ewers, Isaiah Bond. I mean, those are 3 guys, especially Bond, if he plays well. Why can't he get into the first round? Ethan Burke potentially. So, there's reason to believe that. I don't know that they're going to get 11 guys drafted again next year, but I mean, he has this thing on the track where every year they're going to be good. Every year they have the pieces. And if you have the pieces, those guys are going to inevitably wind up, being in the first round, maybe the second round mix. So that's where Texas is. Sark has them in a really, really positive, really optimistic space right now, both as a team and the individual pieces moving on to the next level.
Hey, Josh, since you're sort of newer to the beat, I had a question for you as somebody who's still not an outsider, but somebody who has an outside perspective. There was an issue with Texas football for a long time with culture in the locker room, right? There was a lot of drama. There's a lot of transferring. There was a lot of fights going on. As a guy who's sort of new to the beat, what has been your experience with the Texas culture of what Steve Sarkisian has brought in, and what do you think the next step, like moving forward, is?
We don't watch a ton of practice, obviously, so it's kind of my vantage point outside of like talking to sources and dealing with people inside. It's a little limited, but everybody talks about the culture, and that can be a lot of coach speak, and that can be a lot of player speak. But you listen to veteran guys, right? You listen to, Vernon Broughton and Alfred Collins and David Gabenda, and the center's name is escaping me.
Jake Majors.
Jake Majors, thank you. Guys who have been in the program 4 or 5 years, they really talk about the differences between when they first got here, when it was under Tom Herman, versus the differences of what it's become under Steve Sarkisian. And look, I've been doing this a long time. I mean, the locker room and the locker room politics is like 90% of the issues when there are issues. And you just don't hear about those things coming out of Texas. And again, my viewpoint is very limited, having not covered a season here yet, still getting to know a lot of people, a lot of the key people, but you don't hear problems coming out of the locker room. And you hear about, the veteran guys leading the way. And isn't that what it's supposed to be, right? A coach comes in, and when a coach comes in year 1, year 2, you're trying to instill your culture in the program. That starts with the older guys, right? The older guys are supposed to get on board, and the older guys are teaching the younger guys, and then the younger guys become older guys, and on down the way it goes. And, I think, talking to Quinn Ewers twice during spring practice, the first time we talked to him, he came off as this very mature young person. Like, he has the weight on his shoulders, but he struck me as a very mature young person, understanding what is expected of him and understanding what is being asked of him. So, I'm curious to see how he turns into a leader. Like, he hasn't had to be, the full-blown veteran guy, right? You had guys like that in the locker room, right? Guys like Byron Murphy, guys like De'Mondre Sweat. Xavier Worthy was an older guy. Yours hasn't had to be that guy yet, but now with this team, at being a 3-year start, 3-year starter at the most important position. This is now his team, so I'm really curious to see how he leads this group.
Eric?
Josh, we'd be remiss if we didn't get, kind of your basketball perspectives. Obviously, you've probably covered more basketball in your time here than you have actual football games. What are your thoughts on, really the reshaping of Rodney Terry's roster over the offseason?
Yeah, it's still a work in progress. I mean, as we sit here now on Monday, they've got 3 open scholarships to use. The portal window closes on May 1st. So, in terms of guys leaving Texas, that business is done. I don't know that they got hammered in the portal. I mean, Tyrese Hunter, that was expected. Dylan Mitchell, that was expected. Mitchell, to me, is a pretty tangible loss just because of what his best is. And I don't know that, look, I covered 8 games, 10 games, and there were games where, especially on offense, Dylan Mitchell was just a guy out there, and you sort of forgot that he was out there. Defensively, a lot of that time, he was terrific. Offensively, not so much. So, you look at what they've lost, and you look at what they're bringing in. Trayvon Mark from Arkansas is kind of this, not enigma, but not super consistent. But when he's got it going, he's as good as anybody on that roster. So, you look at the pieces, veteran pieces, guys who have played 100, 110, 115 career games because of the COVID stuff, and you got the extra year back. I like what they're putting together, but again, I think this roster lacks some size and some physicality. If they're able to get Brandon Garrison from Oklahoma State, right? They had him on campus for the spring game. If Rodney Terry is able to swing Brandon Garrison, I start looking at this thing a little bit differently. Need more size, need more physicality, and it's getting pretty late in the portal. The window closes on Wednesday, so at this point, the options in the portal are what they are. You'll probably have some 11th hour guys jump in at the end here over the next 48 hours, but for the most part, it is what it is. I don't know that the answer is sitting, waiting in the portal. So I'm very intrigued to see what they do with these last 3 scholarships, but at least one of those has to go to some size.
Keenan, being a basketball guy, I'll give you a chance. Do you want to have a quick follow-up?
Yeah. I had a question about, I don't know if you're familiar with this guy, but I've heard Texas linked to Kevin Pelton Jr. Out of San Diego. He's like a 6'8" wing, defensive, kind of a lockdown guy. I think he'd be a great fit. He's a 4-star out of high school. He's going into his sophomore year. So I think my take would be they need to get more wing defense, perimeter defenders, in addition to getting these big athletic bigs, but they only have 3 spots left. So how would you allocate those spots if you're Rodney Terry?
I think you need some size, and I think you look at Trayvon Mark, and if he's going well, that's great. I think you could use another knockdown guy, because I don't know that they have a great knockdown guy right now. The problem with needing a knockdown guy, and just it's the same thing with needing size, everybody wants size and everybody wants a knockdown guy. So it's not like Texas can just, again, walk into the portal and just pull one of these guys out, because if they could have done that, they would have done it already. So, one thing, and I don't know if this is in the works, but just one thing to keep in mind, don't be surprised if they hold one of those scholarships late. There's international stuff going on. There's a lot of 18, 19-year-old kids in Europe who are going to play in the world championships, stuff abroad. They typically don't make college decisions until June, July. So just something to keep in mind. If they wind up holding 1 or 2 of these scholarships until late, the international stuff might be in play. Just putting that out there.
Yeah, and that's a super common thing. Guys like Tommy Lloyd and Mick Cronin really jumped onto that international. A lot of the Pac-12 schools and the WCC schools sort of jumped on to the European player pool. And if you look last year, there were some very effective players who are international guys, right? Ade Mara for UCLA, Adem Bona for UCLA. I think they're both international guys. So yeah, there's a big market now. And now that they're figuring out how to integrate NIL to these overseas kids, because if you talk to Zach Edey, he didn't make a cent off of NIL, which is a crime.
Which is crazy.
It's a crime. It's a highway robbery. But as far as you were saying, they might hold out for some international guys. You talk about guys that are big, that can pass, that can shoot, play sort of forward and guard combo roles. Those are your Euro guys. That's what they do. My main beat is the NBA draft, so I watch a lot of international basketball, and that's their strength.
The thing with the international guys, that's always been intriguing to me. And I watch probably more international stuff than the average fan just because I'm a sicko like that and I just enjoy it. A lot of the high-level Euro kids have been playing professionally since they're 15, 16 years old, right? The way it works in Europe is you go to the academy when you're 10, 11, 12 years old, very young, do your schooling there. And the higher-end guys, like, look, Luka Doncic was playing professionally when he was 14. That's an extreme case. But, again, a lot of these kids will play professionally when they're 15, 16, 17 years old, not get paid, because if they get paid, they're not eligible to go to college and play in the United States. So I'm always on board when it's European kids and guys who have been playing professionally, especially kids from Eastern Europe, right? Like Soviet bloc, those kids just grow up hard and they grow up tough, and they're usually Serbia, right? They're usually ball players. So again, I don't know that that'll be a thing here at Texas, but if you see, one or two scholarships being held, maybe something like that's in play.
Josh, I'm going to go ahead and bring us out here. We like to end things with our guests with usually a fun question, kind of an anecdote. So this is the one I want to go with for you. In my now entering my 9th year of doing this, I've had some pretty eventful pressers / seasons, ones that just make you scratch your head. I'll give the abbreviated version here. I went through my second to last year covering Group of Fives down in South Florida, where Butch Davis, the head coach of Florida National, accused the program of the school of sabotaging the football program, saying that they were using used pads, refusing to do a press conference, saying that just like players need NIL, programs need NIL as well. Again, the abbreviated version, and me getting stiffed on a post-game presser saying, Eric, I will talk to you on Tuesday after flying to Huntington, West Virginia to cover a game. So all in 1 year. Josh, what is kind of with this, and within the statute of limitations, I don't want to get you in trouble, but what is the most outlandish, just post-game moment or anecdote from your career covering games?
Wow, I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a lot longer than 9 years. Are you guys familiar with Monmouth University in New Jersey?
Yes.
Okay, Monmouth University was coached. I was covering Monmouth. King Rice, okay, who was a point guard for North Carolina in the 1980s. Okay, he was the coach at Monmouth, and he was just you never knew what you were getting when he walked into a press conference. You know how Rodney Terry is like a little vanilla or very vanilla, and you sort of know what you're getting?
Vanilla, yeah.
A little vanilla. Picture Rodney Terry the exact polar opposite, and that was King Rice. King Rice would walk into a press conference and like blow you away for 20 minutes with everything you could ever want, or he was going to walk in the door, say 6 words, curse you out, and leave. That was the range. But I don't know that I could like pinpoint like any specific like one press conference, but like those like 4 years covering Monmouth. And look, he and I had a great relationship. Like I still talk to him. I talked to him last week. Like that's my guy. Was very helpful in my career, just trying to help me raise my profile. But I would tell, and Eric, I'm sure you can attest to this, like any young person like trying to break into the business, covering those groups of fives, covering those low majors, mid majors, the underserved programs that don't get a lot of media, there is all kinds of stories to be told. Most of those coaches will let you inside and talk to them. If you are a young journalist wanting to break in, group of five, mid major, low major, they will let you do almost whatever you want within reason. So that's my advice.
No doubt about that. He is Josh Newman. You can catch him out at Lone Star Live. Find him on Twitter at Joshua_Newman. Josh, hope you enjoyed it. Hopefully you'll be a repeat guest. I'm planning on doing this for a long time. So appreciate you making 10, 15 minutes chopping up, my man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you guys. Be good.
Yep. All right, Keenan, let's go ahead and kind of recap here with our last 13 minutes left here in the show. A lot to dive into there with what Josh said, but I want to bring it back to the football sense. Again, the standard being set with 11 players being drafted and then spinning it forward to 2025. Projected, Keenan, I sent you the screenshot. 24/7 Sports projects 3 Longhorns to be drafted in the first round. You have a top 5 left tackle projecting Kelvin Banks, a top 10 quarterback in Quinn Ewers, and a top 25 receiver in Isaiah Bond. 3 first-round picks, Keenan, projected next year. Again, that standard being set, you have to think. I know we touched on it a little bit, but Final Four or bust, correct?
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously you have to. I think they're gonna probably make the playoff. I think it'd be a major failure if they didn't make the playoff. I think that would be a really bad sign. Since there's how many teams are in it now? 12?
12 teams.
So yeah, so you don't finish top 12 with that roster, like not great. But I'm not worried about their making the playoffs as much as I am. Yeah, I mean, you gotta start winning games, man. I mean, as I know that Sark has done so much already. He's completely flipped this program. And I did the same thing at Washington, basically, but never got them to the heights that he got this Texas program. But he took an 0-12 Washington team. I think he got them to like 8-4 within 2 years or something. So he's turned around like disasters before. But yeah, I mean, with 11 dudes getting drafted, that is, like you said this earlier, and I wanted to kind of expand on it as far as these scouts in the NFL, these decision makers that are drafting these players, they see what's going on at Texas and they're like, those guys know how to develop, right? Those guys know what they're doing. That's why we took Jordan Whittington in the draft instead of a UDFA. That's why they took Keelan Robinson in the draft instead of being a UDFA. That's why they took Ryan Watts in the draft, right? You know what I mean? Like so many of these guys in past years probably would have been undrafted free agents, and they got picked because the Texas staff is just doing a good job developing. And what I heard the Rams say about Jordan Whittington like warmed my heart, man. I think it was the GM and McVay were sitting there, and the GM said he lives and breathes what we want. Like he is a hardworking, positive attitude, veteran type of guy. And he'll probably be mostly a special teams guy, I would imagine, or a lot of it will be special teams, but he'll probably get on the floor or on the field too. And they'll probably let him, throw some passes his way. He's a great blocker on the outside. So he's got a role, but just the fact that the culture from Texas is getting guys drafted is just an absolute 180 from 5 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that speaks out for me again is that culture, but let's also look at it like this as well. You talk about Jordan Whittington, Keelan Robinson, a guy who embodies that culture, who, Steve Sarkisian's talked about as one of the best gunners in the nation. That guy, and not even just the culture aspect, a third down back for the majority of his career who puts in the work, runs a 4.4, puts up 20 plus reps on the bench at his size. That's a football player, man.
Oh, yeah.
That's a football player. No one's going to tell me that Jalen Ford isn't a football player. Jalen Ford is someone who, again, had to earn his time in the lineup. I don't see any reason why that guy can't be an immediate contributor on special teams and have an extended career as well. So yes, Jess, when I look at that number, I just look at that standard being set. And then coming to the 2025 guys, man, I'm going to kind of start here. Chris Bennett talks about, look at Jay Witt's tweet after he's drafted. Absolutely.
Yeah, that was really cool. He basically just said, let's get to work or something like that. Like, let's go. Like, let's start. That's awesome.
Really quick, SD says, we're not going 11-1 at Jake Bayless. He follows it up with, it'll still be a good season. Just slow it down. Hey, listen.
I think it could go 11-1. I don't think that's quite out of reality.
I don't have any issue with Texas fans who have lived through everything in the past and want to slow things down a bit. However, I'm just being real and looking what's on this roster. And again, I'm sure Texas fans are like, yeah, I've heard that for the past 20 years. But as I was going to make the point with the 2025 guys, and that's why I led with, you're talking about a top 5 projected. We'll see what happens. Projected.
Yeah.
Top 5 left tackle, a top 10 quarterback. That alone should get you 8, 9 wins, 10 wins, double-digit wins. And then there's not talking about the rest of the guys who will kind of emerge here as well. But I want to ask you this. In terms of specifically, Banks, I think all of us think that Banks, especially after his freshman year, was a guy you could just write in pen as a top 5 pick. Not as much Banks. Quinn Ewers at 8. Part of that, again, quarterbacks are valuable. No doubt about that. What kind of strikes your mind when you see Quinn Ewers as a top 10 pick? Because I'll say this, and I said it following Jeff and Jordan's show a few days ago, that I think Quinn Ewers has all the potential. I think he is an excellent college football quarterback. I don't think Quinn Ewers ever turns into that guy, and it's a high standard, right? For me, if you draft someone at 8, then you think they're going to turn into one of those top 8 to 10 guys who can win you a championship.
Yep.
If you're drafting someone at the 20s, in my mind, that screams to me either a developmental player or someone who you think, all right, this is, I don't want to disparage Quinn Ewers, like a Kenny Pickett type, right? Someone who you think is ready to step in and maybe, be a solid starter, but not someone who is going to carry that baton. Listen, it's tough because, as SD says, Q is like Goff, right? It's tough because I love Quinn as a college quarterback, and I said the guy is my most underrated player in the nation. So I don't want to sound like I'm bashing him. But just curious your thoughts when you take a look at that draft mock there on Quinn. Again, very early, but your thoughts.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised with the Kelvin Banks being as high as he was. Since his freshman year, people have been saying that about Kelvin Banks, that he's a bona fide left tackle. And I've heard this, I think it may have been a Bob Sturm thing, actually, from the ticket in Dallas. He's kind of a local legend in the state of Texas. And he has this sort of thing where he talks about players as like in the draft range that a guy is. It's like, how much more impact will he make than the guy 5 in front of him and the guy 5 behind him?
Sure.
And that also depends on position, of course. Now, if Quinn ends up like Goff, that's not that bad. But do you want to take that 8th overall? I don't know. Right. Goff went number 1 overall. He's great, but he's not Justin Herbert. He's not, so if you can get a season out of Quinn, if Quinn can start consistently hitting the deep ball, and I think having receivers that are better at tracking midair will help. Because as good as Xavier Worthy was, again, one of my favorite Longhorns ever, he wasn't elite at tracking the ball. He like you said, he'll double track every once in a while. He double tracked on the catch against Alabama. I think this receiving core is going to be very helpful to him because he has a lot of options versus really, he had 2 main ones last year and then some freshmen that got some time. But now he has, these transfers, Bond, Golden, Bolden, and then he has, Ryan Wingo. DeAndre Moore. Right? Parker Livingston is really good too. I don't know that he'll see the field much this year, but that's a guy that could play in the NFL. According to one of my friends who's a scout, he loves Parker Livingston, thinks he's an awesome, really, you don't trust that Bond yet. Well, they're going to have to see. They're going to have to see how he – so if you could give me something real quick, what kind of player is Isaiah Bond as a receiver? Who would you comp him to, vaguely comp him to even, if you don't have an exact?
Let me think. Isaiah Bond, speed-wise, he's someone who, he's going to challenge any defense.
Oh, okay. He's like a deep guy? Deep ball guy?
Well, if you just take a look, based on – the thing is he's played in a couple offenses at Alabama last year. They kind of reshaped that offense. Mm-hmm. So the way he was used, I think Isaiah Bond almost strikes me as, in my opinion, I'm just going to give you the top end ceiling here, right? Like a Justin Jefferson type. Not Justin Jefferson probably a little bit bigger than him, but I think that in terms of Justin Jefferson is someone who
sign me up.
Yeah,
sign me up, dude.
Is always going to be able to kind of beat that guy. And get into his route and make the argument, hey, I'm open, right? And that I always kind of toy around with Stephon Diggs, but Stephon Diggs is smaller than Isaiah Bond in my mind. I don't know if Isaiah Bond's quite the route runner he is, but that's kind of where I have him. Really quick. No, go ahead. Did you want to?
No, I just said in. I'm in. Gotcha. I'm in with those guys.
No. Really quick before we toss it to Chip and Zay. Again, we're going to be talking about this throughout the week, so we won't go too long each day, man. But favorite SEC event, and there's 4 that I have in mind. And listen, if any of the listeners, watchers have another event, let me know. Keenan, if you have one, let me know. But the ones that I have in mind are Texas, Georgia, of course, in Austin. Mm-hmm. Texas A&M football, of course. In College Station, the renewal of that rivalry. UT women's basketball versus Dawn Staley in South Carolina, whether that game, and listen, for my sake, I'd love to see that game in Austin, but as I've said, even if that's one that's in Columbia, I might travel for that one just to go cover it. And Texas, I'm sure they're going to play Ole Miss. I'm sure the schedule maker is going to make it that, and Chris Beard, and if that is one that they decide to have in Austin as well. I guess maybe not which one are you looking forward to most, because we can kind of save that, but just rank those for you.
Yeah, let me throw in one more too, which would be if Texas, I think they will, host John Calipari's Arkansas Razorbacks.
Okay, sure.
That's going to be a monster game because all eyes are going to be on that program this year. If Texas can beat them, I mean, here's the problem. I'm sorry, I'm not to get off on a tangent.
No, go for it.
The problem with the way that Calipari builds these teams, he builds them with all these 5-star freshmen and 2 or 3 transfers. And the problem is he goes up against these teams that are older and bigger and more mature in the tournament, and he loses, like Oakland. Oakland beating Kentucky wasn't that big of an upset if you look at the statistics of these guys and the ages and the size. It makes sense that Trey Townsend was unstoppable. It makes sense that nobody on Kentucky could guard a 21-year-old badass forward for Oakland named Trey Townsend. I think he just committed to Arizona. But, that stuff makes sense. Anyway, that's beyond the point. I would say Georgia, Texas, number 1. Got to be number 1. Although, man, Texas A&M, that's going to be a banger, dude. I can't wait for that. So I'd probably say those are my top 2. Put Arkansas, Texas 3, and then women's against South Carolina 4, and then Ole Miss against Chris Beard 5. That'd be my top 5 rankings.
Okay, I will say this as Chris Bennett. Of course, I got to show this one. Says,
of course,
I'm glad you didn't bring up Jordan Shipley when
dude. Cross-racial comps are important, man. You can't just say like that. Drives me crazy in basketball scouting, and somebody's like, "Oh, he's like Dirk Nowitzki." Like, no, he's just a tall white guy. He's not anything like Dirk Nowitzki.
It's like with the draft this last weekend in Cooper DeJean. I'm surprised we didn't get
who's the only white corner in the NFL.
The Jason Sehorn comps.
Of course he did. Of course he did.
It's like, how long did it take before Cooper DeJean has moved to safety? No, he's a corner.
He's a corner.
Nothing about that dude that is a safety. Nevertheless, here's kind of my thinking here. It's hard to separate. I'll be honest. I am not the biggest F1 guy. However, I know it's a hell of an event, right? Like, I know it is a freaking event to the point where, like, I think there are a lot of people who are probably going to be putting their homes and apartments on the open market trying to make a buck.
Oh yeah.
For that
Airbnb.
weekend. I just feel like as a bleep show, Georgia, Texas, F1, all the same weekend. The city's going to be nuts. Downtown, I just moved out of it. You're still there. It's going to be it's not going to be for the weak at heart. We know that for a fact. So I'm going to put that 1, but I will say this. That still has a lot left to be seen as to what we're going to get come that week. Yeah. Texas plays Michigan before then. Georgia has, some opponents before then. We'll see what we're getting as far as that matchup. You want me to be honest with you, Keenan? The matchup that I think we know from right now, we're going to get showcase of like 2 Titans. Vic Schaefer's Texas women and Dawn Staley's South Carolina women. Yep. Of the 5, I feel like that's the one who you can book from right now, especially if it's in Austin. We saw what the UConn women's game was last year, right?
Yeah, it was nuts.
Especially if that game's in Austin. I think that's going to be a can't miss event because you're going to get 2 rock solid teams. So that's something that I'm looking at. Let's bring in Zay here so we can run this question by him. See what he kind of thinks. Zay, the question, first off, what up? The question that we're kind of running by is, and we'll probably bring Chip on here in a second as well, is what SEC event come 2024-25 are you looking forward to the most? And the events that I just have, just off the top of my head, are Texas, Georgia, of course, the renewal of Texas A&M, Texas, South Carolina women. Keenan throws in Texas versus Arkansas with John Calipari, and then I have Texas versus Ole Miss, obviously the Chris Beard angle, especially if that game is in Austin. What do you think about those just as like SEC, games that you're looking forward to?
Yeah, all those are on point for sure. Texas, Arkansas football. I think that's a scary game to look at in the future. Seeing Texas go to Rupp Arena for basketball, and it doesn't matter if Mark Pope's there or not, it's still Kentucky. It's still that type of legacy. But yeah, I think y'all nailed them. Chip.
Yeah, I mean, Texas, Georgia, Texas, Arkansas, Texas A&M football. But there's a lot. I mean, you mentioned it. Other sports. I mean, Texas baseball against all comers in the SEC.
That's a good point. Texas
I mean,
LSU.
Woo. A&M right now in Arkansas, a top college baseball.
Yeah.
And Texas somehow
some bad boys.
Texas somehow keeps winning these Big 12 series.
Haven't they lost 7 straight game ones or something like that? Haven't they lost like every game one this whole season?
Insane to fathom. But listen, I know I'm definitely looking forward to this. As I've said to Chip, I'm not willing to come out of pocket if I got to go to Columbia to cover that Texas South Carolina women's game. But a lot of SEC events to look forward to. Fellas, what is going on? Obviously, a very eventful weekend for the Texas football program. Steve Sarkisian, 11 players drafted. I'm sure y'all got a lot you're going to dive into. We will pass the baton to you, fellas.
All right. Appreciate y'all, fellas. Good job. Good show. Good show.
Appreciate it, fellas. Y'all be cool.
Appreciate it. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us. Chip and Zay breaking it down on an overreaction Monday following the NFL draft. And as Eric just said, 11 Longhorns drafted. We will get into that. Fozzie Whitaker will join us at 1:30 to talk some Texas Longhorns spring football. And John McClain will join us at 2 to wrap up the draft. John's sort of been our NFL draft sounding board, if you will. Of course, he's only covered the league for 40 years. And Zay, I'm sure, will have us up to speed on the NBA playoffs. And Texas softball rolls on. Winners of 13 straight with one more series to go at Texas Tech. Reese Atwood breaks the RBI single season record at Texas, and they demolish Iowa State in 3 straight. And yeah, Texas baseball, huge series win. They go up to Oklahoma. They drop game 1, and they do not help Max Grubbs at all. In the second inning, OU scored 3 runs, all unearned. It was an error fest from Texas. They had 5 errors in game 1 and lost badly, 9-4. But then they come back, win games 2 and games 3 in a doubleheader yesterday. So Texas only, OU is still in first place in the Big 12 standings with a record of 15-6. Texas is 1.5 behind at 13-8. Of course, Oklahoma State and West Virginia are both at 14-7. So lots to get into. Zay, how you doing, my man?
I'm good, man. Good. Jam-packed weekend. A lot of sports going on. Very proud of what the Longhorns did in the draft. No, Steve Sarkisian's proud. Definitely proud of that coaching staff for changing things around. David Pierce, proud of him and what he's done. You know, he's after that UT Rio Grande game, people were trying to have his head, and he's bounced back pretty good since then. So, yeah, we mentioned softball. You know, basketball's doing well. Like, yeah, it's been a lot of good things happening around here for sure. How about you? How you doing?
Yeah, good. I think you look at the Texas Longhorns draft. For a minute, it looked like they might finish with the most players drafted. And then Michigan ended up getting a couple of players drafted at the very end of in the 7th round. To finish ahead of Texas with 13 players selected in the NFL draft. But if this doesn't give you a sign that Texas football is headed in the right direction under Steve Sarkisian, with the way that, you've got, Byron Murphy. I mean, there were so many records set in this draft, or just correcting the record for Texas, because they've gone so long without having a draft like this. I mean, this was the most players drafted since 1984, when 17 Texas players were drafted. And that was when it was 12 rounds. Of course, it went to 7 rounds in 1994. So easily the most players drafted for Texas since the NFL went to the 7-round NFL draft. And, 3 receivers selected for the first time in school history, 2 running backs selected for the second straight year for the first time in school history. It was impressive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we knew that Byron Murphy was going to lead the pack, and, followed by Xavier Worthy. But to hear guys' names like Jordan Whittington and Ryan Watts and Keelan Robinson, I mean, Jacksonville was really high on Keelan Robinson. If you look at his background, Keelan Robinson don't have that many touches on him. So that's a guy that's coming in really fresh. And if you use him the right way, Keelan Robinson could be a threat on any team. So, yeah, again, to what Sark has done these last 3 years, I know some of those guys might have been Herman guys, but still, Sark and his coaching staff, with guys that have left like Jeff Chode and Bo Davis, they've built a big time culture here, and that's what's going to make these recruits want to play. That's what's going to make these transfers want to come in, because they see, hey, the results 11, that's a lot. You can't say that Texas don't got guys drafted anymore. That's just not even a thing. So yeah, when you see it at basically every single position, also, that's also very promising. And yeah, I'm very proud of this crew. Now let's just see if they can make the roster, and see if, they turn out to have big time careers.
Yeah. Yeah. Jordan Whittington. So Jordan Whittington rounds it out, goes to the Rams. That's going to be tough to make that roster, but hey, get in there, make your case for special teams, and work your way into the good graces of the franchise. Keelan Robinson, same thing. I mean, you got opportunity, and if you're willing to grind, you look at Keelan Robinson going to the Jaguars in the 5th round. Jalen Ford's going to have to make the Saints on special teams in the 5th round. Ryan Watt's going to have to make the Steelers on special teams in the 6th round. You're gonna have to grind. What did you think of Jonathan Brooks and Jatavian Sanders going to the Panthers?
I like it. I like it a lot. That's a team that needs everything. know, and I know they got old big country wide receiver from South Carolina, but yeah, Bryce Young. They're trying to put as many weapons around him as possible. And look, say what you want about JT Sanders and the amount of reps he did in the bench press, yada, yada, yada. Put on the football film and show me that's not a big-time football player. Hey, some guys, we know we give that Kevin Durant comparison. Some guys, they're just, when it comes to the weight room, they might not go as hard, or they might not be, do as well there. And I know in football, it kind of sounds like an oxymoron, but still, getting JT Sanders, what he did these last 2 years for Steve Sarkisian shows that he could be a steal for the Carolina Panthers in the 4th round. So, yeah, I'm not worried about his strength. I'm worried about his football IQ and what he brings on the field, those giant hands, that speed, the athleticism. Obviously, he has to get better with his blocking. But, yeah, him at the Panthers, I think that's a good fit. And for Jonathan Brooks, I think anywhere would have been a good fit. You're finding the big-time back, for the Carolina Panthers. It's just – how long is it going to take him to get healthy? And I think with what you're hearing, he's supposed to be ready by training camp, but I still think, he's going to have to work out the kinks of just trusting his knee and knowing that, okay, I'm the same guy I was when I was, leading the Horns and leading the nation and rushing almost before he had that ACL injury. So I like both of those picks. I like both of them. I think that both of those guys have a lot to prove. And yeah, Carolina Panthers, they did a good job with their scouting.
Yeah, I see already. People checked out Byron Murphy's social media. He took a picture wearing Gucci shirt, Gucci shoes, ice all over the place, and sitting in a Bentley.
Oh,
I don't know if he bought this thing or if it's just sitting in it, but let's hope that Byron Murphy's got a good investment plan.
Yeah. Hopefully it's rented, or he knows the guy that knows the guy that can let him borrow it for a while. Ain't nothing wrong with stunting in the pictures.
Right.
Ain't nothing wrong with a rented vehicle at all. Like, you're still stunting on them. So yeah, hopefully that money's going to a good place. And yeah, it's about saving that money, investing that money. And I think Byron Murphy, he'll be just fine. He's been around really good people in his life, really good people down here at the University of Texas. And yeah, even though he might be a little flashy, I think he's going to be all about business when he gets up to the Pacific Northwest. So yeah, enjoy the fruits of your labor now. But yeah, come, training camp, it'll be time to work, and he knows that.
Okay. Yeah, it's not how much you make, it's how much you keep. All right. So Sting and Eminem are going to be the F1 concerts in October. So when Georgia fans come for the Texas-Georgia game, Sting will be performing in concert on Friday night, and Eminem will be performing on Saturday night. Zay, does that do anything for you?
No, just means they're gonna have to miss him. Sorry. I mean, we're banking on that to be a night game, correct? The Texas, Georgia, right?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Sorry, Em. I've heard Not Afraid before. I've heard Lose Yourself before. Mom Spaghetti, all that. I'm good. It'll be a good show. It's Eminem, one of the greatest of all time. I'm not one of those jabronis that goes out here and disses Eminem because of the color of his skin. That's ridiculous. The dude can rap. Sorry. The dude can rap. I get it. Was he benefited from his color of his skin? A little bit, yes. But one of the greatest rappers of all time, probably put on a great concert. Saw him at the draft. He's in great shape. Like, one of the best things M could have done was get completely sober. I want to say he's like 16 years or 15 years deep. That's amazing. Now, this sounds a little mucked up, but M on the drugs, better rapper. But that's okay. I'd rather him be alive. I'd rather him be alive. You know what I mean? Like, when he was doing Guilty Conscious with Dre and he was talking about killing his baby mom and all that stuff, killing his mom and all that crazy shit, that was, man, Marshall Mathers EP, Slim Shady EP, those are iconic albums. That's M on drugs. Now M's off drugs. It's taking a step back, but hey, that's okay. Very healthy individual. Good for him.
Hey, he nailed it in his prime, right?
He did. Yeah, he did. Now, I think, I heard he's making another album and stuff. And again, he's a good rapper. He's just, I don't know. He's one of those that I can't listen to him anymore. I could listen to Nas when Nas drops new shit. Oh my gosh, it's incredible. But Nas has done a really good job at what Steve Sarkisian, the word he loves to use, adapting. Like, Nas has gotten with younger producers and his beats and the production. It sounds, it doesn't sound dated like to what he was doing 30 years ago. M's, it feels, I don't know, M on drugs was better. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's messed up. I know he's your Detroit brother, and that's messed up to say. I hope he doesn't pick up a drink or pop a pill anytime soon just to make a good song. But hey, what you gonna do?
Hey, I saw him at ACL. I don't know how many years ago. He was outstanding.
Yeah, when he performs the songs when he was on drugs, that's great. Love those. I'm Slim Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shades are just imitating. Yeah, man. It takes a real druggie to be on that to make shit like that. Yeah, absolutely. I'm telling you, he's probably great at performing, but yeah, it's not the same M that we fell in love with.
All right. Well, the Dallas Cowboys, and we'll get into this with John McClain a little bit later, but the Dallas Cowboys did not take a running back. No running back. So Rico Dowdle and possibly Ezekiel Elliott could be.
Yeah.
You good with that?
Yeah, I'm good with that. Bring back Zeke. When Zeke's around, Dak plays better. I'm telling you, that's his friend. That goes a long way. You've seen it with Giannis and his brother. Ain't no way Giannis's brother, what's his name? Thanasis should be on the Bucks. He needs to go back to Europe, but he's there for Giannis's psyche. He helps Giannis get through things because it's relatable. It's somebody that he could go to, somebody that he could trust, somebody that he could rely on. When shit goes AWOL, you know, oh, I got my friend right beside me. I could go to him for that comfort. Zeke's that for Dak. When he was up on Hard Knocks buying them purses and Louis Vuitton bags and all this and that, that's friendship. That's brotherhood. So now we're going to get a more clear-minded Dak Prescott, who's, again, had family troubles. Like, he's lost his brother. So, like, really close people to Dak, him losing people, that's not good. It's just not. Again, everybody copes differently, but I think having as many comfortable people as possible for Dak Prescott is positive. Even if Zeke can't play much, that's up to Mike McCarthy on, you know, hey, you might get 5 snaps a game, maybe 10. It depends on who we playing. That doesn't mean we got to give Zeke snaps. And yes, there's still a huge void at that running back position. This don't mean nothing. But as far as for Dak Prescott and his, you know, mental, I think this is a good thing. But yeah, if Zeke's coming back to be a bell cow guy, nope. You're going to be third in the NFC East this upcoming season, if that's the case. Because
well, you need Tyler Guyton to be a day one starter. You need Cooper Beebe to be, you know, they're going to have to look at him at center. And let's see if he can, you know, fill that need. If that happens, if Guyton and Beebe end up being day one starters, then this was a solid draft. You need this Marshawn Nealon from Western Michigan to develop into the next, you know, Dorrance Armstrong. And you need Marist Lafau from Notre Dame, the linebacker who went to the same high school as Manti Te'o, to be like a guy who can be an impact player. So the Cowboys have been really good at finding value throughout the draft. If they nailed all those first 5 picks and Rico Dowdle's ready to rumble, then okay, because we now know that Jerry saying I'm all in means he was all in on the players returning, not going out and getting new players. He's all in on CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott for one more year at this point anyway. Rico Dowdle, Micah Parsons. I mean, DeMarvion Overshown, my gosh, the way they're talking about DeMarvion Overshown, I can't wait to see DeMarvion Overshown in a Cowboys uniform this fall because, I mean, they love him. So, and Overshown's athleticism is ridiculous. So let's see what he can do. We loved he got better and better and better during his time at Texas. He's super long. He'll give up his body. He can cover, super athletic, and they need him to be the man. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, because we know Leighton Vander Esch, that ship has sailed. And I think Jerry and them are really big on Mike Zimmer, as they should be.
Yeah.
Mike Zimmer has a lot of credibility in this league. And I'm telling you, man, just what with Dan Quinn last year was super toxic. And there was something going on in that locker room that we might not hear about until 20 years from now. But it just seemed like Dan Quinn wasn't all the way locked in with how quickly he took that, Washington job, or just knowing that he was going to take a head coaching job after the 2023 season. So yeah, we'll see how all in the Cowboys really are. And Dak Prescott playing on that contract year with that light under his ass. We'll see what happens with that.
Well, I see Captain America. Speaking of NFL running backs, and Captain America, the one and only Fozzie Whitaker, of course, Longhorn, lifetime Longhorn, played in the NFL with the Carolina Panthers. So we'll get his take on what Jonathan Brooks is walking into with Jatavian Sanders with the Carolina Panthers. Fozzie Whitaker. Fozzie, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic, man. How you all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah. Now you sound great.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out a new system. It's like a little podcast setup, but
oh, yeah. Your volume's getting better by the second.
Okay.
That's good.
Good. I can turn it up if I need to. Let me turn it up. Is that better?
Oh, yeah. That sounds great.
Okay.
That's great. Well, we'll start with Jonathan Brooks, because Fozzie, you played with the Carolina Panthers. I'm sure you pay attention to what the Panthers, they've been through some ups and downs with new ownership. Matt Rule came and went. What is Jonathan Brooks and Jatavian Sanders walking into there in Carolina?
Yeah, I think ultimately, whenever you look at the situation that's presented itself, Carolina was not a good football team a season ago. Obviously, they had basically a fire sale with the old GM and head coach that was put into place. You got a new face, new regime being able to start it. GM Dan Morgan, who's a lifetime Panther, very well received from the Panther community. Then you bring in young Dave Canales, who was at Tampa Bay a season ago. Upstart to why Baker Mayfield had the season that he had a season ago. And I think pairing those two guys with Bryce Young gives him the opportunity to have more success this year. And then you bring in some incoming talent, right? You look at what the Panthers did, not even just between JB and JT, but going to go get Xavier from South Carolina to add on to that, help bolster up the defense as well, man. It puts this offense in a good spot to be able to add key pieces like a top wide receiver, the top running back, and then one of the best tight end mismatches that you could find in the draft. And I feel like they got a really good steal by getting Jatavian Sanders in the 4th round. Him being available at that point in time, I think works out phenomenal for Bryce Young. And if you go back and look at some of the stats, the Panthers were terrible at implementing their tight ends and putting their tight ends in a good position to be able to win, especially on 3rd downs. And that's where Carolina typically has been good, is whenever they have a good tight end and be able to rely on them 3rd down. So I think it's been a really good pickup for JB and JT to go there, and I think they can make an immediate impact, especially once JB is 100% healthy.
Yeah, Fozzie, how do you think Jonathan Brooks' process on just getting back to being 100%, how do you think that's going to go? Because I know this first year it might be tough for him, but I know in that second year, usually guys, they feel more like themselves because they've had a full year to heal. But I think the Panthers, like they should, if he's cleared, throw him in there. Like, he's that good, he's that worth it. But do you think it might take a little bit for him to get back to his full self?
I think there's an adjustment period that'll happen between JB, and not necessarily from the standpoint of the knee or feeling like he got to be fully back to himself, but more the transition period going from college to the NFL ranks. And that's what every rookie has to go through. And then you also got to prepare for 18 weeks in the NFL, right? 17 games, 1 bye week. And that's not including preseason or postseason if you're fortunate enough to make it through the postseason. So that's going to be the biggest transition, is how JB is preparing now. I've had several talks with him. The longest one that I had with him was during Pro Day being able to see where he was on that recovery process and the journey that he went on. He and I kind of have similar pathways of, not finishing our career, having a knee injury, and then not being able to participate in the NFL Combine or Pro Day. But obviously, JB's future is very bright, being able to be the first running back selected in the NFL draft in the second round and going to an organization like the Panthers who really want to stress running the ball with a good amount of pieces that they have around him. I think JB will be just fine. It's just going to be transition into the speed of the game and then the length of the season, considering he kind of has to feel his way and work his way through this offseason until he's completely healthy. But I think once he's healthy, he'll be able to provide that immediate impact. And with technology nowadays, the ACL, it seems like it's really only 6 months that max that you're missing if you don't have any other structural damage. So I think JB is in good hands with who he's been able to see from the doctor's perspective, and then the work that he's put in. I've seen him continue to be a hard worker. I think that's going to translate well for him to have success whenever he's ready.
Talking to Fozzie Whitaker, and Fozzie, definitely want to get, we'll get back to the NFL draft, but I want to get your thoughts on these Longhorns coming out of spring football. You have done an amazing job with Longhorn Network, and all the coverage, but let's start with, the offense, and we'll start at your position, running back. Mm-hmm. What stood out to you about the running back position for Texas this spring?
Yeah. And first off, before I go into the running back position, I want to say thank you to everybody a part of Longhorn Network that allowed me to be in this position, talking with you guys today, being able to cover the spring game. That was just my second time in the booth, man. I had an absolute blast. It's been a phenomenal run for those associated with Longhorn Network, and I'm just extremely appreciative for them allowing me to walk in with open arms and be able to share some of the information that I was able to obtain. So with that being said, I thought the running backs over the course of the entire spring, not just in the spring game, but I thought, from week one all the way until that last week and that last scrimmage before, the actual spring game took place, the running backs had something to prove. And you look at C4 is what Coach always calls Cedric Baxter, just because he's so explosive and dynamic in the way that he's able to, set the defense up, being able to run the ball, tote the rock, and then obviously a healthy dose of Jaden Blue in there as well is that 1-2 punch is going to be really electric. And I can say from my own mindset and the conversations that I had with Jaden Blue is he's taking the next step. And he's ready to burst on the scene in a big way, not just from a standpoint of his athletic gifts, right? We've seen what he can do athletically. But if you go and look at his mentality, like this year, I've gotten even closer with it, having spent that time. He's ready to be more of a leader. He's ready to take on what it means to be in that leadership role in the same way that Jonathan Brooks was, and Roshan Johnson and Bijan Robinson. And it's a healthy leadership between he and Cedric Baxter. And I think that's the reason why the health of the running back room is really, really good and in good hands. Now, you can't get no further of talking about the running backs without talking about the running back coach himself, right? This is Tashard Choice, who's been absolutely on fire since he set his foot into the coaching ranks, whenever he even started with the Mean Green, whenever he started, obviously, at Georgia Tech. Now he's starting his own presence being felt here at the University of Texas. 4 running backs in the last 2 drafts, first running back off of the board in both of these last 2 drafts. And that just signifies, hey, if you're a starter, you're probably going to get picked highly in the upcoming draft with the production that you have from Coach Choice and Coach Sark being able to call the plays. But not even if you're a starter, but even if you are a backup guy, you got a good potential or good possibility to be able to get picked up in the draft as the history has shown in these past 2 years what can be done from a development standpoint. And I think C.J. Baxter and Jaden Blue are the next two to be able to burst on the scene. But right behind them, man, you got people chomping at the bit. Trey Wisner had an unbelievable spring practice this year. He got more reps with the ones from what I was able to see. Got reps with the twos as well. But he's not just a special teams player. That kind of was his role a season ago. But this year, I can see him getting on the field and finding a way to get into the rotation, similar to the way that Keenan Robinson was able to get in with JB and Cedric Baxter and Blue a season ago. So Trey Wisner, I expect some big things happening from his way as well. And then you bring in the two young running backs, Jared Gibson and Christian Clark, and they look like creative players. They're supposed to be going to go graduate high school in a couple of weeks, and man, they look like they are already like sophomores in college. It's crazy how developed they are, their maturity level as well, and they'll continue to grow. Right, they're freshmen, so they're still learning and understanding what it means to be a collegiate athlete and a student athlete at that, with their first semester in college as well. So I think the running back room is in very, very good hands right now.
Well, real quick, what do you like most about Trey Wisner?
Trey Wisner, it's funny because he's not necessarily the fastest guy. He's not the biggest guy. He's not the strongest guy, but he does everything exceptionally well. And he's slippery. He kind of has that rangy movement similar to Jamal Charles, right? He's not necessarily the same speed as Jamal, but if you go back and watch some of Jamal's tape whenever he was at Texas, he kind of had a long, rangy run about himself, even though Jamal is not a tall guy. Trey Wisner runs very similar to that from a stature of like a little bit of a long strider, finds a way to get the defense out of position and can make a subtle movement without necessarily having to chop his feet before he makes that cut. And so I think that's what makes it stand out to me. He's so smooth. And then he has great hands. And anytime they called plays where he's free release out of the backfield, he was making a huge impact and really making the defense pay. And then he's hungry. That's a guy, whenever you look at him every single time you're at practice, or if you cut on the tape and have an opportunity to see what he's doing, he's fighting for that extra yard against his own guys in spring, right? He's getting scrappy. He's trying to finish every single run. He runs all the way to the end zone whenever he touches the rock. So that's the type of personality and the type of person that you want to see get a chance, because whenever he does get a chance, he's one that will absolutely take advantage of it.
Yeah. Fozzie, who on this current roster can you see emerging as the leader? I mean, Jordan Whittington's off to the NFL. Jalen Ford's off to the NFL. Like, you had some big-time guys that were the voices of that locker room. Who do you think in 2024 is going to step up and be those guys for this ball club?
Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, Quinn Ewers is going to be the focal point of where leadership begins and ends with this team, as a highly recruited player as he is, and one that's returning back with so much expectations on the line. He's going to have to continue to step up his leadership roles, and I thought he did a phenomenal job with that this past season. And I think this year he has another opportunity to take another step forward. But Jonte Cook, that's a guy in the receiver room that I think is really going to, number one, have a great season. He looks really good. Like, he looks poised. He looks ready to be in control of the run of the wide receiver room. But he also like has a demeanor about himself that he's not just a second year guy. He's kind of carrying himself like, okay, this is what X did before me. This is what J Witt did before me. This is what AD did before me. You know, I'm going to continue to pick up the room. I'm going to continue to hold on to that legacy. I mean, we haven't had 3 receivers drafted in an NFL draft, and I don't know how long, in a modern era. And
right.
It's really cool to be able to see the development that Coach Sark has had with 2 different receiver coaches now. But Jonte Cook looked like he's ready to be able to fulfill some of the things that those guys left behind and take on that task. So I think Jonte Cook is going to be one on the offensive side that does that. CJ Baxter is another guy who is extremely wise beyond his age, right? If you talk to CJ Baxter, you'd be like, wait a minute, you just going into your second year? Wait, what do you mean you're not a senior? That's the way he carries himself. That's the mentality he has. He takes the ownership. I remember one practice, you know, the running backs didn't necessarily fare so well throughout the course of practice, right? Whether it was, you know, maybe missing a ball here, missing a read there or something. And at the end of practice, CJ Baxter's talking to all of them. He's like, hey, that's on me. I'm the leader of the room. We got to get this right. And so if that leadership becomes infectious, not just in the running back room, but across the entire team, I can see CJ Baxter being one of the guys that steps up in a big leadership role. Then on the flip side, right, same way, Anthony Hill, right in the center of the action, right? He's Mike linebacker a lot now, taking over the role that Jalen Ford left behind. He's had to be more vocal, and I think his playmaking abilities and what he can do physically and gifted and athletically, he gives you that same impression, right? Wait a minute, you was a freshman last year. How are you doing some of these things that you're doing? How are you making the calls and the checks that you're making from a pre-snap read perspective? But I've seen him continue to be vocal. I've seen him communicate with David Bender, who's been here for 5 years. I've seen him communicate with Maurice Blackwell, who's been here for several years before him as well. And I think Ant Hill's just ready to take that next step to become that true unsung leader. And then same way that Tavondre Sweat used to take hold of the defensive line, Alfred Collins, he stepped up in a very big way, right? There's a hole to fill between those two defensive tackles. And if you got a guy that goes in the first round and another one that goes right after him to Tennessee, you got to feel that replacement and that production from some way. And I think Alfred Collins plans to do that, not just from a physical standpoint, but also from that leadership perspective that you're talking about.
Fozzie, from the receiver standpoint, it seems like, based on what Jordan Whittington said, that maybe DeAndre Moore is a candidate to be in the slot where Whittington was, but he sure looked good outside. Jonte Cook, like you said, thinks along the lines of Xavier Worthy. It looks like Isaiah Bond is also vying for that role that Worthy had. And Ryan Wingo looks like a guy who's vying for the role that Adonai Mitchell had, along with Matthew Golden. How do you see Sark dividing all this up and feeding all these mouths? And we don't even have Silas Bolden on campus yet.
Right.
He's probably another guy who's going to work the slot some too.
Yeah, I think it's a healthy conundrum to have, right? And here's what I go back to. If the people that kind of are worried about is there's only one ball, how will enough mouths get fed with so many hungry guys trying to be able to make a play and step up on the field? Sark's done this at whatever school he's been at. And you go back to his USC days, he had top flight receivers. You go back to his Washington days, had top flight receivers. You go back again whenever he was at Alabama, right? He's had multiple top flight receivers. And then just this past year, that goes to show you 3 draft picks came from the receiver room. So he'll find a way to distribute the ball effectively and efficiently. Obviously, Quinn Ewers is, in my opinion, going to take another step up to be able to make that happen. But the spring game is also indicative of the depth that you need. There were 24 different receivers that caught a pass in the spring game. 24. Now, understand, everybody won't necessarily play in the spring game or in the season from where they did in the spring game. But if you can distribute the ball to that form and that capacity to that many people, right? DeAndre Moore had, I want to say, 3 catches. Jonte Cook had 4 catches. Isaiah Bond, I believe, had 4 catches himself. Ryan Wingo had 4 catches himself. Like, you can distribute it like that. You put the pressure on the defense in a major way. And not to mention, you talked about where some guys fit from a position standpoint or from a formation standpoint. Coach Sark is so multiple, man. He can move all these guys around, right? We saw Isaiah Bond as the X receiver. Then we saw him as the Z in the slot. Then we saw him as the Y receiver or the sub B or the F receiver, however you want to call it. We've seen Jonte Cook move around. We've seen DeAndre Moore outside and in the slot. So I think ultimately it's all about staying in rhythm, staying on pace, staying on beat. And that's what Coach Sark likes his quarterbacks to be in. And whenever Quinn Ewers gets in rhythm, man, he's willing and dealing to everybody on the field. Not to mention the tight ends will get involved in that passing game as well. So I think it's a good problem to have. You got so many talented guys. They should really be able to stress the defense as well as stay healthy, right? continue to stay healthy, because not one guy has to take every single snap. You're going to have a healthy rotation between all of these top flight receivers. And I think that'll be big whenever you're trying to make that stretch down in week 10, week 11, week 13, preparing for championship time frame and preparing for college football playoffs if this Texas team is fortunate enough to do that.
Fozzie, are you worried about the defense any? I mean, obviously what Byron Murphy and Trevondre Sweat brought to the table, Jalen Ford, the list goes on. You had a lot of guys drafted on that defense this past year, and a few guys that you were probably going to rely on if they didn't transfer, like an Austin Jordan or like a Terrence Brooks. And now you're a little bit more slim, especially in that secondary. Do you think that they should stay where they're at or go in the transfer portal and make another move to have more depth?
That's always a question, right? With the transfer portal and the way the college football landscape is right now, you can always go find somebody in the portal. But I really like what Sark has done over these past couple of seasons from a development standpoint, right? You got guys, and if you take even just this current recruiting class that just came in, he recruited 5-6 switch type guys that could play corner, they can play the star, they can play safety. So you got multiple guys that can fulfill that role. Yes, losing Terrence Brooks, Austin Jordan to the transfer portal, that definitely hurts your depth, especially on the back end, where I feel like Texas is still trying to figure out their identity. But ultimately, I have faith in Coach Sark. I have faith in Coach PK. I got faith in Coach Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon to be able to find the solutions that need the answers, right? The showing in the spring game was not necessarily one that made me feel confident about the defensive play, considering a season ago, you lose to Washington kind of to the defense's Achilles heel with their pass game and not being able to defend the pass as well as at least I expected, right? And I'm sure their expectations are even higher than mine. So that's an area of concern that they probably addressed this spring. And obviously you see in the recruiting class how they plan to address and attack it. I think you trust in your recruitment, you trust in your development, you allow yourself to put the best players in the best positions to be able to be successful. And I think that's where ultimately this team is going to rely on, is being able to put those best players out there and then play as fast as possible. And not to mention Jahdae Barron, I think he's already a leader. I didn't mention him earlier because he's already in that leadership category, but I expect him to continue to mount up and have a really big year. And I don't know if he's going to play any other.
Nope. Did we lose you?
Yeah, we lost you, Fozzie.
Foz, I don't know what happened. You were rolling along, and then all of a sudden your sound cut out. Let's see.
He's muted.
Now you're muted. Now you're okay. Yeah. Now we got you.
I can't hear you all though.
Uh-oh.
Something's messing.
Can you hear us now?
Muted again.
Let's see.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Yeah, that was weird.
Never happened before.
We were rolling along there. Let's see.
All right, test. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you. Now we got you. Yeah, so you were just finishing up on the secondary. I'll go ahead, Fozzie.
All right, I'm good now. I couldn't hear you all. I don't know what happened. Man, technology is crazy. Technology is crazy.
Well, let me ask you about. I'll just finish up on the offense.
Yeah.
The tight end, Jatavian Sanders, moving on. What did you see from Amari Nyblack, from Juan Davis? Those guys are kind of the move on the field, pass catching tight ends. Gunnar Helm, the more complete inline blocker. What did you see from the tight end position?
Yeah, again, this is a team that has that depth to be able to showcase who they really are. And you start with Gunnar Helm, who's been with the ones, who's been here for years as well, came in with JT, knows how to do everything, right? He can be in line, he can be flexed out. Excuse me. Man, it's going crazy today. What is happening? Thank you.
But you see Gunnar Helm being able to be flexed out, scores a big touchdown against Iowa State late in that game to help seal the deal for Texas, showcasing his versatility as a blocker as well as a receiver. But, man, Juan Davis and Amari Knoblack, they really create opportunities for Sark to be as creative as he wants to be at the tight end position. Amari Knoblack, he came in looking like just a guy that, you see a prototypical tight end that you want to see, can stretch the field, can be physical, and then also have, like, the muscles to go along with it. That's Amari Knoblack, like just your get off the bus first type of individual whenever you look at him. And then you actually get to watch him play and you see him in the practices and you're like, oh, okay, the billing fits the way that he looks. And he's very nimble, very smooth guy, like smooth runner, man. He does everything really well. Then you look at Juan Davis, right? I kind of see Juan Davis as a tweener, like between a true tight end size, but also a bigger wide receiver size because of how fast and how quick he is. Really good hands. I think that's a mismatch nightmare. If any linebacker is on Juan Davis one-on-one, I bet Coach Sark is probably licking his chops because Juan Davis has been able to put some people into some bad positions because of how fast he is, how good he runs his routes, then just being so nimble. So a combination of Gunnar Helm with Amari Knoblack as well as Juan Davis, a healthy dosage of all three of those guys is in store, and I think one of them is poised to have a really big breakout season similar to what JT was able to do this past season.
Yeah. Fozzie, this offensive line, we know that this is probably Kelvin Banks last year. I'm already seeing 2025 mock drafts. And every one that I've seen has him going in the top 5. Like, I've seen about 10 of them. Every single one has Kelvin Banks going in the top 5. But just the experience with this offensive line, which I think losing Christian Jones, that's going to be big because C. Jones was huge last year. Big reason why he got drafted. But do you think that Cam Williams is ready? And do you think this offensive line is going to take another step of being really good headed into the SEC?
I do think Cam Williams will be ready. I think this offensive line will be ready. It's not too many times that Texas has been able to return as many starters as they will be in basically 2 consecutive seasons, right? They last year, same crew came back and you saw the production that they were able to put on display. And then this year, like you mentioned, you lose Christian Jones, but you still got the other 4 anchors that's been able to hold it down, and not to mention the depth behind them. I saw guys being able to get reps with the 1s, with the 2s, with the 3s, and all of them were rotating in different combination of lines, and just goes to show you how good this team really can be, and it's going to start with the trenches at the offensive and the defensive line positions. But Coach Flood has done a phenomenal job. Texas O-lineman being drafted is not something that you typically hear on a yearly basis. And I think the run that this Texas team is continue to prep on, with Christian Jones being at the forefront of that offensive line group, being able to get a draft pick, I think you're looking at an opportunity for not only Texas to continue down that trend, but to put other teams on alert in the SEC. Like, hey, this ain't Big 12. This is not a speed team. This is not a running gun team. This is a physical team that's going to line up and get after you from the start of the game all the way to the very end. And I think ultimately the mentality that Coach Sark and Coach Flood have installed into this offensive line, including the addition of Cam Williams, who looks to be the apparent starter this year, they look like they're ready. They're ready for war. And it doesn't matter who they face, whether it's Alabama, whether it's Georgia, whether it's going to be Michigan early on in the season. I feel like they're going to carry a swagger and a confidence about themselves as if they're trying to win that Joe Moore Award. And speaking with Kelvin Banks before the spring game, that's one of their goals and their mission is to be able to win it. They've seen what it's looking like, right? They played against the previous Joe Moore Award in the bowl game last year in the Sugar Bowl. Then they're getting a chance to play against this year, the team that won it in 2022 in Michigan. So for them to be able to witness it and see it and know what it takes to get to that next step, I think ultimately that's what's going to give them that drive and that hunger to continue to be a really good offensive line, not just for their own sake, but for the team's sake as well.
Is there a guy coming up at tackle who you you feel good about knowing Kelvin Banks could be gone after this season?
That's an interesting question because I think Joe Baker really, not Joe Baker, Brandon Baker. Joe Baker is a buddy I know back in Carolina. Took me back to my old Joe Baker days. But Brandon Baker is a guy that whenever we talk with Steve Sarkisian early in the early recruiting period on signing day from California, he mentioned some of the similarities that he has with Kelvin Banks. And one of the things that Kelvin Banks is really good at is moving his feet and getting in position before the defenders have a chance to do their first move. And whenever you go back and look at Brandon Baker's film, is one of the top tackles in the country, has played right and left. So he has the versatility to be kind of one of those swing tackles. I think ultimately he'll have a chance to be able to replace Kelvin Banks if the time presents itself, and get a year under his belt to be able to see what it's like playing against SEC competition as well. I mean, there's no better test than that with what they've been able to produce in the draft pretty much every single year. I think he has an opportunity to fight for it, but ultimately, man, it's the competition level that Sark has created at every position is what makes this team so good and what has put them above the developmental standards of where we've seen Texas in the past is because everybody's scratching and clawing to get on the field. And if you are not the best, like, you got to find a way to become the best if you want to see it. And so I think ultimately that competition, it breeds champions. And if they can continue to level up the playing field and continue to iron sharpen iron with each other in the practice, then you could potentially see guys continue to be drafted similar to what Alabama has been able to do over the past few decades, basically, is what it's come down to the past 15 years. You see Alabama draft pick, even our own rivals up across the Red River from us, right? They've produced draft pick after draft pick, whether it was offensive tackles or centers or whatever the case may be. And so Texas hasn't been able to showcase that at a high level as consistently as those guys. But with what Coach Flood and Coach Sark are doing, I think that tide is beginning to change.
Fozzie, last one for me. Appreciate you jumping on Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I want to hear your thoughts on Cam Newton. I feel like he's been in a lot of headlines this last year, some good, some bad. Obviously, we know what happened at the flag football event and stuff. But for somebody that was in the locker room with him, won a lot of games with him, what's your opinion on Cam Newton as a person, player, character, etc.?
Cam is my dog. I love Cam, man. Ace Boogie. That's what we call him. That's his nickname, Ace Boogie, man. That's my road dog. I got a funny story, and if you haven't heard it, then you may get a kick out of it. But whenever I first got to Carolina, it was during training camp in 2014. I was undrafted, or I was a free agent, undrafted free agent, but I had got released by the Browns after they picked up 2 running backs in the NFL draft. So I was kind of sitting around for the summer months, training, staying ready for an opportunity. Opportunity called where me and another guy went out to Carolina. They had a running back tear his ACL actually on the second day in a non-padded practice, non-contact, tear his ACL. So they're looking to fill that position. And so me and another guy, we work out against each other. And then they said, hey, one of y'all are going to get signed today. I was blessed and thankful enough to get signed. And literally the next day, I was in the cafeteria with Cam Newton. And so the first thing that the guy that was with me, who was showing me around, the player personnel guy, he introduces me to Cam. And he says, hey, Cam, his run back, Fozzie, just, signed on team. He's going to be with the team throughout the rest of training camp. And so Cam thought my name was Bobby. And so Cam gives a nickname to everybody. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter how long you've been on the team. It doesn't matter. He finds a nickname for you that is associated with you for your time in Carolina while y'all are together. And so ever since he thought my name was Bobby, he called me Boucher, like the water boy. So every single time he saw me. Now, obviously, I corrected him after the first time. He said, man, I thought your name was Bobby. I was like, no, it's Fozzie. He was like, well, I still got to call you Boucher because that's where we at now. So every single time he saw me, he always called me Boucher. And it's the funniest story that I get to tell of my first interaction ever meeting Cam was him calling me Bobby Boucher, basically the water boy from the movie. But that's who Cam is. Cam's very eccentric. He's a guy that wants everybody to feel comfortable. The way that he's able to bring a locker room together, to galvanize a locker room, man, with his charisma, his character, the way he's able to say a joke during crunch time to keep everybody light and loose and then locked in at the same time. I thought that's what made him so special and why he's one of the best quarterbacks that I've been able to play with and the best quarterback that Carolina has ever had at that organization. But it's also really cool seeing him, go into the media realm, right? And some of the gripes that people have about him, he's pushing back on the narrative that he can't say how he feels, the narrative that his opinion doesn't matter whenever, he's a guy that's a former NFL MVP. He's a guy that played in a Super Bowl. He's a guy that won a Heisman Trophy. He's a guy that's done basically everything that any quarterback would want to achieve. And he's done a lot of those things, checking off the boxes and hearing some of the ways that he breaks down the film, hearing some of the ways that he breaks down the play of quarterbacks or other players. To me, it's real insightful, and he has his own flair and his own spin to it, right? We all know Cam is different, right? He's his own player. He's his own guy. He's his own person. He got all sorts of hats to be able to showcase his repertoire, his skills to be able to dress. That's something that he's into, fashion guy. And you don't really see too many guys that are 6'6", 250 pounds looking like Cam Newton and then also pulling off the fashion stuff that he does. So he's just a unique individual, one of one. It truly is amazing. But ultimate dude, obviously, whenever he's one of your leaders, man, he goes to bat for you, sacrifices himself, puts everything on the line. If he messes up, man, he owns up to it. And then he shakes it off, pulls up on the next play. I got to be better. Hey, let's get it right here. And so that's what you kind of want to see from a leader and a quarterback, and that's what Cam Newton was, and that's who he continues to be day in and day out, whether it's on his media show, whether it's on somebody else's media show. Cam is going to be Cam, and man, that's truly authentic, and that's all you can ask for, honestly.
Fozzie, that's great stuff, man. Really, really appreciate you taking some time for us. Continued success to you, my friend.
I appreciate that, man. Sorry for all of the technology snafus that we were having, sneezing, my allergies going crazy, but I appreciate you all having me on, and I always enjoy talking about the Horns with y'all.
Hey, appreciate it so much, and we'll definitely be in touch.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Fozzie.
There he is, Fozzie Whitaker, ladies and gentlemen, breaking it down. Let's just keep the football conversation rolling and bring in our NFL guru, the one and only John McClain, who you can read his writings at HoustonTexans.com. John's been kind enough to join us throughout the NFL draft, so we're going to wrap it up with him today. John, how you doing?
I'm doing great, guys. How are you?
Doing well. Appreciate it. Okay, since we
let me just start here. Excuse me for interrupting, but
no,
I have to say that I thought the Detroit Lions getting two corners, two of the best in the draft, with what their needs are, they did a tremendous job in the first and second round. So there.
That's all you got for the Lions?
Hey, we'll take it. We'll take it, John. Of course, we also got to ask you about 11 Longhorns being drafted second most to Michigan. Your thoughts on 11 Longhorns being selected?
I thought the Xavier Worthy, man, to get to go to the Chiefs and play with Patrick Mahomes is tremendous for him. Great opportunity to make an impact right away with a two-time defending Super Bowl champion. And then, Byron Murphy going to Seattle. We talked on Friday about what a great move that was for him. I hadn't seen him projected there, but I think that was perfect. Going to a former defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald from Baltimore, who's in his first year as head coach. It's just a perfect situation for him. And we all thought Jonathan Brooks would end up with the Cowboys, and it's almost like the Cowboys talked about him too much. Or maybe they talked about him and the media talked about him too much. But Carolina moved up to get him. And the Panthers have added a lot of talent around Bryce Young. I think they're going to be an improved team. We might not see it as much until 2025, but it's another great city to go to. That's a good situation. I know Adonai Mitchell was not happy where he went. That's one of the problems with following mock drafts. Everybody that's mocked to go in the first round can't go in the first round, but he gets to go play with a young quarterback, Anthony Richardson. He gets to play indoors. There's a lot to be said about that. Give me a second-round pick to an indoor stadium, then a low first-round pick to an outdoor stadium. Plus, guys, all those guys selected after the first round, their contracts will be up sooner. And if they pan out the way the teams think, then they'll get a big contract extension sooner than the first round picks will. So I think Mitchell, we'll see him going against the Texans a lot. I think that's going to work out really well with him playing with Anthony Richardson. And they added some skill position players, so he should be happy. And then the one that might have been the biggest surprise was Sweat. Obviously, the Titans didn't hold it against him, getting arrested at 4:30 in the morning, DWI, and then the weight issues. But he should be really happy because a lot of people thought he was going to slip down to the third round. As we talked about Friday, I thought he was going to go in the second round. Didn't know it would be that high. And he's going to be playing one of the best, next to one of the best defensive tackles in the NFL, in Jeffrey Simmons. And so he's kind of like the situation he had in Austin, where he's playing against next to another great defensive tackle. Simmons got hurt and missed about half of last season, so he'll be well rested. And those two guys together ought to be tremendous as long as Sweat can keep his weight under control and doesn't do any more partying at 4:30. Somebody, I'm sure he's already heard, Nashville has some of the strictest drinking laws after hours and driving, and they are tough up there. There have been several Titans who are proven Titans that got busted, and they're like, "Hey, I play for the Titans. Hey, good for you. You're going to jail." So hopefully he learned his lesson with Longhorns. And then Sanders, I thought, would go around higher, and he goes to where did Sanders go first pick? Carolina. He'll be reunited with Brooks. I think it's a good spot for him. And I was surprised Christian Jones went in the fifth. I had him going in the fourth to the Texans. And but he's another guy like Mitchell ought to have a big chip on his shoulder based on where he was drafted. But overall, it was a great draft. The Longhorns says a lot about where the program is right now. And can't wait to see, who they reload with next season, because obviously they've recruited great, but that was an impressive group of burnt orange.
Yeah. John, were you surprised at Indianapolis coach GM Chris Ballard's response to Adonai Mitchell, the rumors that went around? And, I haven't heard cussing like that since a Richard Pryor comedy special. But, yeah, he did not hold back at all. And it kind of shows, how they feel about Adonai Mitchell and just the hype that he's getting with them.
Mitchell should have that big chip on his shoulder when he goes there. I thought he was going to Buffalo. Thought he was going to Buffalo at the bottom of the first round. Then I thought he was going to Buffalo with the first pick in the second round. Instead, they took Keon Coleman from Florida State, who's also a really good prospect. But I didn't know anything. I didn't get into it seriously like I used to. But I can't remember who it was on TV. He started talking about how bad his interviews went. And I'm like, whoa, I hadn't heard that. Hadn't heard that anywhere. And so then whoever else was on TV agreed with him. And number one, you don't exactly know how somebody else's interview goes. They may say, oh man, he was terrible here too, hoping you're not going to take him and that can drop his stock and you can get him. Because we all know they lie like crazy. There's one lie they all tell every year. No team drafted for need. Every team took the best player available. And I don't know how many really did that. But Chris Ballard, who's known to get angry, he's a really good guy. I like him a lot. Great with the media. But he got up there and said what he felt. And I would hope Mitchell has a great appreciation for him. Here's another thing about Mitchell. He's going to a second-year coach who is an offensive coordinator. And when they drafted Anthony Richardson last year, we knew they were going to rebuild. I don't think they would have won as many games with Richardson as they did because he had so little starting experience at Florida. And I think that most of his season spent watching and learning would be good for him. And boy, Mitchell can go in there and make an impact right away.
Yeah, we got this question here from our Travis Johnson. Do y'all think that the new kickoff rules caused more special team specific players to go in the later rounds? Keelan Robinson being one of those.
Well, everybody's planning for the new rules, and it's going to be more fun. Everybody will adjust to it. And I know the Texans, they drafted almost every player with the idea of them playing special teams. In each of the last 2 seasons, the Texans have had best special teams in the NFL. They let their punter, Cam Johnston, go to, can't remember where he went. And Tommy Townsend from the Chiefs came in with his 2 Super Bowl rings to take his place. And so they'll be good again. But yes, I think some teams have probably done more homework on the XFL that used it. It's funny, now this combined league's not using those rules, but they're radical. Usually the NFL doesn't change so much at once. It's on a 1-year experimental plan. If they don't like it, they'll go back to the way it was. But if you put it in permanently, then you got to keep it at least 3 years. So I think that was a smart way to do it. We're definitely going to see more returns. And anytime you have more returns, that's a good thing because the kickoffs are so exciting.
Yeah. John, scary situation happened with Tank Dell. Talk about that a little bit. I heard that he's doing better, but suffered some minor injuries due to a shooting.
Yeah, he was fine. He's back home in Florida. Some 16-year-old kid got mad at a party, and he pulled out a gun and started shooting, and he shot 10 people, and he didn't kill anybody. That is a miracle. Tank was there. He got treated and released. He's supposed to be fine. The off-season program, second phase 2, begins today. It's not mandatory. And so I don't know if I'm guessing he's not going to be on the field. First-time players can be on the field with the coaches. First 2 weeks, phase 1, they cannot be. And as Texans they put out a release that Tank's doing fine, and I guarantee you they breathed a huge sigh of relief. I saw a very morbid, interesting, sad state of the United States affairs last night when I was reading about the shooting. Florida leads all states in mass shootings in 2024 with 14. Texas, California, and another state are tied for second with 10. Like it's a statistic, a sports statistic. And that in a mass shooting, of course, identified 4 more, and it can't be the shooter. But it's just a sad state of affairs that we're almost numb to it.
Yeah,
I agree.
Well, on the subject of the Texans, John, what did you think of the Texans draft?
Well, first of all, I thought they needed a defensive tackle. Everybody did. Everybody that covers the Texans, and most people nationally, had them taking a tackle first or a tackle second. Because their tackles, they had Malik Collins, who started every game for 3 years. Still can't figure out why they traded him to the 49ers for a 7th-round pick. And then Sheldon Rankins played really well last season on his 1-year make-it contract, and he got a $4 million a year raise from the Bengals. Texans had offered him $2 million. So here's a team that set a franchise record for sacks, and 3 of their top 4 defensive linemen are gone. And they could have kept any of them if they'd wanted to. Now, they added Danielle Hunter, who's better than Jonathan Gennard, and they added Danico Autry, had 13 sacks for the Titans. And they added a bunch of guys at defensive tackle. I don't see anything special about any of them. They just get part of a rotation. So they didn't take a defensive tackle till the 7th round, where they had 3 picks. So that surprised me. Taking Kamari Lassiter from Georgia, 2-time champion, 2-time captain, in the 2nd round didn't surprise me. I thought one of those 2 second-round picks would be a corner and the other one a tackle. And they have an opening opposite Derek Stingley Jr. to be a starter. And I'm guessing that'll be Lassiter. If somebody else wins the outside job, he could move inside to slot corner, although they have a good slot corner, Desmond King, the 2nd. And they signed Jeff Okudah and C.J. Henderson, 3rd and 9th picks in their draft, to 1-year make-it contracts. They hope they play really well like Sheldon Rankins, and then they get a big raise for the Texans, or they go somewhere else. But the surprise to me was Blake Fisher from Notre Dame. Joe Alt got all the publicity. He's best offensive lineman in the draft. He goes to the Chargers with the 5th pick, and Fisher was the right tackle, a redshirt sophomore. And I heard Daniel Jeremiah, who I think is the best analyst on TV. He replaced Mike, my mind's gone blank, who went on to become the Raiders general manager. Anyway, Daniel's the best. And he said had Fisher returned to school, he would have been a number 1 pick. Obviously, they're content to let him develop, barring injuries. They have their top 3. Laramie Tunsil, left tackle, Titus Howard, right tackle, Charlie Heck, the backup swing tackle. But Fisher could end up beating out Heck, because Heck struggled last year, spent almost all season on physically unable to perform, came back, had to start a few games, got benched. So maybe I think they're looking ahead. But they had 5 defense, 4 offense. The most intriguing is Cade Stover, the tight end from Ohio State, will be reunited with C.J. Stroud. But the NFL Network must have run the video 100 times of him on his family farm massaging a bull to strengthen his hands. Rich Eisen just couldn't get enough of that video.
I saw that.
Stover, there's a couple of things about the Texans. They like to draft captains. They don't say we want a captain, but it figures into the equation. And they say it shows leadership and it shows what your teammates think about you. And once they got through their first 3 picks, all of those guys were in college for 3 years, and they get to Stover 5 years, and the rest of their picks, 6, were all in school at least 5 years, and 1 was 6. So they got experienced guys coming in, and they think that'll help them in the transition into the NFL. And something interesting, if you were a player and you're a starter in college, say it's Texas, or Michigan, you can make more in NIL money than you can being a low draft choice. Now, if you're a first-round pick, I remember people last season saying, all the USC media and fans, no way Caleb Williams is leaving. He's got $8 million worth of NIL money. Yeah, now he's going to have $28 million. So why would anybody stay in school for $8 million over $28 million? Well, that was people not knowing what's what. And so that's why a lot of these guys now, we're going to see players staying in school to the maximum so they can get that NIL money, like the Longhorns offensive linemen get if they're on scholarship. And more schools are going to those programs. And that's why we'll see a lot of guys coming in late who are like 24 years old.
John, what did you think of the Cowboys draft? The Cowboys not take a running back. Does that mean Rico Dowdle is on the clock for the Cowboys?
I thought sure the Cowboys would get a running back. You could have got him in third, fourth, second, third, fourth, fifth round. They didn't do it. They must see something special in Dowdle. They get Zeke Elliott back. Zeke hadn't done anything since 2020, I think. And I heard today they're going to have a running back by committee, which means you don't have one. And I just think that was their biggest need. And it's great that they got 2 offensive linemen, but you still could have got a running back. And maybe they'll find an Arian Foster, undrafted free agent, will lead the NFL in rushing. I don't know. But it just seems they got a big hole in their offense, and that's not going to help Dak Prescott.
Let's rewind to that comment, because I did. How'd that go with Arian Foster back in the day? Like, how did he get scouted out? And, those productive years that he had, very memorable for Houston fans. But how did that all come about, John?
Rick Smith was the general manager, and one of his scouts said, hey, let's check out this guy from Tennessee. They were using the zone scheme like they do now. Gary Kubiak was the head coach. And if you go back and look through the history of zone schemes, they pull out 1,000-yard rushers in every round. Terrell Davis in the 6th round. Texans had a running back, Steve Slayton from West Virginia, 1,300 yards, and boom, he was gone. There's so many that do that. So they signed Foster. He was on the practice. He was cut. Anybody could have had him. He goes on the practice squad. He covers kicks for most of the season. Then they put him on the regular roster. He's covering kicks. And then somebody got hurt, and he had to play in the last 2 games. And the next to last, he had almost 100 yards. The last one, he did have 100. But they didn't know what they had because they used a 2nd-round pick on Auburn running back Ben Tate the 2nd year, and he broke his ankle. So Foster had to play, and he started off with 200-something yards, and they beat Indianapolis and Peyton Manning for the first time. And then he went on to be the greatest running back in franchise history, led the NFL rushing. He could catch, he could block, and he was just a weirdo when he came in saying he was speaking dinosaur, and among other things. But he was a great player. So they're out there if you can find them. Maybe the Cowboys have one. Maybe it's up Mike McCarthy's sleeve somewhere. He'll pull a running back out.
Speaking dinosaur, John, what does that sound like?
Dinosaur? What?
What Arian Foster said he was speaking dinosaur?
Yeah. No, I don't know what. Refresh me.
Wow. That's I've never heard that one before.
Oh, you haven't heard that one? Yeah, he came in here. It was in his media guide at Tennessee that he claimed he spoke dinosaur. Personally, I never heard a dinosaur speak, and I watched all of the Jurassic Park movies. I never one time heard one speak. And we asked him to speak it, but he wouldn't do it. He was a weird bird here. He came where he didn't like the media at all, especially locally, but he was a great player.
Well, what team do you think blew it in this draft?
Atlanta, because of Michael Penix, which is the dumbest pick I've ever seen. Doesn't have anything to do with him. Has everything to do with the situation. And Kirk, Cousins, Arthur Blank wanted him to sign him because Blank, I think, is 82. He wanted to win now. The NFC South is winnable. They give him $180 million over 4 years, $90 million guaranteed, 62.5 guaranteed this season. He's coming off a torn Achilles. Everybody says he's fine. And Terry Fontenot, the GM, says, yeah, he might sit 4 or 5 years, and if he does, that's a good problem for us to have, which is one of the dumbest statements I've ever heard, because then his contract would be up. So if you don't ever see him, plus he'd be 28 or 29, I just think it was a huge mistake. Now, there's several like Baltimore. Baltimore always drafts well. It seems like players are bypassed by other teams and they fall into their laps. Pittsburgh had a good draft as well. Chicago to me, getting the top two guys. Caleb Williams, best quarterback, Roma Dunze, one of the top three receivers. They were good. Arizona had 7 picks in the top 3 rounds. Cardinals did really, really well. And Christian Jones going there. That's a good opportunity for them because they're looking for another offensive tackle.
Yeah. John, Kamari Lassiter, do you think that was the right pick at 42? I know they were looking for a cornerback, but were there any guys on the board after that you had graded higher than Lassiter?
Well, what I go by are people, rankings of people I respect, like Daniel Jeremiah, Mel Kiper, former general managers and personnel directors who are in the media now. And I kind of always look for consensus. Lassiter ran 4.6 and as pro day, and that's slow for corner. But he did the 2 other drills great, and he's tough, and he can play inside or outside. And so I don't have a problem with him. And their 3rd pick, Calvin Bullock from USC, I actually picked him as a 3rd-round pick, 6'2", 188, a center fielder type who can run. That's something they lack. They got a lot of box safeties, and he'll get to play. They finished last season with their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th safeties on injured reserve. They had to play with Jalen Petrie, 3 veterans they had signed off the street during the season. They don't want that to happen again, but I like Calvin Bullock from USC, ran in 4.4s at 6'2". He looks like a corner, but they're planning on playing him at safety. They're top-heavy at corner. So Lester had no problem with him. I had some other corners that other people had rated higher, but I've got to give Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans the benefit of the doubt because Caserio tries to give D'Amico the players he wants. So if he wanted Lassiter over Max Melton and these other corners, TJ Tampa and all those, I'm cool with it.
John, any other nuggets that jumped out at you from this year's draft?
Top 3 quarterbacks went the way everybody thought. Everybody thought Minnesota was going to have to trade up, get J.J. McCarthy, and they did one spot. And I thought the Chargers would trade down and get extra picks, but they wanted Joe Alt, and he should be a day 1 starter, although he's going to be playing on the right side. J.C. Latham from Alabama was a starter on the right side, and then the Titans need a left tackle. But they have Bill Callahan, one of the greatest line coaches in history, and they would not have taken Latham if Callahan wasn't certain that he could make the transition to the left side. So a lot of people thought that was a curious move, but when you think of who's coaching him, and they would not have made the move without consulting him, I think it'll turn out to be a really good pick.
You think the Texans are the team to beat in the AFC South?
Oh, yeah, they should be, just like Jacksonville was the team to beat last year. You play that first place schedule, it's harder than when you played the last place schedule. It looks to me like all the teams improved. The Colts took a different path in free agency. Instead of signing a lot of players from other teams like the Texans did, they re-signed some of their best players, used that money there, relying heavily on the draft. Titans signed free agents, you had draft choices. I think it's going to be really close unless you lose your starting quarterback. And we're going to see C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Trevor Lawrence, and Will Levis. We're going to see those young quarterbacks battling out for years. If indeed Levis turns out to be a franchise quarterback, the Titans don't know. They're hoping. So they have surrounded him with a lot of talent so they can find out next season if indeed he's a franchise quarterback they can build around.
All right. Zay, anything else?
Nah, John, I'm good, man. Terrific, as usual.
Congratulations to the Longhorns. They had a great draft. It says a lot about the program. Baylor had 0. Rice had more than Baylor. Texas Southern had as many as Baylor. And Texas A&M Commerce had more than Baylor. So Baylor is not exactly loaded with talent. Maybe they're going to be stockpiled for next season, but I doubt it. And so I was really disappointed because, let's see, about 2 years ago, after they won the Sugar Bowl, they had a whole bunch of players drafted, more than the Aggies and Longhorns combined. And it's been a dry well since then for those fighting Baylor Bears.
But hey, Gary Patterson is donning the green and gold,
I
helping out.
still can't get used to that. I couldn't get used to him burnt orange. And the fact that he and Art Browse had a great rivalry. Since I was a kid, I was brought up to hate the Bevos. And then when Browse and Patterson were going at it, I hated the Horned Frogs. Didn't hate the Bevos anymore, mainly because the Bevos weren't very good. But when TCU and Baylor were going at it, and now to see Pat out there, we all know he was a hell of a coach. Did a great job developing a lot of players who were not recruited as highly as some of the others. A lot of Baylor people think, well, if Aranda bombs out this year, he'll be gone. And they got Patterson there, but I don't think they would go with a coach like Patterson as the head coach. But it just makes me feel more comfortable knowing he's on the staff. I just wish he had more players.
Yeah. John, great stuff, my friend. Really appreciate all the time. We'll do it again later in the week.
I look forward to seeing you guys on Friday. Thank you very much for having me on, as always.
All right.
Thanks, John.
McLean
Take
breaking
care,
it
Zay.
down. All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. Apple Leasing, getting you into the car you really want to be driving. That's what it's all about, folks. Look, some of you are like I used to be, only buying used cars, don't want to pay for the future trade-in value of the car. Well, guess what? When you're leasing from Apple Leasing, you're leasing any make or model of car, which is something you've probably never experienced before. So they don't care what car you pick. There's no, you don't feel like you're getting muscled. And then you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it, which is the part that's brand new under warranty. And so whether you want to keep your payments in the $400 range or get a Range Rover, Apple Leasing's got you covered. Give them a call today, 346-9977, or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And how about the Brain Vault mouth guard, which is changing the game? I mean, proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion, developed right here in Austin by Austin's dentist, Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. You're getting fitted for a mouth guard by a dental practitioner, not going and buying a piece of rubber at the sporting goods store, throwing it in a pot of boiling water, and then shoving it in your mouth. This is the only way to go. You got a competitor in your household. You want them to play hard, but you want them to play safe. The Brain Vault mouth guard, get them fitted. Make an appointment today at brainvault.com. And when you're ready for the big screen of your dreams, our man Tom McKay, Audiovisual Consultations, he's been doing it in Austin for 30 years. He's done it for me in 3 different houses. I wouldn't go to anyone else. And all you got to do is call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. That's the way to do it. You're busy. You got stuff to do. You don't need to be hauling TVs around and punching holes in your drywall. Let Tom and his crew do it. 255-8678. And of course, Cover 3. Hope everyone had a great weekend watching the NFL draft and all the other sports at Cover 3. High-end food and the favorite place to watch your favorite team with your buddies. Order the Sean Adams Prime Rib Sandwich. It will melt in your mouth. It is amazing. And guess what? All night happy hour tonight. Salt Traders Coastal Cook-In, which means $1 raw oysters. Come on, kids. You love oysters. Change up everything and head to Salt Traders today. It's 3:30 to 6:30. You got happy hour. $1 raw oysters during happy hour. This is the seafood restaurant of our man, Jack Gilmore, who also gives you Jack Allen's Kitchen. The food is fantastic. You're going to love it. And how about an Olipop? An Olipop. to the 11 Longhorns drafted, a record in the modern draft era, since they went to the 7-round draft in 1994. Ollie Pop to Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns for all those picks. Also to Texas softball and Texas baseball for getting it done over the weekend. Texas baseball winning on the road 2-1 over first place Oklahoma. I don't know. David Pierce, he's got magic beans or something. You never know how they're going to get it done, but by God, they are hitting home runs like crazy. They had 6 home runs in twice in a week in a single game. Zay?
Yeah, I mean, if our pitching's not going to be up to par, then might as well put up a lot of points and a lot of runs. So you don't really have to worry about that pitching as much. But yeah, if they could get their pitching a little bit more tightened up with all these runs put up, you feel good about the Longhorns' chance going into the postseason. But hey, hopefully just that old slump that we've seen throughout the season at times doesn't reign its angry head.
Yeah. Yeah. And how about this? Our Travis Johnson all over the women's basketball. Vic Schaefer bringing in some height and length. Kyla, it's Oldacre, actually.
Oldacre?
Oldacre. Coming in from Miami, 6'6" forward. So, go get it, Vic.
Yeah, she was a McDonald's All-American too in 2022. So, yeah, I mean, she has a lot of potential. Let's see if Vic Schaefer could whip her up in the shape and put her on the team that has a lot of championship aspirations coming into the 2025 season. Like, they're going to be good, man. They're going to be excited. They're going to be versatile. And you just hope Rory Harmon's rehab is going along as planned. And once she gets back healthy and ready to go, her, Madison Booker, all the recruits that you had coming in, and Jordan Lee and Justice Carlson and Leah Moore, and you add Kayla to the mix. Pretty good. Homegirl from Michigan. Like, Vic Schaefer has quietly put together a hell of a roster for 2025, and that's what you're going to need when you got to play Kim Mulkey possibly twice and Don Staley possibly twice. So, yeah, hell of a job for Texas women basketball.
Yeah. All right, for the chip shot today, I'm just hoping that these Texas Longhorns have the all 11 who are selected in the NFL draft, and even those who are signing undrafted free agent contracts like Ryan Sanborn and Jet Bush, that they see this as the start and not the destination, that this is the beginning. This is not the end, especially for the guys who were drafted lower, the Jalen Fords, the Christian Jones, Jordan Whittington, Keelan Robinson. Get in there, seize this opportunity, and be like our man Fozzie Whitaker. Fozzie had everything stacked against him, tore his ACL, and waited. Didn't ever get drafted. Got a free agent workout with the Carolina Panthers after, not really drawing much interest. Used that workout to catapult himself into a 6-year NFL career. Yeah. And you gotta make it. You gotta make it yourself. No one's, if you're lucky enough to get drafted, great. You have a foot in the door. That doesn't mean anything. Like, they'll cut dudes who've been drafted and keep dudes who were undrafted if they're getting the consistency and everything that they want. So,
and you know what, Chip? I thought what Fozzie said about Cam Newton to what you're saying was very important, because Fozzie, a guy that was on always on the cusp of getting cut. He talked about, he had so many great things to say about Cam, because he said, well, once I stepped foot in that door, I had lunch with Cam. He was already giving me a nickname. Like, just like that. Sometimes, you hear the saying, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Even though Fozzie deserved to be on that team, him becoming friends with Cam Newton, which was the franchise at the time, that's important. That goes a long way, because Cam, he could go up to those front office guys and the coaches would be like, yo, this Boucher guy, even though his name's Fozzie, yo, I like this dude. This dude's with it. This dude can help us win. So to what you're saying, yeah, anything possible. I'm sure Jordan Whittington's hitting up Matt Stafford like, hey, what's good? Like, Matt, anything you need, I got you. How do I learn this playbook? When do you work out? What's going on? This, that, and the third. Like, that's what you got to do. Jordan Whittington was saying the right things about Cooper Kupp. He said, yo, Cooper Kupp, he's like a magician. That dude is like the staple when it comes to being an elite wide receiver. Cooper Kupp, he wasn't that big time first round pick either, so he can relate to guys that got it from the mud. Puka Nacua, they just have a whole bunch of dudes that kind of were afterthoughts at one point in time, and yeah, that's what I like about that specific pick for Jordan Whittington, because Sean McVay and that front office over in LA, they're gonna weed out all these scrubs and stuff and guys that you might think could be more talented and pick the guys that are talented and have fit into that type of system and that are good culture guys like a Jordan Whittington. And you see they've done things with Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp. So, yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you stick on teams.
Yeah, and Jordan Whittington, remember, he was the MVP of both the defense and the offense in his state championship game. He's a football player. Like, I expect him to make the Rams roster on special teams alone. So I think Keelan Robinson understands that. I hope Jalen Ford understands it. I'm sure he does. But yeah, this is a great sign that the Texas Longhorns are headed in the right direction. And Texas is back from the NFL draft perspective. 11 players selected. I mean, look, you're on the right path. So, when you heard Fozzie Whitaker, if you missed our interview with Fozzie Whitaker earlier in the show, make sure that you listen to the podcast, because he had all kinds of goodies about the Texas Longhorns coming out of spring football, including the fact that Brandon Baker, the freshman offensive tackle who came in this most recent recruiting cycle, the 2024 recruiting cycle, is showing signs of having, similar traits to Kelvin Banks in a year where Kelvin Banks is most likely going to be playing his final college football season and moving into that 2025 NFL draft with all these projections having him in the first round.
Yo, if I'm Kelvin Banks, I'm packing my shit up right now. In my dorm, I am slowly packing. That's just what it is. Like, obviously he's going to be locked in for this season, because we know Kelvin Banks. That dude, he's like a 35-year-old man already trapped in a 20-something-year-old's body. Like, that guy, we never have to worry about Kelvin Banks getting in trouble. Like, that's just one thing you're not going to have to deal with. But Kelvin Banks, shit, the way that these GMs are looking at him and thinking about, oh, man, he could change our offensive line for the next 15 years type shit. Like, it's pretty scary. And I'm really excited about this contract year for him, because, man, if I'm CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue, Trey Wisner, give me the ball on that left side. Let me hit around that corner real quick and see what's going on. Because Kelvin Banks, the way that he can move, the way that he can push people around, the anger, like, that's the thing. He's such a nice guy. You wonder, is he angry enough? Like, that's what they're gonna say about him in the draft. Like, is he angry enough? Because you see him doing his little barbecue specials now, which is pretty cool, by the way. Like, shout out to Kelvin Banks. He's going around the city just tasting barbecue and having it filmed. I saw him at Terry Black's for his last episode. So he's one of those guys that you can't, like, not smile at, because he just has that type of smile and character. But when he just flips on that, okay, it's football time to get angry, time to get mean. Whoever these edge rushers try to put in front of me, y'all can't mess with me at all. Like once that just continues to happen, which it's there, but you know what I'm saying? I feel like he can get angrier. I think I want to see him at his angrier, just mad at the world. I hate everybody. If we see that type of Kelvin Banks, he might be the number 1 pick in the draft, straight up.
Well, September 7th would be a great time to showcase that going up against Michigan and in that defense that returns for the defending national champs. All right, three early projections for first round picks from Texas next year: Kelvin Banks, Quinn Ewers, and Isaiah Bond. So Blake Brockermeyer, who played at Texas, college football analyst for 24/7 Sports, his way too early projection of the 2025 first round has Kelvin Banks, followed by Quinn Ewers, followed by Isaiah Bond. Should be interesting. Isaiah Bond sure thinks he's going to be a one and done guy after saying he's going to the combine next year to run 4.20.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it helped Xavier Worthy out. If he didn't run that 4.2, I don't think he would have been a first round pick in this year's draft. That changed everything and had the defending champ Kansas City Chiefs move up to get him that high, which I didn't know the Chiefs facilities weren't up to par. All these photos that I've seen, y'all just won back to back. Y'all won like 3 in the last 5 years. Like it looks really ancient and dated in their locker room, Chip. It's odd. It's odd. Like the Hillary Clinton photo that they got for Xavier Worthy, that meme is absolutely hilarious. Just the difference between the Texas facilities and Kansas City. It's like, okay, guys, can't y'all upgrade just a little bit? I mean, we know y'all got the money. They just paid Travis Kelce, a 2-year deal, which makes him the highest paid tight end ever. So they got the paper. It's just obviously they're putting it to different things. But hey, good get. Clearly it's not about what's going on off the field. It's all about on the field. And hey, that's all that matters. So
yeah, the Chiefs, that place is old. And when you go in, like every time they show Andy Reid in his office, it's all that wood paneling. And it's everywhere in that building. I've been in Arrowhead to interview players, and it just feels like late 60s. And the carpeting is like all old, and yeah. Now that was a while ago, so I got it, but it's still
on, Hunt family.
Yeah, they don't know what to do about a new stadium because Arrowhead is such a tough place to play. So they have
renovate it. What do you mean?
I know.
Like, I don't know what to do. Like,
well, they don't know whether to bend the city over for a new stadium or, yeah.
Nope. I mean, Chicago, they're doing it, but Kansas City's not Chicago. Like, they got to do what Lambeau's doing.
Renovate it.
Like, it's very simple. I don't know. Like, see, the Hunt daughters with her bimbo self, she out here spending the money on boats and stuff, which she's fine as hell, so I can't say much. Like, they let her do whatever she wants. But still, like, come on, let's put some money up, renovate those places. You shouldn't be coming from college to worse. That doesn't make any sense, but hey, whatever. I'm not a part of the money. They do what they want with it. Obviously, things are working. They're winning titles. So maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's a superstition thing. Like, we win with this atmosphere. Right. Guys aren't coming here to hang out and relax and watch TV and do all these things. Guys are coming here to work, and that's it.
Get out.
Get out. Work and get out.
Well, let's get to the right call, my man.
Let's get it. Shout out to Covert BK, Covert Automotive Dealership, that have been doing it in the greater Austin area for over a 100 years. That is a mighty long time, and they got 7 terrific brands to do it. GMC, Buick, Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, and Cadillac. They provide the customer with new and pre-owned vehicles. And look, go on covertbcave.com to see all those new and pre-owned vehicles and all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, you people stay tuned. 3 to 4, we got our brand new SEC Unfiltered crew starting up right after Chip and I. You will hear these guys every day from here on out, our new partnership. Can't wait for that. Since we are going to the SEC, we might as well get in with the guys early, and we have done that with SEC Unfiltered, Texas Sports Unfiltered partnership. It should be fun, but oh, Chip, the team that I picked before the NBA season started got swept last night, and I haven't seen anything that sad in a very long time. Very depressing. To see Durant go out the way he did, that hurt, man. That really hurt. Devin Booker, Bradley Beal, just trash. Frank Vogel, just trash. I mean, look, Minnesota Timberwolves, they're a hell of a team, but when you have Bradley Beal and Devin Booker and Kevin Durant on the squad, you should never get swept. And they're in really bad territory, the Phoenix Suns. Like, they've basically given up a ton of picks within the next 10 years. Bradley Beal's owed $160 million in the next 3 years, which he low-key looked washed this whole series, whether that's because of injury. He missed 20-something games this season, and that had a lot to do with the lack of chemistry that the big three had for the Suns. They lost Grayson Allen in this playoffs. He led the NBA in three-point percentage. So even though they shouldn't have won with Grayson Allen, they shouldn't have gotten swept. You know what I'm saying? Even though they didn't have him. So, yeah, I don't really know where you go if you're Kevin Durant and you're this Phoenix Suns roster. And look, going to the Timberwolves, they're a scary team. Like, I think the Nuggets are going to get it done tonight, and you're going to see a second-round matchup with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves. That's going to be a hell of a series. Like, your Nuggets, man, they got their hands full with Anthony Edwards, who has solidified himself as the best shooting guard in the NBA in this playoffs. Like, he went against 2 of the best shooting guards in the league, and Bradley Beal and Devin Booker, and made them look very mid. And Coach Finch, Chris Finch, who I think is dealing with an injury. He kind of got ran over towards the end of the game last night. It was a weird event, and he hurt his knee. So look for that as the playoffs continue. You know, maybe he'll be on the sideline or not, but wasn't a good look for the head coach of the Timberwolves basically getting knocked out of the game yesterday. But, yeah, I thought Anthony Edwards was terrific. Karl Anthony Towns, his game has really expanded. Like, he has a guy that missed a ton of regular season play toward the end of the season. For him to come in this series and dominate Kevin Durant, who was guarding him a lot of the time, that was huge for the Timberwolves' success. Jaden McDaniels, him knocking down shots and then turning around and locking up on the other end, locking up Bradley Beal, locking up Devin Booker, guarding Kevin Durant at times, huge. Rudy Gobert, his offense and defense in the series was big. Like, they're a deep team. Naz Reid, 6th man of the year. They are long, they are physical, and they have a guy that could take over games. And Anthony Edwards, the Denver Nuggets, might be in trouble. Because, again, Nikola Jokic, I know he'll have his way with Rudy Gobert, but that's one of the toughest matchups he's going to have to deal with. And they're going to put length on Jamal Murray. And, look, the Nuggets still got to win tonight. Like, LeBron, he's not going to make it easy for those guys. So LeBron's probably thinking, hey, one game at a time. You know, in my 21 years, nobody's ever came back from a 3-0 deficit. I wouldn't put it past LeBron to be the first one. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think it's going to happen, but if somebody were to do it, I'd put my money on LeBron James' team doing that type of thing. So, Nuggets, don't play with your food tonight. Handle your business, because those Timberwolves, they are waiting. And if they get like a week because this series drags out, with the Nuggets and the Lakers, if they get a week to get more healthy and rest up a little bit, guys like Mike Conley Jr., who's been in the league 15 years plus, they're going to benefit from that. And Mike Conley Jr. has been good. He's been really good. Like, knocking down big shots. He can play off ball. He's not the typical point guard. He guards. I really like watching the Timberwolves play. They're really exciting, and they're going to be around with Karl-Anthony Towns and Anthony Edwards for the next decade or so. So, yeah, we'll see what happens with the Nuggets tonight. But
Jack says, what the hell is up with the Mavs all of a sudden? Luka won't even act like he's playing D. Tied 2-2 with the Clips.
Luka looked tired yesterday. He had 45 minutes on the court. Remember, Luka's not in the best shape. Like, Luka's in that European shape to where you're drinking cappuccinos before the game and smoking cigarettes and shit. Vlade Divac made a career of that. You know what I'm saying? Those European guys, you see how the Joker, like, they look at the game differently. And, they're just – I remember hearing stories that Steve Kerr used to say about Tony Kukoc and how he used to have a bowl full of pasta and wine and shit before games. Like, those European cats, they're just different. So this time of the year, you always see Luka get a little fatigued. At 45 minutes, that's a ton. And James Harden and Paul Pierce were going at his ass. Like, it's personal. It's personal because those guys are ringless. You know what I'm saying? Like, Kawhi, he's got his rings and stuff, but Harden, Westbrook, that's why you see Westbrook acting so damn crazy. Like, Luka's about to pass Westbrook's triple-double records later in life. Like, this is personal. Luka, you're in the way. You get all the attention. You get all the publicity. All right, we got a problem with that. And the Clippers, yeah, 33 Paul George, 33 James Harden. They played like it. And they played better without Kawhi at this point. Kawhi is just liability. With his injury, he's just a liability. I keep him out. I'm Tyronn Lue. I'd even lie. If he's able to come back, I'd say, no, you're not. Give him that Spurs treatment. Like, nah, you ain't coming back. You're not there. These guys, they defer when you come back. So we're not a better team with Kawhi Leonard in the lineup, which sounds like an oxymoron, but James Harden, Paul George, when it's just those two going at it, and that was a really good game yesterday. They were down 31, those Dallas Mavericks, and Kyrie tried to bring them back single-handedly. But, yeah, they started going at Luka, and if he keeps fouling and getting these technicals and stuff, then the Clippers are just going to keep on doing it. So he better get in a defensive stance, pull his shorts up like Jordan used to do and guard, or it's going to be 6 games, Clippers, if Luka doesn't start guarding. But, yeah.
All right, Tonight, Celtics at the Heat. What's your prediction?
Oh, man. The Heat play hard. They play hard. Coach Spoelstra teams, they're always going to play hard, but just too much talent in Boston. They looked like they were tired of the BS, and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum started taking over the game. You know what Drew Holiday brings to the table and what he's brought for the team this year. I love what Derek White brings them. And if Porzingis can knock down shots, they're good. He struggled in that game too, and Miami took advantage of that. So Porzingis is going to be their X factor for the remaining of the playoffs. It's all on him to play well, which throughout his career, he's always been the number 1 or 2 option. Him on the Celtics being the number 3 option, that's perfect for him, especially playing off of Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. So I think the Celtics, they understand that, we can't play with our food in Miami. They got no Jimmy Butler. Just take care of your business, guard the 3-point line, then they're going to get it done these next 2 games.
All right. Charles Barkley says the Pelicans don't even deserve to go fishing someplace nice. They need to go fishing in the Gulf of Mexico.
Galveston.
Galveston.
Yeah, I was cold-blooded. Someone who's been to Galveston.
I was trying to be nice to Galveston by saying Gulf of Mexico, but he did say Galveston.
He said Galveston. Yeah, pretty cold-blooded.
So, Oak City's up 3-0. Do they close it out tonight?
Yeah, it's over. It's over. They keep surprising me. Like, I didn't think they were this tough. Like, I thought the youth and the lack of experience would really hurt them. SGA is a killer, man. He's an MVP. He can score anywhere on the court. Check Holmgren's a lot tougher than we thought, even though he might be 7 foot, a buck 95, soaking wet. He's a lot tougher than what we thought he was. He will contest or try to block anything. And then they have Santa Clara, Jalen Williams, who could go for 20 any night. Old Josh Giddey's pervert self has been playing well. So I should have put that on Josh Giddey. He didn't get in trouble. It's just, it's fun to hate on him a little bit because he just has that face. But he's a good player. He's 6'8". If he's knocking down shots, he's their X factor, kind of like what Porzingis is for the Celtics. If Josh Giddey plays well for them, they're tough because he's a mismatch nightmare. He's point guard skills. He's not the fastest guy, but they kind of just let him do his own thing because they have so many other weapons. You'll live with Josh Giddey taking shots and trying to create because that means that Jalen Williams or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's not. But when he's hooping like he did the other night in game 3, that's why Charles Barkley said what he did, because, that's deflating. You're letting this pervert kill us? Yeah. The pervert's killing us? Okay, well, we have no chance. Come on, we're trying to stop SGA. We're trying to stop Holmgren and stuff, but Giddey is out here giving us 20-something? Yeah, that takes the heart out of the team.
We're about to hand it off to our fellow mates at SEC Unfiltered, but real quick, do the Nuggets close out the Lakers tonight?
Yep. Go back home.
You said it would be Denver in 5. That would be Denver in 5.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because with every loss with the Lakers, this might be just one of the last times we see LeBron James on the court, which I want LeBron to last forever. I mean, he's so fun to watch, but Father Time's catching up with him, and Nuggets are just too good. Joker, Murray, Michael Porter Jr., your boy, who's a freaking sociopath. Like, come on, dude. Do you have any heart? You have one brother who's a degenerate gambler who just got booked and banned from the league, and you got another brother who's a felon for killing somebody on the road, Henry Ruggs style. And this fool's just out here still getting 20. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what? You're still able to get 20? Like, you're able to block all that corruption out your mind? That's sociopath shit. That's nuts to me. That's insane. Like, a normal person would be having issues. Another normal person wouldn't be able to focus on basketball. But no, Michael Porter Jr., who's out here doing podcasts with porn stars and stuff, is able to get 20 every night. It's nuts. But
he's having the time of his life.
Yeah, you need guys like that. You need guys.
All right, let's bring on Chris and Dimitri from SEC Unfiltered. Fellas, what's happening?
Literally the one thing we were told was don't get the network canceled. And apparently with Zay, like, there are no fucking rules. We can do whatever the hell we want.
He gets going and with his pettiness and his NBA guys that he's ready to just be done with. It's classic.
Guys, what's going on, man? I love it. I'm sitting in the background just eating popcorn over here, just entertaining. So I feel like we could just let you guys go. I mean, just why not?
No. This is exciting. I mean, SEC Unfiltered. Tell us, we'll introduce you, Chris and Dimitri. SEC Unfiltered, and you're going to have some other guys rotating through the 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock show. But tell us about SEC Unfiltered and how y'all roll.
Yeah, so it's all things SEC, like you mentioned. We'll have rotating hosts on here. So myself, Dimitri, who you see down there in the bottom left, we'll have a guy Cole Thompson, Dave Shoemate, Lucas Hill, Harrison Fant, who's a big college baseball guy, right? So a bunch of different perspectives coming in. Who knows? You may have the occasional guest pop in, if you will. So it's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, you'll see a lot of our faces for sure. But again, we're going to have a nice rotation of guests. We might have some folks that are on site at different locations or planning on a little something right now for the SEC baseball tournament upcoming in a few weeks. Maybe doing our live show, our live appearance here from Hoover, Alabama. So we're going to be doing all kinds of stuff, man. So it's going to be a lot of fun. And, I would probably say the mantra of SEC Unfiltered is the beauty is in the banter. So that's what you can expect from us, is to bring the banter. So
yeah,
it's a lot of fun.
I would say that one of the interesting things here is, and this is true of you guys too, right? Like Chris and I first started doing a show together in, what was it, Chris? 17? We started the congregation?
2017, I think it was. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but we are like vastly different in terms of age, in terms of the way we view this stuff. So there's no right answer for the two of us for sure. But for SEC Unfiltered, I mean, I love college football like nothing else in the world, but I recognize the fact that the culture of the sport is so fucking dumb is part of what makes it great, right? So I don't mind. What I tell people all the time is, like, I went to Alabama. I love the Crimson Tide. I love Nick Saban, but I am aware enough to recognize, like, he's 5'4", and that's hilarious, right? Like, we're not going to not talk about that.
And Chip and Zay, with no context added, I'll just let you know, this is the first content that Dimitri has made for SEC Unfiltered, fully clothed. So
that's
just
true.
Do with that information what you will. So
that's true. Every Friday I do a segment for the site called College Football Bubble Bath, which is literally what it sounds like. It's me sitting in a bubble bath talking college football.
Well, that is that's what we call a radio tease.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
That's on Fridays?
Yes.
That's on Fridays.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, it's great to have you on board. We will be listening and take it away.
Chip, Zay, appreciate you guys, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Take care.
Thank you,
Yeah.
fellas.
Right.
Yeah, thank you. Dimitri, what's up, man?
Not a lot, buddy. Long time no talk to.
Long time no talk indeed, man. I feel like that was a great segue. What's up, guys? Appreciate you all having us. I first want to say thank you to Brad Kellner of Texas Sports Unfiltered, obviously giving us the opportunity. Brad and I had done some work previously talking Texas Longhorns, talking SEC, what have you. But when he came to me with the idea of SEC Unfiltered having their own, let's just call it a power hour, right? I think that's a good way to phrase it. It felt like a no-brainer. Obviously, with Texas and both Texas and Oklahoma coming into the league, we all know about the fantastic fan bases both those teams have, especially, of course, the Texas Longhorns. And we felt like we could bring a little SEC flavor to the daily show offerings and obviously talk a lot of Texas, but let you guys know what's going on around the league. And like I said, the beauty is in the banter, man. We love to chop it up. We love to discuss. We love to debate. And I know Dimitri feels the same way. And again, there will be a rotating cast of characters that we will have on the show on a daily basis. So you'll get a lot of me. You'll get a lot of Dimitri. Again, we have other folks. I mentioned Cole Thompson, Dave Shoemate, Lucas Hill, Harrison Fan. These are all people that you will meet at some point, a lot of them throughout this week.
Yeah.
But again, want to start by saying thank you to Brad Kellner for the opportunity. Really, really excited for this. This is obviously our first show, very first episode to the audience that's tuned in. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I'm really excited to get to know each and every single one of you. I'm not a stranger to live shows myself, nor is Dimitri, who has done them on, I would say, a national stage, basically.
Yeah.
When it comes to radio.
Yeah, national and local around the Carolinas and the Alabama Gulf Coast. Yeah, this is a blast. I would say to the Texas audience, one thing you will learn about the SEC community very quickly. When I say the Texas audience, I mean those of you that bleed burnt orange. We get it now with everything you told us about A&M. We totally get it now. They are fucking weird, man.
Yeah, like I don't even think it's disrespectful at this point to say that A&M is fucking
no,
weird. They're weird.
They
weird.
love the fact that they're weird.
They do.
They think it's weird. We think they're weird.
Colt is a compliment when it comes to Texas A&M. But I mentioned all that to say, by the way, that both Dimitri and I and all of us that'll be hosting, co-hosting the show, we all know the value in our audience, interacting with our audience, building a relationship with our audience. I've always said forever in my entire career, I'm talking with you guys, not to you. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Interject whatever you have throughout the show. We will take questions, comments, and of course, we will be hanging out, shooting the you-know-what, and having a good time. So Dimitri, like I said, again, really, really excited. This is the first of many. The NFL draft, let's go ahead and dive into it, took place over the weekend. I know you want to talk about best fits, who's going to be a star immediately in the SEC. Who do you think was the best dressed, though, especially in the first round? I'll tell you this, the Bama guys always put on a show when it comes to the NFL draft.
I mean,
always do.
When you say who is the best fit in the first round, like, do you have to think about it? It was Terry and Arnold, man.
Yeah.
He looked like $1 million. I'm so happy. Not only, it's always cool to see who gets drafted by the hometown team, right? But the fact that he was there to show out and he was the one that got picked and he stole Kaylee Hartung's microphone to talk directly to the crowd. It was a cool moment. It really was.
Yeah. I thought Jaden Daniels too, with kind of like the highlights or whatever in the jacket. I thought that's always a really cool move.
Yeah. So let me ask you this.
yeah.
You're a younger guy than I am. When did the inside lining of the jacket become the bigger fashion statement than the jacket itself?
Yeah, I think that's definitely a recent thing. It's a recent thing for sure. Within the last couple of years, I remember seeing that like 5-6 years ago, and I think that was like the first time I had ever seen it. So it obviously got made more popular when dudes like in the NFL draft and other, I think, events and occasions started to rock it. But yeah, I mean, you got some dudes, I think, that want to show off the flair inside the jacket. Guys like Terrion Owner. I did think he was the best dressed. I did.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't beat the suit.
Listen, we have spent as men in the United States, we've spent so long being told that pink is an effeminate color and we shouldn't be wearing it. Dude, we've been missing out. Like, it's such a good look.
I mean, listen, I just said Jaden Daniels. LSU is the one team I think that makes purple look good. So
absolutely,
I like, I went to Baton Rouge a couple years ago and planning on going back, but they make purple work, which is not easy to do.
Baton Rouge, the only place I've ever been where I have seen somebody drop trout and poop on an opposing fan's tailgate. Swear to God.
And I'm sure Texas fans already know this, but yeah, the whole smells like corn dogs thing, it's for real.
Yep.
That's for real. Yeah.
In terms of, I don't know if this is best fit, but like poised to be a star right away out of the SEC. You mentioned LSU. I don't think any of those great receivers are in a better position on day one than Brian Thomas Jr. in Jacksonville. Like, I think he is that big over-the-top threat, both in terms of size and speed. It's like the thing that Trevor Lawrence has clearly needed that for some reason the Jaguars have negated to give him until now. I love that pick by them.
Hey, I do too. I really thought, obviously, Malik Neighbors was the feature guy, but Brian Thomas Jr., the way he burst on the scene in his final year, he's one of those dudes, I think, that you looked at and you were just kind of waiting. You were kind of waiting to see it, and finally it happened. So I think certainly when you got the trigger man like Trevor Lawrence, and I think Brian Thomas Jr. will pan out well. I think Xavier Legette with the Carolina Panthers. I tell you this, the Panthers have invested in giving Bryce Young all the help that he can get. I know you're a Panthers guy. You actually talk Panthers on your own show, so you can plug that if you want. But Xavier Legette, I don't know what's going to be more memorable, his play on the field or his accent, but either way, I think it was a good pickup.
His accent, I've been, for the older people in the crowd, I've been comparing it to, if you saw the movie, the original Kings of Comedy, Cedric the Entertainer's bit on the old man that lives on the block and can fix everyone's cars and talks with his cigarette in his mouth. I mean, it is country, right? I love Legette too. I loved him at Carolina. I think he's going to be a great fit for the Panthers. Real quick, I want to, because it's funny. I think the Panthers with Legette and Deontay Johnson could do something similar to what LSU did with Thomas and Neighbors this year, which is they kind of switched up the roles because of their skill set, right? Neighbors was the X, but Thomas played like the X. I think the same could be true of the Panthers with Legette, where, Johnson is going to be that feature receiver role, but probably Legette's going to be the guy that they are asking to go get the long balls every time.
Did you feel like receiver was the Panthers' biggest problem last year when it came to Bryce Young? I mean, they had a lot of problems. So, I mean, they needed to help him. I remember watching them in training camp, and I mean, we obviously didn't know how bad it was going to be then, but there were some holes in the roster. I mean, did you feel like receiver? Do you feel like they addressed their needs in the draft?
I think so, because I'll add, like, I liked Jonathan Brooks. I like that pickup too, and I would ask Texas fans this: the only thing that gives me pause about Brooks is coming off of the ACL, and that running back was not a top tier need. I don't like the pick in the second round, but I do like him a lot. So, talk me out of that, I guess, Texas fans. But yeah, I mean, I love what they've done to address receiver. I don't think they're done. If the Panthers finish with a top 3 pick again next year, by all means, go get Luther Burden. Like, don't stop here. But they are certainly better. They certainly have 2 more guys that can create separation this year. They didn't have one last year. Actually, let me reframe. They had one in Jonathan Mingo, but he could either catch the ball or create separation. He could not do both on the same route.
Dimitri, not to steal your thunder, I know you were going to get into this, but you mentioned, obviously, NFL draft coverage. We're all college football fans here, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of Texas folks in here. It's Houston Texans, it's Dallas Cowboys, but we're all, like, really, honestly, Dimitri, when I was watching the NFL draft and I was watching these highlights, I told my buddy, I was like, this just gets me excited for college football.
Absolutely.
Like, really,
The
truly.
draft,
like,
the draft feels like graduation day to me. Like it's a chance to celebrate all these dudes
Yeah.
you've been like really loving watching the last 3 or 4 years.
And then a day later, we're talking about 2025 draft. They already got odds on who's going to be the top pick. But
Yeah.
you mentioned the College Game Day crew was doing the NFL draft. Nick Saban on game day. I thought he was electric. I mean, the fact that he opened up about what was it? I think Quinshawn Marshall was his name, the Toledo corner, when he's like, yeah, we tried to get him in the portal. And it just didn't work out. Like, I think there's going to be so many fun stories like that Nick Saban is organically sharing, that whether he should or should not, he's retired. So, like, who gives a shit? Like, I think he's going to anyways. But, like, I think he's going to be an electric ad to game day, man.
So as a Bama guy, I always I was very much aware of how good he could be on TV, teaching the game and talking about what we are trying to do on individual plays. As a media guy, it was very clear to me Nick Saban is going to get sick of the fake laughter and dick slapping really quickly. Like, I thought that he was great, but the whole time I was watching it, I was thinking, I bet he'd be happier like in a game play-by-play booth where he just has the game to talk about and doesn't have to deal with the big over-the-top fake laughter from Desmond Howard, Kirk Herbstreit cutting him off every 5 seconds to tell some shitty fake joke. Like, I thought he was good. It just feels weird, man.
I think McAfee helps, though, with him.
Agreed.
I think McAfee, like, I don't even know if he'd be in the role if it weren't for McAfee being there to comfort, smooth the transition, maybe is the word. Yeah.
So I write about sports media for a site called barrettsportsmedia.com. And in October of last year, I predicted that Saban would retire and head to game day. And part of the reason was, as much as I like Saban, and I'm a little bit older than the McAfee target audience, but I like him. Like, I think he's a talented dude. Saban does not seem like the kind of guy that signs up to put up with the McAfee show antics if there's not a larger plan. And I think it's clear they developed a good chemistry by the end of the year. I think you're right. I think that once you add McAfee to that panel, maybe it will flow a little bit easier and Saban will look a little more at peace and in place with everybody else.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it for sure. Dimitri, switching gears. Again, we're kind of just jumping all over the place. Guys, that's how we're going to operate, by the way. This is going to be very free-flowing, like I mentioned, from the hip, if you will. We'll have topics to discuss, but certainly, especially when we're in the quote-unquote off-season. I know that's a dirty word to some people, but that's really what it is.
Real quick, before we switch gears, I do want to say, like, I think after this draft, what is interesting is next year's going to be like a real old-school SEC year, right? Like, yeah, you've got the quarterbacks, but overall, we think it's a weak quarterback class. Like, the SEC, all the stars are on the defensive side of the ball next year, right? Pierce at Tennessee, Perkins at LSU, Starks at Georgia. What's the kid's name? Walker at Kentucky. I mean, there is a lot of star power that is going to be about those big monsters mowing guys over as opposed to the small, speedy receivers and quarterbacks.
Which will be a welcome sight because it was wild to see the draft this year and what, like the first 15 picks, I think, were
15 picks. Yeah, man. I mean, it was bananas.
Yeah. I mean, why not? Everybody just wants to see 50 points per game anyways. I was going to ask you, Dimitri, all the Texas fans in here, obviously, what's the one thing do you think that Texas fans and Oklahoma fans don't know about the SEC yet that they're going to learn that maybe you can't learn until you experience it firsthand?
Yeah, you don't matter. I mean, and that's not directed at Texas or Oklahoma specifically. It's that you don't matter unless you're on top. There is no default to make it work out for, listen, I live in ACC country, right? I live in Raleigh, North Carolina. The ACC really did put its thumb on the scale for Florida State a few years ago, like to make things work out the best they could. The SEC is confident that whoever wins the conference is the best team in America, whether they win the 2 playoff games or I guess in the future 3 playoff games or not. The conference is confident that its champion, regardless of who it is, can compete with anybody in the country. I think Texas and Oklahoma have experienced that themselves. I don't think they experienced that in the Big 12, right? Like, remember that year that it was 2007, that Kansas and Missouri were 2 of the 3 best teams in the conference, and the conference was having a panic attack of, holy shit, what if Kansas wins this conference? We're going to get embarrassed on a national stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think the SEC is so deep, like you mentioned, you don't have to worry about that. But it's funny. It just made me think about how Missouri used to run things in the Big 12. Chase Daniels and that crowd. I remember back 2005 when they beat South Carolina in the Independence Bowl. I forget the quarterback's name they had. He was one of the 600 Club guys. Either way, it's to your point. I would agree with that. You don't matter. That's a funny one. I don't even know what I would say, man. I will say this: the nastiness of SEC fans, the passion, but the nastiness.
Yeah.
Boy, you really don't know until you get in those trenches. So it'll be, I mean, I know it's there in the Big 12, it's there across college football, but it's different. I mean, it's different, man.
I went to the A&M Alabama game the first year A&M was in the SEC, and just walking from my car to the stadium, saying hello to everybody, welcoming them, many of them for the first time coming to the state, let alone Tuscaloosa, welcoming them, telling them what some of my favorite restaurants were when I was in college and telling them where to go after the game. And then immediately you walk through the gate and it's like, all right, fuck you. Hope you die. You know, I mean, like that's very much what it is. So Texas fans, get used to this. We will all be doing it every week. But it doesn't mean we're not happy you're here.
Yeah.
Well, I got to ask you, right? Like, you're a South Carolina fan. You can't be happy about Texas and Oklahoma.
No, and I think what's kind of funny is there are a lot of the middle of the pack that are beating their chest loudest that I think don't realize, there were 14 rungs on that ladder. Now there's 16.
Right.
And about 2/3 of the league is going to be moving down a rung because of Texas and Oklahoma's addition. And I think there's some that are probably going to learn that the hard way. So
all right,
put it that way.
Let's make the people in burnt orange very happy. Do you really think it's going to be because of both Texas and Oklahoma?
Well, no.
Listen, I'll be completely honest with you. I think Texas's history in football is largely overblown. You had one great season, okay? But that being said, for the future, I think Texas is one of the 3 or 4 programs I would want to be going for.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's true of Oklahoma.
Dimitri, I have pissed off a lot of Oklahoma fans. And by the way, I know nobody wants to hear it. They've been great in regards to interacting with our content to this point. Texas fans also have been great, but they have been very engaging, very interactive. But I think one of the reasons is because, like, for example, and we're dropping one for Texas later today, by the way, go check it out on our SEC Unfiltered YouTube. We're doing a best case, worst case series, best case scenario, worst case scenario in terms of record projections. And when you tell Oklahoma fans that the best case scenario for their football program in 2024 is 8-4,
you're
not going to make a lot of friends that way. But it's just to the point. I think Texas is much more well equipped at this point to come into the SEC, have immediate success. And I mean, I tell you this, I don't know if Steve Sarkisian himself made an Oklahoma schedule, but my God, I mean, there's no even denying that Oklahoma got the more. I mean, their schedule is a murderer's row.
So let me ask you, and I don't know how much you want to give away with the Texas best case, worst case dropping later on. I will be right up front. I don't see how they are not the favorite for the SEC in year one. What do you think is worst case?
So I'll go ahead and reveal it. And again, guys, this drops around, I think, 4:30 or 5 o'clock. We got it scheduled for YouTube, so check it out. We'll have a graphic too. But my best case is 12-0. I mean, I don't –
of course.
You look at that schedule, they absolutely can go undefeated. You get Georgia at home. Of course, the game against Oklahoma is tricky, but I think they'll have revenge of the mind. Outside of that, like I mean, you don't play Ole Miss, you don't play Mizzou, you don't play LSU, you don't play Tennessee, I believe. So, it's not an easy schedule by any stretch, but it's as favorable as it gets. You have to go to Michigan, but it's going to be a shell of what Michigan was last year. Best case, 12-0. I mean, I think worst case, I said 9-3. And I mean, I even admitted in the segment, Dimitri, like, worst case is 9-3. I'd be shocked if they went 9-3. I'd be shocked. I mean, that would be Oklahoma's much better than we think. Obviously, they lose to Georgia. I mean, honestly,
lose to Michigan?
Maybe Texas A&M in College Station. I mean, maybe that one. If it's a night game, raucous environment, crazy things happen in rivalry games. But that's really the only way Texas loses 2 or more games is if a couple rivalry games just turn on their heads. And I mean, maybe that happens once. Probably not going to happen twice. So
no, I mean, honestly, if you were to ask me right now, and I like, so everybody knows sort of the vibe at SEC Unfiltered, like I am the comedy guy, right? Like I make a lot of goofy videos, and I made this one literally right after the season, just recapping what Texas has coming back. Plus they had the great recruiting class. Plus they're adding a bunch of dudes from Bama, but Isaiah Bond is the one that's going to be the big difference maker. to me, the worst case scenario is, oh, shucks, you only make the playoff as an at-large bid as opposed to that overall number one seed. I think this team is so good this year. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, if you ask me right now if Texas is a lot to make the playoff, I would say they are. I mean, again, I know I said worst case is 9-3, but I would place good money on them to be in the college football playoff. So funny enough, though, you mentioned, Dimitri, that Texas is your team to beat. This kind of segues perfectly into I dropped my own post-spring power rankings just because that's what we do this time of year. It's good for banter. It's good for content. It's a lot of fun, too. I've got Georgia number one. I still feel like the Dogs are the team to beat. I feel like a Kirby Smart with a chip on the shoulder. I mean, dude, but again, Georgia's got to go to Austin. So,
have to go to Tuscaloosa
and
too,
go to Tuscaloosa. Yes.
I think that, look, I am very impressed by Carson Beck. I did not think he was going to step into the leadership aspect of being the quarterback there as quickly as he did. I am a huge, huge, huge fan of Malachi Starks. I think that dude is everything you want in an SEC safety, both physically and emotionally. So I can see it. Kirby is obviously the best coach in college football now that his mentor is retired. Like, I think it is unquestionable. That being said, I just think there's more raw talent in Texas, and the fact that game is going to be in Austin, I feel better about the Longhorns because, yes, a lot of teams, or excuse me, I should say a lot of talking heads are trying to, pound the chest for the SEC. Oh, the Longhorns and the Sooners, they haven't experienced a week in, week out SEC schedule. Very true. There is also a class of teams in the SEC that could never dream to have the kind of roster Texas has this year. And so as you are racking up those wins, I think you are building confidence for those games against Georgia, those games against, in the future, Alabama, LSU, just the tip top of the conference.
And just pulling up the schedule for Texas, Dimitri, and again, we mentioned too, like, I want to say this because Texas fans, like, it's not just lip service. Like, really, truly, the thing that makes the SEC so difficult is you play Georgia one week, you get beat up, you're licking your wounds, and then LSU's waiting the next week. Like, there's truly, and then it's not even those. It's like
I would say for Texas fans, go look at Florida's schedule this year. That's not weird in the SEC.
Yeah. I mean, and I think Texas fans kind of get it, though. Like, they went to Arkansas a couple years ago and got their teeth kicked in. Like, they know what that type of buzzsaw is. So it's those games that make it difficult. It's a Missouri who you go to Como and just weird things happen at that place. It's going to Lexington, Kentucky, and it's going to Williams-Brice Stadium at night, and that's just a strange place to play and weird things happen. But I mean, you look at Texas's schedule again. They got the game at Michigan week 2. I think they're going to win. I don't really know what to expect from Michigan. Brand new coach, brand new everything, it seems like. I think they'll take care of business in the big house.
They have some continuity on defense, but that offense is so brand new. And you've got to think Sharon Moore is going to be happy to have, like, the shackles of what Harbaugh wants to do off, that it's hard to predict what they're going to be, right?
Yeah. That's going to be a tone setter for sure for them early. But assuming you win that one, Colorado State, UTSA, UL Monroe, all due respect, those are wins. I mean, you look at the rest of the schedule, Dimitri. They got Mississippi State at home. Oklahoma is in the Texas State Fair, of course. Georgia's at home. Florida's at home. Kentucky's at home. Their road games, Dimitri, outside of that Michigan game in non-conference, they're SEC true road games. At Vandy, at Arkansas, and then at Texas A&M to close it out. So, I mean,
dude,
you could have done a lot worse.
Absolutely, you could have. Listen, I think Arkansas is going to be a mess this year in terms of the way that program runs. Vanderbilt's bad. Like, I know you've got to have patience at Vanderbilt, but Clark Lee hasn't even shown any sort of progress there. I don't get it. I'm not saying I'm ready to give up on him. I just don't see it happening there. I genuinely think, and this is not like politics or tying him to Art Briles forever, I don't think Jeff Lebby is capable of being a head coach. I just don't. I don't think he has the demeanor. I think he's going to be very similar to Lane Kiffin pre the Saban rehabilitation, where he is just openly hostile towards his defense because he wants to game plan on the offensive side of the ball. Texas has caught a lot of breaks in this schedule. And, this is similar to things people would say about Alabama, especially when they were on that, 3 titles in 4 years run in the late aughts, early 10s. They caught a lot of breaks, and they don't need them. So, by the time you get to playoffs or conference championship game, they're probably going to be fresher than whoever else gets thrown up against them.
Dimitri, Texas A&M. Let's talk the rival really quickly. Are you surprised at some of the hype? Are you seeing the hype they're getting? Is it just me, or are you seeing the hype they're getting?
Okay, so I am, like I said, I'm in Raleigh, North Carolina. I was right here in the middle of everything for Mike Elko at Duke here the last 2 years, and Elko's a legit coach. I mean, I like David Cutcliffe a lot as a person. He and I have a good relationship, and I rooted for him all the time. But things had fallen apart at Duke by the end of his run. Elko had a lot to get right. I think one thing that I kind of raise my eyebrow at when I see the predictions for what A&M could be on the high end is you're just going to have to convince me that the SEC's version of Riley Leonard is in College Station. And I don't just mean the things Riley Leonard can do. I mean the things he can do at a level above everyone else in the conference. And he's just not. That dude's in Tuscaloosa right now.
Connor Wegman? No Connor Wegman love? Not a Connor Wegman guy?
It's not that I don't have any belief in Connor Wegman. It's that I think, there's been a ton of roster turn. I couldn't even tell you who from last year's team is back in College Station this year. So that's one thing. But the other thing is, I don't think they have one of the 5 or 6 most talented rosters in the league this year. And I think Elko needs that.
I think too, and I know Texas A&M, they've got a manageable schedule. You look at their schedule, very manageable, favorable, if you will. When the over-under win total of 8.5 came out, I couldn't believe that. I really, because it's just like, at some point, my question is, are we going to allow Texas A&M to overachieve? Is it possible? Like,
I mean, look, they are a program forever mired in 8-4. Even if they don't play 12 games, they will find a way to somehow be 8-4, right? I thought about this during the draft. Anaya Smith got taken, in like the 6th round? He was late on the last day. But I remember thinking, man, Devon Achane and Anaya Smith were on the same offense, and A&M couldn't do shit. Like, how much of this is about, like, bookmakers not paying attention to every aspect of the SEC, thinking Jimbo being gone has to matter X amount? Because I think it will. I just don't think it will this year.
Dimitri, who's the fan base outside of Oklahoma, Texas A&M? Those are really obvious. Who is the fan base that Texas fans are going to be the most surprised how many fights they get in with on social media?
Gosh, that's a good question, because and here's the thing you said.
This is why you tune into this show. We really cover all the bases here.
No, you said a very important word there, and that is surprised. Nobody can be surprised that you're fighting with LSU fans. Like, that is what the entire state of Louisiana's history is built upon. I would say Auburn fans, and granted, I am biased, but you said earlier that cult is like a term of endearment at Texas A&M. It's not at Auburn, and yet they behave the same way as a cult all the time.
I would say Auburn, too. I think that's a good one. I think Tennessee, they are very, very feisty on social media.
Yeah.
South Carolina, I have firsthand experience. They do not get on the wrong side of South Carolina social media. Boy,
they do not like you, man.
No, they do not. No, they do not. They do not.
At some point, you'll have to tell me what you've done, because I once had somebody at a radio station that I don't work at regularly, just, occasionally pop on, asked me if having you on was really the best idea. And I was like, I don't know. I like him just fine.
I'm not surprised, Dimitri, unfortunately, to hear that. But it is what it is. So people don't like when you inject too much truth serum on too regular basis. We'll just put it that way.
This is the thing about Carolina fans that I have never understood. Like, don't y'all want to be happy? Like, I mean, in your day-to-day life, don't you want to recognize that the circumstances that Clemson used to climb to national prominence do not exist for Carolina? That's okay. I want you guys to win too. I really do. I think it's better when there are more good teams, but you don't have the benefit of playing Wake Forest every other week.
Yeah, I mean, I said this before, Dimitri, that from the South Carolina perspective, it's, what's unfortunate for them is during the greatest run in school history with Steve Spurrier, while they were winning Outback Bowls, Clemson was winning ACC championships. And while some may turn their nose up at that, kids still like to see championship rings over 11 win rings or Outback Bowl rings or Capital One Bowl rings. So
yeah. And the other part of it is if you win the ACC championship, you're going to the Orange Bowl, man. You're playing in prime time on if not New Year's Eve on January 2nd. If you win the Outback Bowl, you've been to the Outback Bowl, right? Like and look, I have no beef with Tampa. It's the only stadium with a pirate ship. How could you hate it? But it's not the Orange Bowl, right? Like you got to admit, Clemson got the better end of that. I want to bring up another, I want to tie this back to your power rankings because you and I have a big disagreement on your power ratings. Who is number 4? We agree on the top 3. You have the top 3 as Georgia, Texas, Ole Miss. The only difference I would have is I would go Texas, Georgia, Ole Miss, but we have the same 3 teams. Who is your number 4?
So my number 4 is the Missouri Tigers.
Now,
I'm assuming you're going Bama. I'm assuming you're going Bama.
I am, but that's because I don't think there's a strong number 4. And I think Alabama just has more talent. Missouri, are you anticipating they're going to score 75 points a game? Because that's the only way they're going to win games this year. They lost their entire defense.
I will say that I believe that most of the folks that see the fall off for Mizzou coming is on the defensive side, which I get.
Yeah.
The good news is, again, they are one of those teams where, and I don't look, Alabama has a more talented roster than Mizzou. I think that's, and you can shed some light on this in a moment, Dimitri. People are thinking that is Bama about to fall off a cliff? I believe I saw a stat. They still have the 3rd highest blue chip ratio, even after all the departures in college football. It's still arguably the best roster in all of college football. Probably right there with Georgia and Ohio State, I'd imagine, at this point right now. But with Missouri, when you look at the way the schedule sets up, they're going to have a month and a half to figure it out. Really, truly. So I do love what they had on the offensive side. I like Brady Cook a lot. Of course, the 1-2 punch of Luther Burden, Theo Weiss. I know they lose Cody Schrader, but I think the 2 guys they picked up in the portal, I think they'll be just fine there. They definitely have some question marks defensively. I'm not saying they don't. And admittedly, part of it is, you know what? I didn't put respect on Mizzou all year last year. I'm going to give them an opportunity. All right. I'm going to give them an opportunity, put them up at the top. I know there was a lot of disagreement with the Bama at number, but I had them at 5, I believe.
Yeah.
So, I expect that probably to flip-flop a little bit, but I do still like Missouri. I do. When you got a guy like Brady Cook, when you have the right trigger man, a guy who's just a winner. We saw that last year. Defensively, again, questions to answer, but I do think they did pretty well in the portal. I thought they added some pieces in the portal defensively. We wouldn't really know, though, how good those pieces are because they didn't hit in the spring game. I should say the spring game, which we could talk more about that in a second. But no, I like Mizzou, man. I still like Mizzou. They're being looked at. Here's the thing. You look at their schedule, Dimitri, they're probably favored in 11 games.
Yeah.
Truly.
Okay.
And that one game in Tuscaloosa, who knows?
And that's fair. That's fair. Here's what I would say. I think that because of how good that passing game was last year, particularly how good, Luther Burden is just otherworldly.
He was a freak.
Kind of good, right? Combined with the feel-good story of Cody Schrader. I think the offense got all the headlines, and we've kind of overlooked until the end of the season, until going into the Georgia game, we overlooked how much Rackstraw and Abrams Drain were doing to get that offense the ball back over and over again. And Darius Robinson was the defensive player that went first in the draft, was the guy all year long we were talking about with the NFL body. But the depletion of that secondary, I think, is something that can't be overlooked. And I will add to that, and this is personal taste to a certain extent, but I do think it has to be pointed out. I have no faith in Eli Drinkwitz. I don't think he's a good coach. I think even with the run they went on last year, 6-2 in conference, dude, he's 17-17 in conference play through 4 years. Last year, they were 11-2. It is the first time they have been over 500 in his tenure. I think that there is great talent there right now. I think what we saw last year was an aberration, not a sign of things to come.
I will say, Dimitri, all your points are valid. I think this is a huge prove-it year from Mizzou in regards to, what are you really? It's anybody can pop off and have one special season, but it's what are you really? We're going to find out.
And that's the thing. The pop off and have one special season. Scott Satterfield obviously left Louisville in terrible shape, but went to Louisville, leaving App State in great shape. And Eli Drinkwitz, and I don't blame him for this, came into a great situation, had a 12-1 season, and immediately moved on. Don't blame him for it. That's what you got to do in this business in order to advance. You got to strike while the iron is hot. We have not seen him build something real. We have not seen him build and sustain something real. We have now seen him twice have nice seasons, but the overall body of work leads me to believe this dude ain't it long term.
So you mentioned Bama in the 4 spot. It doesn't sound like you put Mizzou at the 5 either. Would you go Tennessee, LSU? Who would you go behind Bama as the next one up?
I would go Tennessee because I believe the Iamaleava hype. I believe that Nico is going to be a real difference maker for the Vols because even if he is not ready to step in and throw darts right away, even if he is as accurate as Joe Milton III was, and Texas fans that may not have paid attention, that is not accurate. He is a combination of he's not like Jaden Daniels or Jalen Milroe fast, but he's like Bryce Young fast, right? He is fast enough. And the difference between Iamaleava and Young is Iamaleava is a brick shithouse, man. Like physically, he just has all the advantages once he gets out in the open field that he's going to be tough to bring down. He's going to make Tennessee a problem for somebody.
Does it surprise? Maybe not surprise you. Maybe that's not the word. Is it? I think it's interesting how much of the benefit of the doubt Nico's getting. Do you think a lot of that is Josh Heupel's system? Is it just simply how talented he is? I mean, I'm a believer in the hype too. I mean, I think Tennessee is a 9-3, 10-2 kind of fringe playoff team this year, and I think that more so. That front 7 is disgusting. Like that defense is going to be, like you mentioned, James Pierce. You could argue is the best defensive player, one of the best defensive players, certainly in college football. They're going to run the football well, which people just, they think about the passing game at Tennessee. I mean, that's the bread and butter. They love to run the football. They're good at wide receiver. Nico's definitely getting the benefit of the doubt, though, which I guess that's not necessarily the case at every single SEC school.
Yeah.
That's got a new quarterback. Hey, there's one down there in Norman, Oklahoma that I don't know. And granted, they got questions on the offensive line.
Sure.
We can talk about them in a second, but I don't know if there's like pressure on it. There's high expectations though.
There is. And I think you hit like, I don't know what the ratio is.
You did a segment on this on the College Ball Bubble Bath about there's difference in like expectations and like these expectations.
Absolutely.
Like,
and I think the two things you hit on, I don't know what the ratio of each one is, but I think it's both. I think it is. He really is that good. And Josh Heupel's offense is basically passing for dummies, right? Like there's a reason Hendon Hooker was never what he was before his year with Josh Heupel. There's a reason that Joe Milton looked at least serviceable enough to be taken in the NFL draft under Josh Heupel. It is hard for a quarterback not to find open receivers in that offense. I do wonder if by year 2 or 3, Nico is held back a little bit by how simple the passing game is. But yeah, man, I'm a believer. I think it's the right kind of system for a guy with those kind of expectations in his first season under center full time.
Dimitri, you put it beautifully. I think the way I think most Tennessee fans probably think this way, but I think the way you have to think about it is people are going to look at Joe Milton last year, how bad he was. It's like Josh Heupel got him drafted.
Right.
Like he lost 2 quarterback battles and then ends up getting drafted. Like they squeezed every ounce of good play.
He literally had to play a 7th season of college football just to start. Like that's
right.
bananas.
Yeah. So, I think another fringe, we're just going through these, obviously. I'd put LSU, right? LSU and Tennessee kind of feel like, not maybe mirror images, but they're very, very similar. Would you agree with that?
Yes and no. I don't love the quarterback situation there. I know a lot of people are higher on it than I am.
Hey, Nussmeier went 7 for 7 in the spring game.
I mean, listen, Nussmeier also actually played decently against Alabama when he had time to throw. He looked like he can move that ball. Again, that's a roster that's losing so much on both sides of the ball. The key for me with LSU is going to be, do they fix the galaxy brain problems they created for themselves with Harold Perkins last year? Because he is a one-man difference maker on defense.
And I can tell you this, Dimitri, talking to LSU folks, they are really, really worried about the interior of their defensive line. I mean, really concerned, which is weird to think LSU would be that bad at that position because I feel like they've been so good there forever.
Yeah.
And to your point too, Dimitri, I mean, I think Garrett Nussmeier will be solid for sure. I mean, I think they've got some dudes at receiver. I think Caleb Jackson's going to be an upgrade at running back. But, like, you don't lose the Heisman Trophy winner and not take a step back. It's impossible.
Exactly. And look at the top 3 quarterbacks in this draft. They all have something in common in terms of accomplishment. Caleb Williams at USC, Jaden Daniels at LSU, Drake May at UNC. The thing they all have in common is they had no defense to build on their accomplishments, and the most any of them ever accomplished, aside from the individual honors, the most any of them they ever accomplished on a team level is a division championship. LSU fans don't know how to even exist in a world where they have questions about their defense, to the point where after 2 years, there are a lot of people that were really shaking the cage of we can only go so far under Ed Orgeron that are already shaking the cage again. Like, they can't believe Brian Kelly let that happen. I think they're going to be better. I really do. Like, I think that he made the changes that he needs to make, and they are going to be better. I think Saban being gone is a mental bug for Kelly that I don't think he realizes how much that shadow not being over him anymore is going to help. I think he's going to have success there. I just think that, right now that LSU roster is not the Texas roster. It's not the Georgia roster. The one that chews those people up it's not the Ole Miss roster. That doesn't happen.
Guys, feel free to leave us your questions, your comments, especially as we go into this next one. I can't believe I glossed over this, Dimitri. Again, you were admittedly an Alabama guy. How upset were you that we did not get a Bama-Texas rematch last year in the national title?
Upset, but not.
That was an ass kicking in Tuscaloosa early in the year. Now it was an ass
absolutely was.
Yeah.
I was upset because Alabama was not in it, but not surprised because you'll remember this, Chris, from about early October last year. I was saying, man, there's something about this Washington team. This Washington team is really, really good, and Washington was one of those defenses that, like, when they remembered they were supposed to be there, they were awesome. They just gave teams too many chances sometimes. I'd love to see a part 3 because, remember, Alabama stole one in Austin. The Longhorns came into Tuscaloosa, and you're right. I mean, they dog-walked Alabama in that game. I'd love to get a part 3 this year because I do want to see, moving forward, what this rivalry is going to be. I don't know if anybody read that Chris Lowe piece about Sark in Texas. This is an educated guess based on talking to Alabama people. That piece paints it as Alabama called Steve Sarkisian. Steve Sarkisian thought, oh, maybe it would be great to go back to Tuscaloosa, and then said no, and Alabama respected his decision. I have reason to believe that Alabama did not so colloquially accept the no as that article paints it out to be. So I do think on both sides, there might be a little bit of extra reason to want a rematch at this point.
Dimitri, it was so fascinating about that Alabama coaching search. It was like, I feel like there were guys leveraging. All you had to do was go out publicly and just say, yeah, I turned down the Alabama coaching job. And it was like the greatest look ever, right? Like, you just add that little notch to your belt, even if you didn't get offered the job. Yeah, I didn't want it.
Listen, I can tell everybody this for a fact. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Like, as much as Alabama wants to paint that DeBoer and maybe Mike Norvell were always the dudes, there was a flight scheduled to leave the Tuscaloosa airport, which is only used for private planes, by the way. There was a flight scheduled to leave the Tuscaloosa airport that was headed to Eugene, Washington. I don't know of any other reason there would be a flight between those 2 destinations than they thought they would be coming back with Dan Lanning.
Give folks perspective, Dimitri, on, I mean, we're obviously entering, this is uncharted territory with Texas and Oklahoma joining the league, but also, I mean, Texas and Oklahoma joining the league. There's no Nick Saban. There's no Nick Saban anymore. Like, what's been the, I mean, of course, we've been covering it, talking about it, but again, you're a Bama guy. What have the last couple months been like, I guess, adjusting to life at Saban? We got music going at practice now, Roll Tide Willies calling plays. I mean, hell has broken loose in Tuscaloosa at this point.
It's been interesting. So I'll give people a little bit of perspective of why I'm a little bit jaded when it comes to Alabama. That's where I went to school. There's my degree right there from the University of Alabama. Okay. I was at school there from 1999 until 2003. That is 4 years. In that time, we had 4 different football coaches. Like, I have lived the dregs of Alabama fandom. I used to make the joke that everything Nick Saban was doing was owed to me because of my time in Tuscaloosa. I want everybody to be aware that Nick Saban may have been the thing keeping all that stuff at bay. I don't think it's going to happen right away. I think for 2, 3, 4 years, Kalen DeBoer's a really good coach. There's a lot of talent on this roster. The Alabama reputation, unless they just absolutely bottom out, which I don't expect they will, they're going to be fine. But what Saban did so much better than anybody else was, and Texas fans can appreciate this for sure, was tell the boosters, hey, if you want to win games, I get it. You're going to have to let me do that. Right? Like there is Alabama had this Saban had this meeting that is colloquially become called the tip of the spear meeting, where he basically told a faction of boosters, like, if you're going to war, you can't let anything get in front of your weapon or else you are useless. Like, I am the tip of the spear with Alabama football. Kalen DeBoer doesn't strike me as the kind of dude that's able to go in there and lead that kind of conversation. I like him. I like music being on at practice. I like doing things that appeal to 17, 18, 19-year-old kids, white, black, Hispanic, whatever. I like doing things that are about the players as opposed to what makes the fan base or the coaches comfortable. It's just a change, and we have to be open to the fact that it could be a change for the worse. I don't think it will be, but it could be.
I think the best thing Kalen DeBoer is doing is being himself, for sure. I think
sure.
it would have been a mistake to try to copy Nick or be Nick Saban too, because nobody's going to be him. But to your point, I mean, they didn't win less than double-digit games in a season during Nick. I mean, the worst seasons were, still pretty damn good.
Yeah,
So,
2010 was the worst season. And what happened literally the season before and after 2010? They won national championships, right? I mean, like there was a level of comfort we all got to that I promise you was not there when I was at school. I mean, celebrating a last-second field goal against Southern Miss in 2001 because, we're going to the Independence Bowl, baby. Those memories are fresh to me.
I mean, Dimitri, I've said this before, I feel like you're old, if you will, if you remember when Alabama football sucked. And
Yeah.
I remember, Dimitri, I remember vividly watching in 2004 when South Carolina went to Tuscaloosa and beat Alabama. I think it was 24-0,
Mm-hmm.
and watching Bama fans leave early. And boy, that feels like 100 years ago.
I mean, it's a reality that a lot of kids on that campus, and by the way, go to the campus now, it is not at all the school that I went to. It looks completely different. There are kids on that campus that don't know this program is capable of being really bad. And I do think in an era of transition for college football in general, for Bama to be going through their own transition, it's dicey. It's scary for what could be, how quickly the fall could come. I think largely they're going to be okay. I don't think we're going back to the days of, is Alabama going to make a bowl game? But I wouldn't be shocked if they don't make the playoff this year.
Guys, we're going to talk a lot of things: college football, baseball, basketball, you name it. Obviously, we love college football, and it's relevant 24/7, 365. But just want to let you know, on the SEC Unfiltered platform as well, we cover it all. I know that Texas just got a big series win over Oklahoma over the weekend, so y'all stay tuned. Again, we're going to be covering everything as we get in the college baseball postseason. Dimitri, back to the college football side of things. Fill in the blanks for me. If Ole Miss wins less than 10 games, then blank.
That's just, we just have to accept. Sorry, this is a tough thing to put into words.
Yeah, right.
We just have to accept Ole Miss is what they are. We just have to accept Ole Miss is one of those places where you can improve beyond a certain amount. I think this is true of, for Texas fans to put this in perspective of the Big 12. I think this is true of Kansas State. It doesn't matter what the talent is there. It doesn't matter who the coach is there. There's just a level because of geographically where you are that you cannot get to. And I think if Lane Kiffin cannot do it this year, it can't be done at Ole Miss.
It would be a nightmare season, I think. To think 9-3 would be nightmare, but with that roster and what they've invested via the portal, like that's a disaster. If they don't make the playoff, disaster. Disaster has struck at Oxford.
I would tell you that I think they probably had the best chance to go to the SEC championship game that they have had since Eli Manning was in Oxford last year. I think the difference going forward is, and you can see this when you watch the game, Lane Kiffin coached differently against Nick Saban than he coached against anybody else, and Lane beat himself 3 of those 4 times that he played Saban in Alabama. Nick is gone now. If Lane Kiffin can just be Lane Kiffin, if he can let his players do what it is they do best for 60 minutes, there is no reason they shouldn't beat Alabama the next time they play. I know they don't play this year, but the next time they play.
And Ole Miss has got one of those schedules too, Dimitri, when you look at it. I mean, it's another one that, I mean, they basically play a preseason in their schedule. I mean, when you look, the first month is like a preseason. They don't start playing teams, all due respect, because they do play Wake Forest, but I mean, they don't start playing teams with a pulse until October. I mean, really, truly.
Last year, the big non-conference was Tulane, right? Or was there another?
I think it was Tulane. I think that was they were on the road at Tulane.
Right. And look, I thought that was a brilliant move by Lane. I think of all of the SEC programs, the Mississippi schools should be giving Tulane home games because it benefits them in recruiting. But it was a tough game. If you watch that game and you saw the final score, Ole Miss never fell behind, but they never looked comfortable in that game. I don't think Wake Forest is any good. Like, I think the days of Wake Forest, being routinely that 8-9 win team, 7-8-9 win team, I should say, I think they're over. I think Dave Clawson's a miracle worker, but I think he might just be being asked to work with too little at this point.
Dimitri, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm just thinking about Ole Miss, and I mean, I do think I'm not going to say they're a lock for the playoff because, like you mentioned, with Ole Miss football, you just don't know,
right?
But with that talent, and again, what they did in the portal, and that leads me to this.
Real quick, let me give you the other fill in the blank. If they don't win 10 games, Lane Kiffin's out the door. If they win 10 games, I think that the right amount of money could convince Lane he can achieve his ultimate goal at Ole Miss.
I mean, I think that's a very good point. I mean, I think he wants the Bama job, personally.
I think he wanted the Bama job, but I don't think he thought he was going to get the Bama job. I think that he wants to be somewhere. Like, I'll tell you that this has been written about a lot, so I'm not breaking any news here. Remember, Sark was his offensive coordinator at USC. Lane Kiffin thinks he's a better offensive mind than Steve Sarkisian is. He believes he should have a job on the level of Texas right now. And Ole Miss, regardless of the fact that they might, if you line them up, Ole Miss could give Texas a game, that's not the same level of program right now. I think Lane Kiffin has been operating with one foot out the door ever since he got to Oxford.
Is there a scenario, Dimitri, where you think a program like Ole Miss, over time, obviously, can elevate themselves to that level? Like what does it take for a program like, let's say, Ole Miss, for example, to be looked at like a blue blood? Is it even possible? I mean, is it? Because like at one point, Texas or Alabama or some others, like they weren't blue bloods, although it feels like forever, like they've been winning.
Exactly.
Right. So like, does it take 20 years of just winning? Does it take 50 years? Like, is it even possible?
I think that when you look at who you think about the blue bloods of this sport, my son asked me this the other day. He's 12. He said, who would you call a purple blood? He said somebody that is routinely good, but just can't get it done. And I would say Oregon to that. Oregon has been really, really good for a long time.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. I think a lot more college football fans need to find joy in going 9-3, 10-2. Like,
I tell people this all the time. Like, you should absolutely pick, if your team is Texas, if your team is Alabama, if your team is whoever, you should absolutely pick a G5 team as well to experience that side of college football. There's my other degree is from Florida International University. So that's one of my 2 G5 teams, and rooting for FIU is hell. They are god awful. but it does give you exposure to another side of the sport. In answer to your question, Chris, Ole Miss in particular is weird because Mississippi and Alabama culturally, historically, are very similar, and Alabama was willing to be flexible on some of their, let's say, long-held beliefs about human hierarchy in the name of football that Mississippi was not. And I think it put them behind the 8 ball for years and years and years. And I just don't know how you erase all that like that. Like at this point, Mississippi public schools are such that they can't produce kids that can qualify for Mississippi State and Ole Miss with regularity.
It takes time for sure. We mentioned the portal, Dimitri, in closing, and we'll wrap this thing up in a couple minutes. But doesn't it feel like we were kind of sold a bag of goods? And listen, I'm not calling anybody out here. Love all the guys in the national media. We've had a lot of them on our show.
Sure.
But it seemed like to me, Dimitri, there were a lot of guys that maybe only talk college football for a living. And again, nothing wrong with those people. We talk college football all the time.
Yeah.
But they rely only on the headlines in college football, that it's like they tried to sell this bag of goods that this is going to be the craziest portal cycle. And like, I feel like it's been pretty just meh. It's whatever.
Let me say, I'm with you. I don't want to call Josh Pate out either, but
thank you.
I do. I'll say this, and Chris knows this about me. You guys, as I'm on this more and more, you will learn. One of my greatest pet peeves in the portal and NIL era are guys that act like the fact that these kids have any agency at all can only mean doom for this sport. I don't think that's true. I do think that it probably took us a few cycles for these kids to realize that there is value in building equity at a place. I can totally understand if one of those cycles is coming. I would love to know what it is, whether it's Josh Pate, Joel Klatt was saying the same thing, Kirk Herbstreit was saying the same thing. I'd like to know, beyond hearing it from a coach, what is it you knew? What is it you heard? Because coaches have an agenda when they tell you this shit. We know it. Quit pretending like you don't.
I would love to know as well. I'll put it that way, Dimitri. I think there was maybe some assumptions going on. I mean, it made me feel like I'm like, Bama's about to go out here and just pick off everybody's roster.
Right.
And I mean,
I was watching the spring game and was talking to my roommates from back in school. And they were asking me, what do you see? What do you blah, blah, blah. And I mean, I was operating with the same assumption, Chris, like, well, clearly they're leaving some reps out there at receiver for, the incoming freshman or whoever they'll pick up in the portal. There's a hole, obviously, on the offensive line. They'll fill it in the portal. What did you know? Like, I hate this desire to carry water for the people in charge. Do your goddamn job. Seriously. And I'm not trying to be funny. Like, it bothers me so much. Do your job. If you call yourself a reporter, report.
There are blurry lines for sure. But good news, I would never call myself a reporter.
I was about to say, that's the thing. I would never call myself a reporter. Chris, we can do this stuff. But if you're holding yourself to a higher standard, meet it.
Indeed. Guys, we appreciate you all tuning in again. I'm Chris Phillips. He's Dimitri Ravanos. Dimitri, you'll be back on Friday, right? Is that correct?
On Friday, yes. More, I guess you will probably diversify the sports offerings in the week in between. I tell people all the time, I went to an SEC school. I gave them my money. I don't owe them attention for sports I'm not interested in.
Very good point. Now, here's what I'll say. On a day in, day out basis, guys, we're going to talk about the top topics that people care about, that we care about, that we find interesting. But certainly, I'm a huge baseball guy. I played college baseball myself. We have baseball around the corner. We're going to jump into all that, especially once we get into postseason. Basketball and basketball season. But again, we all love college football, and we could talk about that 24/7, 365. And with the portal, with recruiting, it never stops. I'll be with you guys Monday through Thursday, of course, today through Thursday. Friday, actually, Dimitri, my sister is graduating from the University of South Carolina with her MBA. So we are very happy.
Very
for that.
good.
Yeah, very good.
Will,
so I will
be walking through the big chicken gates.
Something like that. They might run out in 2001. I have no idea.
Nice.
So, have no clue. But yeah, there will be a wide range, a cast of characters of this week. You guys will get to meet all of them. And again, that's how we'll operate sort of on a weekly basis. We'll be switching things up, and we'll let you guys know ahead of time what's going on. But again, the beauties in the banter, we'll continue to bring that every single day. And Dimitri, this was a hell of a first run, my friend. Looking forward to doing more of this with you and I together. And again, man, I appreciate you taking the time, and looking forward to it, man. It's going to be a blast.
Yeah, me too, man. I appreciate being a part of it, and I appreciate the Texas audience letting us, just introduce ourselves to them in that way. I believe the extent of my knowledge of Texas culture is Pee-wee's Big Adventure. So bear with me, and we will all get through this thing together.
And that's the beauty of it, Dimitri. I wanted to say too, is while Texas, Oklahoma, both those fan bases learn about life in the SEC, we're learning about life with Texas and Oklahoma. So
Indeed.
we're all one big, happy, dysfunctional family indeed. For Dimitri Vanis, I'm Chris Phillips. Guys, we appreciate you all tuning in. Stay tuned to Texas Sports Unfiltered, and we will talk to you all tomorrow.
I'm doing it. I'm not scared of you.